just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
That's 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, good morning, and thanks for joining us on Voice of the People Television. Today is Thursday, the 13th day of November 2025, in the year of our Lord. Well, I am Chukwuma Okoro, and I'm not here alone. I'm also here with delectable Fina Okechukwu, Michael Uncle. Good morning, Fina.
Good morning, Chukuma. I love your shirt. I love the shirt you're putting on.
Thank you very much.
And the blue tie. Oh my
Thank
God.
you. I'm already blushing.
Sometimes I imagine how your dress sense would be when you're much younger. Sometimes I'll be like, okay, maybe this man actually might be the person that will be turning heads. I'm talking about ladies looking at him, the way he used to combine the color combinations, the blends and everything.
Talking about talking heads of ladies, I am a knight of the Order of St.
Before you became the knight, I'm talking about when you were much younger. I was a very clean.
Much younger than you. Viewers, good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. Now, let's move away from what Fina is talking about and talk about interesting trending stories in Nigeria. Lined up for you for the next 2 hours or so. Now, Sheikh Gumi accuses Middle Belt Group of fabricating Christian genocide, burying empty coffins. Quite interesting. Well, Nigerian Senate has also approved a whopping 1.5 trillion naira loan request from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and DSS has charged a man for advocating military coup. Now, these are the major topics of discussion this morning, but we also have other trending, interesting stories that we'll look into in the course of this program. Thanks for joining us. Come with us. Let's take you into our world of news. Very interesting news today.
And then talking about the moving train, how you can be part of the family, it's very simple. We have a website, www.vop.ng. There you have fresh and trending news stories. Also across social media platforms, except YouTube, we are at VOP TV Live. So if you want to check us out on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, that's Meta, we are at VOP TV Live. But on YouTube, we appear at Voice of the People TV. That is our handle. And SL Television, the channel is 264. Just use the remote and enjoy the moving train. And talking about other trending stories, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Pate, on Wednesday, said that patient satisfaction with healthcare facilities and primary healthcare services in Nigeria is at 74%. Pate, who said this at the 2025 Joint Annual Review of the Health Sector, noted that confidence in the overall direction of the health system has risen to 55%. The Joint Annual Review is one of Nigeria's most important accountability platforms for the health sector, convening stakeholders to review progress, assess performance, and align priorities for the year ahead. Last year, the Ministry of Health launched the country's first ever State of Health report, providing a comprehensive analysis of the health or nation's healthcare system and outlining a clear way forward for the sector. In the words of the Minister of Health, he stated that citizens' perception, according to the survey conducted in 2023, 2024, and 2025, shows that encouraging results actually that we have. He, however, noted that citizens identified affordability as a major barrier to accessing healthcare in Nigeria. One thing actually is to give us this data, how, according to him, 74% of Nigerians are now satisfactory with the healthcare facilities and also the primary healthcare service that is here in this country. And also we have 55% also happens to be the overall confidence that Nigerians are having within our medical health facilities. Now, the first question I asked when I saw this point actually is, if that actually should be the case, then why do we still have medical tourism Why is it that our, political elected officials are still traveling abroad? For example, this survey covered from 2023 to 2025. And some time ago, the Minister of, Finance Minister and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, wasn't feeling too well. Guess what happened? They kept him in Nigeria for some time, and boom, next thing we saw, we have the report that he's no longer in Nigeria, but somewhere in abroad for him to receive medical attention. And not just that, some other top Nigerian politicians or high civil servants, officers actually always travel abroad. For what? For medical health. So if, for example, we're saying that Nigeria have finally, at this point in time, have interest or confidence in the overall direction of our health system, then we shouldn't have people still traveling far. The other day we learned that I think 7-point-something billion is what we are losing, or what we've lost already in 2025 alone to medical tourism in Nigeria. When he says something about affordability being the major challenge, yes, I know that we have, what's it called again, the National Health Insurance Scheme, and also some states also decide to embrace that. But now, how accessible actually are these HMOs for the people that want to use them? How accessible are they? Moses the other time talked about how we have a primary health care building somewhere in Nigeria and they don't have a single analgesic there. And, it speaks volume to, is it about repainting blocks? Is it about having 774 directors? Is that about having this or that? It's about seeing something work out in Nigeria. Yes, we need to find a way to make sure we subsidize, especially health care for Nigerians, for them to be able to afford it at this point in time. Because we're having so many issues coming up. Apart from the fact that we're having economic downturn, we have food shortage, we have issue of insecurity, we have some other things that, it's kind of strained the people of Nigeria. So I think making the healthcare to be accessible is what we should be looking at. I'm happy you identified that. That's a good one. But finding a way to curtail it or to reduce it or to make this healthcare service accessible to Nigerians is what I want to see him bring us or roll out next year during the report.
All right, Fina, you have said quite a lot. But I'm not surprised that this is coming from the serving Minister of Health in Nigeria. I don't expect him to say anything less. If I were a minister under this administration and in the governing conditions that we find ourselves in Africa, I'll say the same thing. I'll probably say more than what he has said because it's their tradition. A lot of our, in fact, majority, 98% of our public officers live in their heads. They imagine how things should be. They imagine how they want things to be, but they live away from reality. They are detached from the reality of the moment. Alex Bade, 55%, Ali Pate, where did you get these figures from? 55%? Nigerians are satisfied where? And Fina, you asked very relevant questions. Last count, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy traveled abroad. He was sick. They couldn't manage him here. He's not the only one. Highly placed public officers travel abroad for healthcare, medical tourism, and all of that. It is a huge income earner for countries like France, for countries like India, for countries like United States of America, for countries like UK, on account of the fact that Nigerians spend a lot of money to go to such places, just to get treated for minor ailments that we cannot handle here. Let's take it at each level. Primary health care. We have 774 local government areas in Nigeria. How many of those local government areas can boast of one effective functional teaching hospital? I bet you not up to 30 of those 774 local government areas. Then you go into the secondary. Okay, no, primary, first of all, the medical health centers across the wards and local government areas. Do they have? No, they don't have. Where they have buildings set up, they just put up a signboard there. You go there, you don't see a doctor, you don't see a nurse. How will you see a doctor? Because they are not well paid, they are old, salaries. Back to back for years, NARD, National Association of Resident Doctors, have been on strike, in and out. Is it nurses, medical workers, who? Then you go to general hospitals. Do we have them functional and effective? The answer is no. Talk about the tertiary institutions, the teaching hospitals. Do you have them? In fact, some lecturers that teach in those universities, when their relations have problems, they take them to private hospitals, private clinics and all of that. I have my lecturer, University of Lagos, who said, look, If you want to survive, don't even go to loot. I'm saying it loud and clear. That is what it is. I've experienced it. I've been to loot. I've been to UNTH. I've been to UPTH, and all these institutions. They are not top-notch, and they are tertiary. So what do we have? Where is Alipati getting 55% satisfaction that Nigerians have confidence? Probably in private medical facilities, but how many Nigerians can afford those private medical facilities? That is the issue. And I always say that our leaders here have a false sense of accomplishment. You do something, they are in the papers, but they are not on ground, they are not in reality. We cannot feel them, we cannot touch them. The cost of drugs are soaring, very high. How many Nigerians can afford them? That is the big question. These are questions that we should ask. And it's quite unfortunate that we have people in government, instead of accepting responsibility, they are twisting narratives to suit themselves, so that when they do some kind of peer review, they say, look, oh, we've done well, and they pat themselves at the back and all of that and move. It doesn't solve our problem. We are still where we are. Instead of making progress, we're even retrogressing. Unfortunately, that is what it is. Health Minister, please, the figures you put out are not realistic. Go back to the drawing board. Do some kind of random sampling. Ask Nigerians, and they will tell you that they have lost confidence in the medical care, in the health system of Nigeria. Let's move away from that and get into another very serious issue that is troubling and plaguing Nigerians. Talking about the food crisis, United Nations has warned that acute food insecurity is worsening in Nigeria and 15 other global hunger hotspots, including Nigeria, putting millions at risk of famine between November 2025 and May 2026. Last year, there was a report projection that 136 million Nigerians will face acute hunger by June 2025. We didn't take it seriously. We didn't heed, that call. Exactly. By September, August, instead of 133, we had 139 million Nigerians, living below poverty levels and all. Global standards, global averages, and all of that. Now, the joint report, Hunger Hotspots, FAO, that's Food and Agricultural Organization, WFP, World Food Program, early warnings on acute food insecurity was by the Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Program. While the United Nations described Afghanistan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, Myanmar, Somalia, and Syria, including Nigeria. Look at where we are rated. Countries that we are rated with as very high concern zones. Haiti, Mali, Palestine, South Sudan, Sudan, and Yemen. These are war-torn countries. These are war-torn countries. And we are at the same level with these countries. It is said these countries are facing an imminent risk of catastrophic hunger classified under the highest phase, IPC/CH phase 5. Very troubling. Well, according to the report, conflict, economic shocks, and extreme weather events remain the major drivers of hunger, while shrinking humanitarian funding threatens to push several countries towards catastrophic levels of food insecurity. 4 others, Burkina Faso, Chad, Kenya, and the Rohingya refugee situation in Bangladesh, were also flagged as high-risk areas requiring urgent attention. Now, my concern here is not the fact that, look, that there is hunger and poverty in Nigeria. I've always known that we are food insecure. We have food insecurity. We have always had. That is why back in 1976, as a child, I used to go to farm with my mother. And that time we got stems, that Obasanjo distributed. Cassava stems, Operation Feed the Nation and all of that. So that tells you that 76 to this time is about 50 years, or 49, 50 years. That's to tell you that we have remained food insecure. Obasanjo tried his best. It couldn't work because it didn't last in government. Between 76 and 79, he handed over power to civilian government. And since then, we have been facing this problem of food insecurity to the point that out of 230 million Nigerians, 139 are facing acute food insecurity and hunger. It is troubling. It is troubling because we don't even make projections, for the future. We don't plan ahead. That is the problem that we have in Nigeria. We never plan ahead. We talk about the immediate. We make short-term plans. We don't make long-term plans, to save ourselves. Unfortunately, it is deeply troubling. And my problem is that instead of facing these problems, we have a government that is not taking responsibility. We have a government that is saying, oh, look, everything is all right. Inflation has dropped. Prices of food items have come down and all of that. These things come down on paper, not in reality. If you go to market, these things don't come down. Instead of coming down, they soar. That is what it is. Government, take responsibility, plan ahead, ensure that your primary responsibility is for the life and welfare of Nigerians. Anything beyond that. Nobody is talking about roads now. We are not even talking about electricity. We are talking about food. People have to eat first to survive. It's only then that they can say, okay, now let's talk about other things. So if you can, basic needs approach, roof over your head, food and all of that, clothing. If you can't take care of the little ones, then how can you take care of the big ones? That's the problem we are facing here.
You know, when you asked about the hunger situation we've had in Nigeria from 1976 or thereabouts, the cassava stem distribution, even the corn also, because you learned also there was a particular corn
variety,
yes, exactly, distributed to farmers and all that. You know, I don't really think, if Obasanjo happened to see what we are having at this point, it will not just be only stem that he will distribute. But if you check the stem distribution then, I think Nigerians are still benefiting from that. Because that particular variant of the stem cassava that was introduced is still yielding. But the thing is, I have a little big problem with this particular figure pushed out by the United Nations. Reason I have the problem is the fact that they come up to say that the major event which actually is leading to these, or things that happen to be the driver of hunger, they limited it just to be extreme weather event and sometimes economic shock. What about the insecurity? What about the major problem? Because when we knew before now we have, you know, what's it called, weather issue. I'm talking about the global condition, the depleting level of the ozone layer and every other thing playing out. But we still have food basket of the nation. We still have Nigerians not going hungry the way we are at this point in time. I remember that, I can still remember that as of before I'm not trying to limit it to this administration, before the emergence of this administration, I can still tell you that in my house I have Korean doya. That's 100 tubers of yam.
Okay.
You understand? And then I can still go to the pantry and select. I don't like this yam, is this color? No, I'm not going to eat it and all that. But guess what is happening now? Even to have half of it, 50 tubers, is a bit difficult because you can't even see them. And when you see them, they are very expensive to start with. Because of what? Farmers are no longer
going to farm.
Farmers are somewhere in IDP camps. And this particular one is what is making Nigeria to be equated or measured with war-torn countries. And, you know, the government is to come up to say, don't listen to the figures being pushed out by the United Nations. Why should we listen to international organizations to tell us what is happening in our country? This, and the other one. But we are the ones that invited them, because let's assume the farmers are doing the needful. Let's assume that people of Plateau go to farm. Let's assume those in Benue are going to farm. Let's assume that somewhere in Nasarawa State, where we know also we have farm, and, you know, in Kaduna State too, let's assume that these people are still producing something. We don't have issues. Then in Kano State, if you get to, there's a place we call Madia. It's close to a farm there. If you get to that place during Hamatan season, I say you want to buy a leaf, that's green, the spinach, you will see it to buy. Guess what those people are doing there? We have a very big drainage demarcating the airport road, and then, you know, you have to pass that bridge and all that. It's a very big drainage to start with. They are using the water. That water is not going to waste. They are using the water, turning it to more like a river, artificial irrigation, for them now to do what? Water their crops and make sure that we have enough of it to the point that they will harvest and also sell to people who are not farmers. And it made people to, you know, have enough, especially vegetable actually, to depend on during the dry season or even the harvesting season. But now, what is happening? We can't even boast of it. After spending, or even, because I was upset actually when I noticed that 2024 budget and 2025, in 2025 budget, Nigeria increased 100% of our allocation to agriculture sector.
So what do we do with those money?
826.6 billion naira.
What do we do with those money? Those monies get out from government purses and get into private.
Now, somebody is saying that we have tractors now being made available to farmers who are the farmers that are not in farmers.
Okay, the tractor that was brought in by the Belarusian, you know, our president's classmate.
You're the one calling
our
this name.
Schoolmate at the University of Chicago. And
exactly, you're the one calling this name.
Fina, the problem is that we are a country of excuses. We like making excuses.
Keep on pointing fingers.
We blame climate change. We don't blame insecurity. And when you talk about climate change, they take all of us as fools or what? Because we also have desert regions, arid regions that are not hungry,
Yeah, exactly.
Like you mentioned, what happened to irrigation and all of that? We have waterways everywhere. We have an ocean line, a coastline that stretches thousands of, we have Lake Chad Basin there. It's drying up, but it can be resuscitated. It can be revived. Why are we not doing all of those things? So when we earmark these monies, sometimes I don't even blame the government. I'll blame the system itself. You know why? Because these monies get out of government purses and get into private pockets. You see farmers, who are portfolio farmers, they get into agri-bank and all of that, collect loans. What do they do with this money? They go to Dubai and buy houses. And you can't recover all those monies. Now, farmers are not going to farm in most parts of the country. It used to be in the middle belt. Edo State, people are crying. Analysts on my show come, they tell me, look, we don't go to farm anymore. Why? Because headers, when we go there, they drive us out.
Women in Ughelli the other day were protesting the fact that
Ughelli is in
Delta State.
That empties into the ocean, into the Atlantic Ocean. People don't go to farm there anymore.
It's
in Ebonyi State, communities have been sacked. In Enugu State, communities have been sacked.
Check it out.
By who? Headers. And we are making argument. We are having a debate whether there is Christian genocide in Nigeria. And we have people defending all of this.
The question I've actually asked all this while is, when is it in this country that will have shifted our major source of revenue generation from oil to cattle railing? Because that is what it looks like. It's more like, the breeders, the cattle railers are now positioned to be the major revenue generator in Nigeria. And it's painful.
Our president went to Brazil sometime early this year or last year, and he got a deal with a Brazilian company that is into meat processing. And we were told that they are able to process about 95,000 cows per day, and that they were coming into Nigeria. Do you have an idea if they are here?
Okay. They will tell us when they arrive.
Okay.
Because for me, I don't
we
have any
also
idea
had a certain $155 million deal,
yeah,
with the Brazilian government about tractors too. So we have tractors from Brazil, we have from Belarus and all of that.
What about from the UAE for agriculture and every other thing? At the end of the day, we learned that the money was somewhere, they utilize it somewhere in Meduguri and they allow dumping.
Sometimes I wonder, and that's why we need some kind of, conversation, interaction with viewers and all of that. Could be that you and I are ensconced in our comfort room here in the studio, air conditioned and all of that, that we don't know what is going outside. So we need people to call in and tell us, look, these tractors are there, I have them, and they are working for me and all of that. Fifi, what do you think?
I think that would be a good idea, but, so
that it doesn't look as if we are misinforming Nigeria.
Pushing it that way is going to break the leg of one, the table that we're managing, one leg of it that we're managing now. It might break it entirely because we might not be able to tell people that will tell you, I have not seen and all that. And it might actually be perceived as maybe we're trying.
No. Let it not be that we are pushing out false narratives. We are anti-government and anti-this or pro that.
But my major fear actually is this: when we can no longer keep up by in maintaining the food that we have. I'm talking about the organic food that we have at this point. I don't know if you recall, some time ago there were stories of permutation about going for GMOs, genetically modified organisms, and they were saying it's not harmful, it's good and all that. Now, if people who are doing the organic farming cannot get to their farm and harvest something, is it the GMO crops or variants that we are going to now be able to plant? Because they say
maybe the people that are pushing it will stop insecurity.
Okay, then.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. I didn't see that coming, but all the same, we'll see how that turns out. I'll see how that plays out too. But just know, so that the government will not say they are not aware. Okay, I wouldn't want us to have that notion where we say there's a big divide between the people and the government. United Nations have made us understand that we are now at par with the likes of DR Congo, where we know there's war in Africa, over countries that are in dire need of food. Yes, very soon it's going to turn out to be a catastrophic event if we cannot curb it at this particular point or level that it is now. Someone or some people before now in Benny will wake up to tell you they want to exchange their food, maybe a tuber of yam to maybe a slippers or something like that. Chukuma, have you noticed that if you get to the market now, people cannot buy one tuber of yam, so they divide it?
No, I don't go to market.
Oh, you don't go to market? I do. Even noodles, even pastas. So they find a way to divide it. If I cannot buy one tuber for 2,000 or 3,000.
I go to superstores. I don't go to market.
I didn't see that. Stop it and like it. I'll be like you when I grow up. Don't worry. I'll be like you when I grow up. But all the same, it speaks to what is happening in Nigeria. We're having hunger issue. Some people are calling for government to declare, state of emergency on hunger and food and all that. Away from that, Let's take it down to Kano State again, where we learned that the Kano State Police Command has recovered, I beg your pardon, Toyota Hilux, a vehicle stolen from the office of the Deputy Governor, and arrested a suspected person who happens to be a pensionable driver linked to this particular theft. According to a police report, the vehicle was traced and recovered in the early hours of Wednesday following a swift and coordinated operation by security operators. The suspect, identified as one of the permanent and pensionable drivers I told you earlier, attached to the Deputy Governor's office, was apprehended and is currently assisting investigators with the ongoing probe. In a statement issued on Wednesday, the press secretary to the Deputy Governor, Ibrahim Shuaibu, described the incident as a clear breach of trust by the arrested driver. According to the statement, the state government assured the public that it remained committed to safeguarding lives and property, both within and outside the government house. Kudos to the Kano State Police Command for their swift action and also the recovering of the Hilux vehicle that was stolen. According to them, this particular theft was carried out by a driver attached to the Deputy Governor of the state, and he is helping them, helping the investigators with a further investigation to find out what really happened, what really transpired. Because if there is someone to steal a car, I believe there will be somewhere a buyer waiting for the vehicle to be either dismantled and the parts to be sold, or maybe a whole. They might sell it off and all that. But now, talking about trust and, seeing trust to be a very big problem here, because that was what the Secretary to the Deputy Governor of the state, Ibrahim Shuaibu, noted. He said this incident described a clear breach of trust, between both the driver and also the Deputy Governor. What happened? How come a driver, a permanent and pensionable driver, will now, stoop too low to the level of stealing the principal's vehicle to go sell? That's another question. And what really transpired? How come this actually played out? Is it that he's been underpaid? Is he what? I don't know. But anyway, I believe that before the week runs out, or by next week, we'll get the full story and full gist on what really transpired, what happened in Kano State between the Deputy Governor and the arrested driver.
I think the problem is systemic, is a Nigerian thing. Why wouldn't the driver steal when people in government, people in high offices are stealing? And they are learning we learn by example. These are role models. If the governor is living larger than life, the deputy is living larger than life, we have commissioners that are living larger than life, we have ministers, and so do you expect the poor driver, not to live large himself? That is the problem. We have lost our values, We don't have value systems anymore. The good ones we had in the past, we have lost all of them. So that is why everybody, especially when we don't have consequences, for our actions and inactions. Yeah. When you have people in government that steal and you are chasing them and they are running away, running to Dubai, running to UK for medical trip and all of that, and coming back and going to EFCC to report themselves, and EFCC letting them go and declaring them wanted afterwards, and all of that, so it's a whole mix, it's a whole blend of who are we, what do you want us to do, so we move on like that. Like you said, let's see how this investigation pans out, but it's good that the guy was apprehended. I've always maintained that, look, poverty, is not an excuse for crime.
Yeah.
The majority of us are poor, but we are not all thieves, we are not all thieves. So live within your means. If you live beyond your means and you put yourself into trouble, well, that's your own cup of tea. Well, let's move away from that and quickly go to newspaper headlines, where we have The Guardian, we have Daily Trust, Business, The Independent, Tribune, and others. I'll start with The Guardian. And the story on top of the nameplate says, IHS Holdings chairman Sam Darwish credits Nigeria for strong Q3 25 earnings. They are talking about Q3 2025 earnings. Now, the big story itself, NGE insists on free press as Tinubu urges fairness, pledges recovery. And the window headlines, House probes 12 trillion naira usage by DFIs, 20 trillion naira abandoned projects. Nigeria records 566,300 leaked accounts amid 90.6 million global breaches. Nigerian president since 1999 breached constitution, ROEC alleges, that is Resident Electoral Commission alleges. Kanu prays appeal court to stop terrorism charge ruling. Minister Senior advocates of Nigeria differ on Wike's confrontation with military. Federal government outlaws mother tongue policy, reinstates English as language of instruction. Presidency denies Trump effect on NGX sell-offs as Khan seeks end to genocide. Biden challenges global content dominance via Leke. I hope I got that right. And that's it from the Guardian newspaper.
Up next is the Daily Independent newspaper with the window headlines, a journalist indispensable in electoral integrity. That's coming from the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Senate okays 1.15 trillion naira loan to fund 2025 budget deficit. Radar said that story moves to amend NPHCDA Act, dismisses reports of alleged plot to remove Akpabio. And we have the banner headline to be, despite court order, PDP vows to go ahead with National Convention. Anyway, I know that's actually going to have its own implication. Nigeria to raise 150 billion naira for vaccine procurement. Riders, Pate, Edun Bagudu outline fiscal health sector transformation agenda. OB demands comprehensive overhaul of health sector. REP probes 12 trillion naira funding of DFIs. Makinde making Ibadan livable. That's coming from Obasanjo. Tinubu has spent 1.15 trillion naira importing ammunition from US, and that's according to IMPI. Another bold headline on the cover page of the Daily Independent newspaper today reads, FG not ready to meet our demands. ASU laments. It's like strike is, imminent at this point in time. In one breath of getting that everything that ASU needs have been provided for them. And here we're getting ASU again saying that federal government is not ready to meet their demands. And the bottom strip headline, that's the last but not the least of the headline on the cover page of the Daily Independent this morning. I will keep pleading with my deputy. Won't force him to join APC. That's coming from Governor Diri. Those are the stories on the cover page of the Daily Independent.
And that will be it on newspaper headlines. I'll return here at 10 o'clock for extended review of newspaper headlines with other analysts. We'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll get into the first major topic of discussion. Shegumi accuses Middle Belt groups of fabricating Christian genocide, burying empty coffins. Join us again, we'll be right back.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP this morning, 8 a.m. Monday through Friday.
.2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
All right, then welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning on Voice of the People Television. Well, controversial Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has alleged that some groups in Nigeria's Middle Belt have been burying empty coffins to falsely portray mass killing of Christians and promote what he described as a fake narrative of genocide. Gumi made the claim in a post on his verified Facebook page while reacting to criticism that trailed his ongoing stay in Turkey. This is amid fears of possible U.S. military intervention in Nigeria following President Donald Trump's remarks about alleged persecution of Christians. He wrote, and I quote, "A doctor wrote to me, do you know that some Middle Belt Christian groups are now staging fake mass killings? They are burying empty coffins and recording the process as if real victims were killed just to push the narrative of a Christian genocide. This is desperation at its peak, a disgrace, manipulating information just to provoke hatred and international sympathy." End of quote. Well, the cleric, who has continued to grant interviews from Turkey, dismissed suggestions that he fled the country to avoid potential U.S. attacks, saying his trip had been scheduled before Trump's statement. While in another post, he described the allegations of Christian genocide as a deliberate attempt to malign Islam and the enforcement of Sharia law in Nigeria. We've been joined here in the studio in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst. Good morning, Dele, and thanks for being part of the show. We appreciate your presence. Thank you very much.
A pleasure.
We have also been joined virtually from our Port Harcourt outstation by Archbishop Ibioku Bob Manuel. He is a public affairs analyst and former national vice president of the Institute of Strategic Management, Nigeria. Good morning to you, Archbishop Bob Manuel, and thanks for being part of the show. Good morning, Archbishop. Can you hear me? I need for you to unmute your mic so that I can get your audio feed.
Okay, thank you. I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning, Archbishop. Welcome to VOP This Morning. We appreciate your presence. And from Abuja, we have been joined by Mr. Aliyu Usman. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Mr. Aliyu Usman.
Yeah, good morning. It's good to be with you again this morning.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence. We have also been joined by Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams is a human rights activist, he's a constitutional lawyer. He was the spokesperson for Chief Bitrus Itubo and Peter Obi in the 2023 governorship election in Rivers State. Good morning to you, Barrister Asim Adams.
Good morning to you, Mr. Okoro. Good morning to you, everybody.
Gentlemen, thanks for coming to the show. We appreciate your presence. Let me start with you here in the studio, Mr. Fanimo. Can you make sense of what Gumi said that, look, Christian groups in the Middle Belt are burying empty coffins just to create a narrative of a genocide, that there is mass killing of Christians? The coffins that we see that are buried, do you by any chance, you have been a reporter, you have inside information, you get information anyhow, because you have been in this trade for a very long time. Have you ever heard, has it ever escaped from someone, got into your ears that, look, this thing that Sheikh Gumi said could be real? Do you have an idea? Help us, please.
I think it marks of height of irresponsibility for Gumi to even imagine that, not to talk of spewing it. And it's very, very uncharitable and a way of denigrating the soul and spirit of those who had been mowed down in that area. Maybe he has his own idea or perhaps his own thinking that is different from reality. Because as soon as this thing came up, I went back in time to check the videos. In most of these mass burials, there was no coffin. Nobody used coffins. Lifeless bodies, corpses, dressed with different colors of attires, some exposing the leg, some exposing the head. Young children between the ages of 2, 3, laid bare on the floor. And you are now coming to say, this is the height of it. I, for one, my position on this genocide thing, that I didn't put my finger to the fact that there is genocide, but this is the height of it. That man needs to be examined properly if his mental state is stable for him to have said this. And I am not mincing words over this, because I'm really, really pained that those people that died, even when they never saw death coming, we should respect their souls. They didn't plan to die. They didn't know that they would be in harm's way. Some people decided without provocation to slaughter a mass of people. What is mass grave? Mass grave is for two reasons. One, if you cannot identify those killed, maybe they were mangled to the point that you cannot recognize them. Then when the deaths are multiple, that you cannot be digging. Now imagine 213 people slaughtered in one day. How many graves are you going to dig? This is the reason why there was mass grave. The third one is maybe robbery suspects that have been kept in mortuary for so long, accident victims that cannot be recognized, that nobody came to take their bodies. Those are the reasons why you have mass graves. And now, somebody somewhere woke up from the wrong side of his bed just because he claims to be a cleric. Is that the way to protect your religion?
Okay. All right. Is that the way to protect your religion? You have painted a very gory picture, and a lot of. I'm not sure I can take this, because I try to.
I understand your emotions.
Yes, my emotions and all of that. Now, in all of this issue of genocide, have you noticed recently, that despite this,
there's upsurge.
There's an upsurge, in the killing of people within that zone, middle belt,
yes,
and all of that. What could be the reason? Does it look like? Or it does appear that the Trump threat is not trying to deter.
No, you see, it just shows you that these killers are intentional in their approach to these killings. And they are not ready to stop. I was watching a video the other time, and somebody said, if we are to stop this attitude of killing people endlessly, that it has to come from certain quarters. And since it has not come, that means we have a free reign. The other day we were here when we saw a video of bandits rejoicing and celebrating live on top of a mountain. Some were even putting on a uniform. All these things. It also points to the fact that there are hidden collaborators, sponsors, financiers that are within the corridors of power.
More like an agenda.
It's like an agenda. Yes, I'm beginning to see it.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Fadimo, for your submission. Let's take this conversation to Abuja, where we have Mr. Ali Usman, who is a public affairs analyst. Good morning once again, Mr. Ali Usman, and thank you for being part of us today. Let's get your opinion on the statement made by Sheikh Ahmed Gumi when he said that, people are becoming intentional, rather, in his words, say that this is more like a way to further create a very bad narrative about Nigeria so that the likes of bringing out manipulative information just to provoke hatred and international sympathy at this point. What do you have to say about the fact that he went further to point out that the alleged Christian genocide, in his words, actually is an attempt to malign Islam and also the enforcement of Sharia law in Nigeria? When on this table, he also pointed out the fact that not just Christians are killed, Muslims too are killed. And these are being killed by extremists. I'm talking about jihadists, whom Donald Trump have pointed out to say he's going to come to Nigeria to kill the extremist jihadists operating on the soil of Nigeria and killing people. Help us actually with your opinion on this, please.
All right. First of all, I think the statement from the Sheikh is vague. Vague in the sense that there is no timeline to the allegation that is being made. So we don't know if he's referring to a recent incident or perhaps something that he thinks has happened in the past. So to that extent, when the allegation is not clear, it will not, I don't think that there will be a proper response to it. So just so that if there is an error in whatever he has said, we don't go on that line to continue to whip maybe something that is not correct. If you go through one of the reports written by one of the dailies, it appears that Shigumi was quoting what somebody told him. But we don't have the place, the name of the person who told him, or which of the groups in Middle Belt that is being alleged to be carrying that out. So to that extent, I think the information provided is not is vague. So I may not be able to properly contextualize the situation other than to speculate, and I wouldn't want to do that. But with respect to the other comments you made about him talking about stopping of Sharia or other things. See, there are certain things that we need to understand, especially about Sharia. Sharia is something that is being applied every day in the life of a Muslim. You know, so even without a codified law, for instance, a Muslim will still apply the Sharia when he does the things that Islam has asked him to do. You know, when he wakes up in the morning and prays, and which most Muslims do 5 times a day, when he goes to the market and trade and he complies with the Islamic injunction on trading, when he relates to his neighbor and he's good and kind to his neighbor, he's still carrying and he's still part of the stipulation.
Yes, those actually are the words of the Sharia law and what is expected, or from people who practice Islam as a religion to uphold. So are we going to see such now being sent to all Nigeria, knowing that Nigeria is a secular state? Because in his word, it says that this particular statement of Christian genocide is isn't that an indictment on its own, by making it look like the talk about killing of Christian now is a way to malign Islam and also the enforcement of Sharia law in a secular country as Nigeria?
Well, you see, the Sheikh has his opinion, and his opinion is well documented on issues of this matter and other national issues, But, Nigeria is a secular state. But then again, even when you are talking about codified Sharia, codified Sharia applies to Muslims. It doesn't apply to non-Muslims.
So why do we have issues in flushing out or in killing extremists? Or in taking out, eradicating extremists, jihadist extremists in the words of, Donald Trump? Are we going to, at this point, are we seeing another, maybe another jihad movement, led by another group at this point on the soil of Nigeria, just like what we saw that played out with Usman Dan Fodio when he invaded Nigeria on the notion of Sharia war and all that?
All right. First of all, let me start from the place you just dropped it. To start with, that Usman Dan Fodio did not invade Nigeria, as at the time the Dan Fodio jihad happened, there was no entity known as Nigeria as we have it today. And secondly, again, it was not, we need to understand that part of history very well. It is one of the most misrepresented part of our history. Usman Dan Fodio was not a warrior. He didn't even start any wars. It was a self-defense. He was the one who was attacked and he defended himself. He was just a preacher. So by the time he defended himself, and then the subsequent things that happened took place, and the entire gamut of what happened now turned out to be what metamorphosed into the caliphate. Okay. And to that extent, you can say that I think that started in 1804. In 1804, the British had not even.
Okay, Aliyu, I understand the history you are trying to reel out. Yeah, that's good. At least you have made a point. But I'd like for us to, because time is perishable, we need to move on to other things.
Okay.
But before we go to Port Harcourt, where we have Bishop Bob Marley on standby, I would like to ask you said something about speculating on what the Sheikh said that, look, someone told him, there was a report and someone told him that Christian groups in Middle Belt, were faking mass graves and all of that just to portray Christian genocide. According to you, he was quoted. And within that context, you don't know what to say. Do you, without the Sheikh saying that, have you ever heard, that at any point, that there was a fake mass burial in that part of the country? And is there a possibility that a group of people who have been killed in their numbers, do you by chance know that groups in that region who have been killed in their numbers, could go to the extent of trying to fake mass killings just to portray something that is real and existential? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, I don't know of any such things. Secondly, I also don't think that people would go to the extent of faking their own death, whatever point they are trying to make. I don't believe that they would do that, because I don't have any evidence of that having happened anywhere else. So unless it happens, or I see it, or it's reported, there is an investigation and it is confirmed, whatever anybody says to that extent may just still, like I've said, be in the realms of speculation. But we also need to understand what is happening, because this whole scenario has been created, a we versus them situation has been created, where certain policies are interpreted as being against them, and certain groups are being seen as being favored. So where you have such situation, you find a situation where people are trying to underplay the narrative of certain people and trying to bring up theirs. What I do know is the allegation that tend to be made that when things like this happen and there are casualties in the Middle Belt area, that it gets more media coverage, that it gets more attention than when such things happen elsewhere around the northern region as well, especially when the victims are Muslims, or when these things happen in Muslim-dominated areas. I have heard such allegations being made. I have heard people talk about the fact that they don't get as much coverage as when, yeah, exactly.
When it happens on the reverse side of it. Before we leave you now, Mr. Osman, is there genocide in Nigeria, whether Christian or Muslim? Is there genocide in Nigeria?
Well, I wouldn't say there is a genocide. I would say there are mass killings. Because when you call it a genocide, you have to prove that first, that there is an entrenched interest, whether ethnic, religious, or any economic, that is trying to get another person out of the way to take over certain, whether territory, or to gain certain economic advantage or social advantage. Now, when you look at the entire conflict that is happening, you can bring in ethnic coloration to it, you can bring in religious coloration to it, you can also bring in economic coloration to it. But this same thing affects everybody all across. When you look at the two most affected states in the north that are Christian majority, whether that's Benue or that's Plateau, whatever is going on in those places, you can say the same about Sokoto, you can say the same about Zamfara, you can say the same about Kebbi, you can say the same about Niger, and more recently it has extended to Kwara. More recent, I think about 2 weeks ago, the deputy speaker of the Kebbi State House of Assembly
Oh, we lost connection. We lost connection to you, Mr. Usman. We'll take the conversation now to Port Harcourt, where we have Archbishop Dr. Ibiokun Gospel Bob Manuel join us. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning once again, Archbishop Dr. Ibiokun Gospel Bob Manuel. Now, what do you make of the statement of Sheikh Ahmed Gumi? He made the statement somewhere in Turkey, saying that people of the Middle Belt are burying empty coffin. In the words of Usman this morning, Aliyu, he said that whatever thing that is happening in maybe in Plateau or in Southern Kaduna or maybe even in Benue State, also it's repeating itself somewhere in Sokoto and also in other parts of the northern Nigeria at this point. Are we saying also that those people that were killed there, also the coffins or the burials we've seen them of Ghana is empty coffins at this point? And what do you make of this? You're supposing it to the fact that he went further to talk about the allegation of Christian genocide being a deliberate attempt to halt the enforcement of Sharia law in Nigeria that happens to be a secular nation.
Well, thank you. I think my stand is, number one, I condemn, everybody has freedom of speech, but in the state of our nation, the insecurity, I condemn it outrightly, and I count it as very insensitive coming from a cleric of note who should be an advocate of peace and not taking sides, whether you be a Christian cleric or an Islamic cleric or whatsoever. Well, it's just like the last speaker said, when you don't have clear-cut evidence about where, when, and how these allegations have happened, there are no records that you are making reference to. Even the people that, like a hearsay, and you come, we that are on that.
All right, I guess we lost connection also with Dr. Ibiokun Bob Manuel. We will actually ask our team to work on it. Okay, go on, Archbishop, if you're back, go on.
Okay. It's possible that Gumi is trying to defend his faith against the backdrop of the American, I would say threat, American position about Christian genocide in Nigeria, which has been serialized in their own intelligence. So even if you are defending that, you can say things that are more acceptable than saying a group of people have been burying empty caskets and trying to get sympathy with that. We know what happened in Yewa recently. The president visited and couldn't get to the place where it happened. We know the elders and farmers clash almost regularly around the Middle Belt. We know the recent Plateau happenings where even military personnel came out and testified. Though, yeah, there could be pockets of people from the two religions being affected. In every situation, there will be collateral damages. And the collateral damages could affect even an innocent stray bullets and innocent people.
So at this point in time, Archbishop, are we supposed as a nation to have issues or even further divide ourselves when we have a particular people, I'm talking about US now, having it at the back of their mind or having interest in coming out to help us end the people that have been pushing us further into unbearable pain of avoidable death for the past 15 years or thereabout? Should we have issues? When Donald Trump said we're going to come in to take out the extremist jihadists operating on the soil of Nigeria?
Well, I don't have an issue. Maybe because he has defined it so, they didn't come from the air to make that statement. There were congressional presentations. There were even groups from Nigeria who went to the US Congress to serialize with evidence what their communities have been going through. So the president did not just come out because he hates Muslim or Nigeria. It has been a global fight, and he says it's not limited to Nigeria.
Okay.
It's like a human rights, a civil fight, but it differs from nation to nation.
All right,
for instance,
okay, land on your thought. Yeah. Land on your thought. Go ahead, land on your thought.
Yes, what I'm saying is, you can see recently The president did not even say America will not attend the G20 summit in South Africa because of their human rights records nosediving. He said America will not, their attendance there will be that they are given tacit approval to what is happening in South Africa. And so it's not like it's just Nigeria. They are worried about the global insecurity and occasioned by governments that are insensitive, who have complete armed forces and they cannot deploy to stop it. You know, Abacha said one thing. He said, if insecurity lasts for 24 hours, then the government is complicit. Because they are the people who have the legal right, the resources to be able to quell any insecurity. And if they cannot for 48 hours, then that government becomes suspicious and their military apparatus.
All right.
So to that extent, you will blame him.
All right, Bishop, there's been hot air in Nigeria in the past days, you know, a few days that Trump designated Nigeria, redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC. It's also interesting to know, like you said, Nigeria is not alone, you know, it's not a lone thing. We have countries like China, we have countries like Pakistan, we have countries like Iran, even Myanmar, you know, that appear on that CPC list, and Nigeria has been redesignated at one. But there is this kind of pushback, you know, by Nigerian government and people in Nigeria, Nigerians as well, notable Nigerians, who have heard Wole Soyinka say, no, there is no Christian genocide. We have even heard Christian clerics say, look, there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria. You are not bishop. Do you think that there is genocide in Nigeria? And what is the role of the church, you know, in trying to say, look, we want to defend our faith, not just defending our faith as Christians, but defending Nigerians as a whole. Nigerians should not be killed, whether they are Christians, Muslims, traditionalists, or what. What is your opinion on all of this?
Well, my opinion, the word genocide is a matter of semantics. Like we said, are there killings? Are there incessant killings over these years with a legitimate government in place? Yes. And when something is uncontrollable, it's not genocidal, it's serial. I just read from the papers, even from your publication, that in Kaduna, an Ekwa priest was taken on, 11 people abducted. That is even as we are talking now. So when something is realized and people have record of it and it's not being ameliorated, it's not stopped deliberately, intentionally, what does it amount to? What genocide is an English language? It's neither, even the people from all faith, even the free thinkers that are being killed. We're talking of killings. But now, what the Americans have is that most of this group, the Iswap group, the Boko Haram group, the bandits, majority of them are made up of people from the Islamic faith. We are not talking of armed robbers. We are not talking of all these people. We are talking of people who their ideology is based on a faith. And that is the basis why it is looking like it's a Christian and a Muslim thing. Even some of their sponsors, people have come out to say these are their sponsors, and most of them are on the other faith.
Archbishop, established, according to your opinion, there is killings. There are killings in Nigeria, and it looks like genocidal, you know. Now, as a member of the body of Christ, what is the responsibility of the church, you know, to ensure that they protect Nigerians when they are killed? You are a member of, you are an archbishop. What role has the church played in interfacing with government, in interfacing with authorities?
That what Christianity preaches peace. In fact, it will say Jesus is the Prince of Peace. Even at the point of killing, we are not asked to maybe take arms or to retaliate. It talks of forgiveness. So basically, and that is why people think that Christians are weak. But they are not weak. They are practicing their faith in such a way that everybody can be on his own side freely. But without being armed, you go into a church, you burn the church down, you kill people. Even when you have security in churches, except these days that some men of God carry armed policemen around. If not, we don't even carry people like that. You have just boys who are not armed around the church doing ushering work and all that. But now you find that those kind of unarmed people, armed men will go in and slaughter them. It's painful.
Right.
So what the church has always done, let me tell you what has been done. What has been done nationally, there is interfaith, I'm part of it. There is interfaith organization where the Sultan is head and the Khan president is head. It's composed of senior clerics from the two faiths. They come in and they look at these issues when they happen and encourage their adherents to desist. And the federal government recognize them. They are like NGOs.
Okay.
So that whenever, yes. So what we are doing is just that the radicals in the faith, and maybe like somebody said, it could be political, it could be economic, it could be religious. Some people are extremists, let us call them so. It's not every Christian or Muslim. I have a lot of Muslim friends. Even I have a lot of Muslim clerics as friends. We have eaten in the same plate. Without having a friend, I go to their meetings and we hold meetings. Even here in River State. So what we're saying, the bad eggs who radicalize themselves and make economic gains out of it, from kidnapping, from killing, from all that. That is what the government is supposed to fight. They are criminals. Forget
those
about,
are the people that made up the extremist jihadists that Trump talked about.
Yes,
you just talked about the extremists. And also I asked you earlier, is there anything wrong? Is there anything wrong in taking out the extremists who have actually been killing people in their numbers in Nigeria? And you said no to that question. And without to bring it,
nothing. Let me tell you this. The Bible said the soul that sinneth. The Bible said the soul that sinneth shall die if you don't repent. It's only genuine repentance. Even the Boko Haram who have repented, are they still pursuing them? They won't conscript them into the Nigerian armed forces again.
Thank you so much.
If they are not repentant,
thank you, Archbishop.
If they are not repentant, and it's like judgment coming over them because of their excesses, Nigeria should thank that kind of government for coming to do what they cannot do. They are not taking over our sovereignty. They are coming to make sure that that peace we cannot enforce here with our armed forces, it is done for us. You remember before Donald Trump left the first time, an American was abducted in the north and they were kept. They came with their people intelligently without losing one soul. They pick up those people, they freed them from the hands of these extremists. None of their people was killed. They have enough superior power, they have enough intelligence, and they are not going to politicize the issue. So it's either those doing this thing, they renege from it and become normal citizens. Some will say they are foreigners. How do you allow foreigners come into your territory and begin to kill your people?
That is actually a question on many Nigerians.
It is called for.
That's a question on the mouth of many Nigerians, Archbishop. Thank you so much for submission. We have another guest in the studio. We'd like to get the opinion of Mr. Benjamin Ogulami. Good morning once again, and good to have you join today's conversation. What do you make of this particular statement by Sheikh Ahmed Gumi and the fact that some people are already saying that their life actually is in danger? For example, we have a particular man who's come up to talk. He said, I've witnessed a numerous violent attack in northern Nigeria where Christians were specifically targeted and massacred. And that this particular, because of the statement he made, he said, my life at this point is in danger. Let's also just suppose that it's what actually is playing out. Where we learned also today that 4 people have been killed, with a pastor of Ekwa Church abducted and 11 others abducted in Lere local government area, which happens to be within the southern part of Kaduna State. And this whole thing more like is increasing because the other day, the Kaduna State government come up to tell Nigerians that they are celebrating, a better way to reach a compromise with the terrorists by giving them free medical health care and education too. Saying that they've been able to regain 500,000 hectares of land from the hands of the bandits, and that trucks can now move freely like 3 or 4 times in a week, flying the routes that these 10 rallies have actually occupied in that state.
Well, my opinion would be that Nigeria before this time hasn't been a serious nation, or let me say it's a serious nation with unserious leadership. We've been entrenched so much in religious bigotry. And then to this end, I will say that some of us at a particular angle in Nigeria, we are operating with the Constitution of Nigeria. And we observe that larger parts of the North, or let me say the North, the core North, operate the Sharia law. That even their lawmakers don't even understand what Nigerian Constitution is saying. They focus so much on the postulations of the Sharia law. And then talking about genocide of Christians, Christians aren't the only set of people experiencing genocide. And I would not say Christian in particular experienced this. But in the world, we have seen a Christian nation turn to a Muslim nation. And there are leaders in the world sponsoring jihadists against other nations. And then we must say clearly that all these things are still just widespread rumor in Nigeria that Nigeria wants to be Islamized. And for that reason, Christians must face their own genocide. It's not true. Even the poor against the rich, the poor is also facing another kind of genocide. I don't want to limit it to Christian genocide alone, but whatever interest anyone is making in the world today, saying Nigeria is expressing this kind of genocide, I would say it is limited, and it is just they are trying to divide the nation.
When you say they are trying to divide the nation, we have over 200 bodies charred in Benue State to start with. You know, recent time, not the one that happened when we had the president, Muhammadu Buhari, went also to tell them, please find a way to accommodate your brothers. And then he took it back again to somewhere in Plateau State, where we also learned that a quite reasonable amount of people also were killed too. Also back again in Benue, another killing happened. Take it to Southern Kaduna too. The same
is it just starting now?
No, the question I'm asking is when you say that we're having little of it playing out, you know, the little of it now, is it that until when it gets to billions?
No.
Or when maybe
that's not what I mean.
How the 200 and above 200 million of us actually gone down, that's where we now know that we're having an issue.
This case isn't just starting today. We didn't see anything. It happened during Buhari era where Kan chairman was beheaded. What happened? Nothing happened. But the only thing I say at this moment is Christian leaders have not been responsible, especially the Kan hasn't been responsible to the Christian fellowship in general in Nigeria.
What do you want them to do? Looking at
there should be a voice.
Like
what should be a voice at this
how
time.
do you want the voice
speaking.
to be?
And if you want to be a voice, you shouldn't be political. They cannot be political over the years, taking side. We've seen Khan supporting when Goodluck Jonathan was there, they've supported. Now, when you have taken strange fire onto your own altar, you get burnt. Now, at this period, look at what happened during Buhari era. Redeemed pastor came out in protest saying they do prayer work when the Khan chairman was beheaded. What is happening now? We're speaking. Have they come out to do the same thing? No. But my own position is this, that we should not limit the genocide in Nigeria to Christians. I am a Christian, I'm a believer. But I do not want the tagging of Christian. Donald Trump had actually seen this as a way, a medium to penetrate into the country. Okay. Even if it's coming or intervention into the country is having its own undertone.
You have said quite a few things that are not just instructive but also topical, you know, and raised a few talking points. When you say it's just a way for them to divide Nigeria,
yeah.
Who do you mean? Who wants to divide
Our
Nigeria?
leaders before this time, our political class before this time had divided us. We're only looking for a way.
Division in terms of not physical division.
No.
Okay.
They've divided us, and that's just their own win. When they've divided Nigeria, they've got entrance into a particular sect. But saying Christian genocide, yes, it's happening. I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
But giving it such magnitude that it's only Christians, we've seen Muslims object to this.
Okay, so there is
It's
genocide.
not that Muslims are killing Christians; they are extremists.
There is genocide and there is massacre.
Oh yes.
Okay. Now, when you say that Donald Trump is finding a way to come into Nigeria, can you expatiate on that?
It is because our leaders are irresponsible to our own citizens.
Coming to do what?
Who?
Trump. But is a way, you said it's a way of him coming into Nigeria to come and do what?
To face terrorism, which is a world pandemic. Okay. Everybody understands. It's not limited to Nigeria. Okay. It's happening all over the world. So if our leaders could not tackle it, it's because they know about it. Okay. And they've given the chance to US to step into the case.
Is it welcomed by you?
Well, it is partially, let me say. If it does not have any undertone by the US.
Exactly. I like the fact that you brought us to this point. We need to move into the next topic of conversation. But what do you mean by undertone?
Is there any nation in the world that the US had intervened and not take charge of part of their resources?
Okay.
What's happening in Libya now? Such thing happened in Libya, and we're saying that after the elimination of Gaddafi, Libya is suffering from it today.
Now, the question I want to ask you is this. These resources that we're talking about at this point, of what benefit is it to Nigerians? How are you using it? Because we need to understand. We have high deposits of many mineral resources in Nigeria. We have the sweetest of the crude at this point in time. Of what benefit is it to you and I, average Nigerians?
Most of us in Nigeria today, we are calling for this intervention because only few people benefit from these resources. Even myself seated here, I'm not even benefit a pure water from
Okay, so if you benefit from it, you will not want
so because yes, if you were in that system, in that establishment, benefiting from it, you will want to play safe so that the interruption of the United States would not affect
Okay,
your
before
cost.
we leave now, a few people also think that Trump is coming maybe because China is somewhere, in the
Trump is doing what?
He's coming.
Okay.
That Trump wants to come because he is against China, taking possession of the resources in the parts of the north. You don't believe that?
I don't believe that.
Okay, you don't believe that.
Are we going to, just in 30 seconds, are we going to see another jihadist movement? Why I'm asking this is, let's take this way. Sheikh Gumi was among the people that wanted to go for the Hajj. He was denied entrance into
For jihad?
For Hajj.
Okay, for Hajj.
He was denied entrance into the Saudi Arabia. And today he's somewhere in Turkey. And also Turkey, in other breath, actually is coming into West Africa. For example, attending the BAMI 25, in Mali, and also exposing their military weapons and all that for it to be part of that fair. What do you make of this particular move at this point in time? And the fact that Sheikh Gumi made this revelation when he went to Turkey, talking about how Nigerians are burying empty coffins for them to gain sympathy and store the, the implementation of Sharia law on Nigeria.
In Nigeria, what I've seen so far is when there is a fact, they always create a counterfact. Even government itself will create a propaganda to tackle the fact. And that is just what Sheikh Gumi is doing. Nobody's burning empty coffin in Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. We appreciate your thoughts and everything you said thus far during this program. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. We'll continue with the rest of the show. We have the second topic of conversation to be that the Nigerian Senate, at this point in time, has approved the 1.15 trillion naira loan for the president for them to run the 2025 budget deficit. Let's explore this after the break. All right, glad to have you back as VOP this morning. The Nigerian Senate has approved the request of President Bola Tinubu to raise 1.15 trillion naira from the domestic debt market to cover the unfunded portion of the 2025 budget deficit. This comes after the adoption of a report by the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debt during plenary on Wednesday. According to the committee, the 2025 Appropriation Act provides for a total expenditure of 59.99 trillion naira, representing an increase of 5.25 trillion naira over the 54.75 trillion naira initially proposed by the executive. The expansion credited a total budget deficit of 14.10 trillion naira. Of this, 12.95 trillion naira had already been approved for borrowing, leaving an unfunded deficit of approximately 1.15 trillion naira. In the related development, a motion by Senator Abdul Ningi was adopted directing the Senate Committee on Appropriations to intensify its oversight to ensure that the borrowed funds are properly implemented in the 2025 fiscal year and used strictly for their intended purposes. Recall that President Bola Tinubu had on November 4th requested the approval of the National Assembly for a fresh 1.15 trillion naira borrowing from the domestic debt market to help finance the deficit in the 2025 budget. We still have with us Delifani Moore, a veteran reporter, a public affairs analyst, and Obeyemi Ogulami, who happens to be the coordinator of Take It Back movement in Koshofe here in Lagos. And we have Barrister Asim Madam join us virtually. Ali Usman also, who is a public affairs analyst, join us virtually from Abuja. And Archbishop Dr. Ibokun Gospel Bob Manuel, a public affairs analyst and former national vice president, Institute of Strategic Movement of Nigeria, also join us from Port Harcourt virtually. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. I would like to start off this conversation, with getting the opinion of Mr. Delifani Moore. What do you make of this sudden approval given by the Senate at this point for us to run a deficit of the 2025 budget? And in the words of the Minister of Finance, he said if we were to go on with this borrowing, that shows that debt will actually skyrocket to 190-something trillion naira. Do we need to borrow money at this point, given the fact that the NNPC and the House Committee in charge of them are yet to tell Nigerians what happened to 210 trillion naira that actually was accounted for? And this money is actually we're talking about was what they cannot account for from 2023, I beg your pardon, to 2025. And also, if you check customs, they've been able to, make up to 1-point-something trillion naira, and the year is still running and all that. Please, let's get your opinion on this.
You see, let's start by understanding what budget is about. But budget, in a layman's language, is proposal of what I intend to spend, all things being equal. And the summary is what we get when the executive arm proposes to the Senate. And then further breakdown comes from the finance minister. It is not sacrosanct that the budget must be spent for that financial year. It depends on availability. It's like want and need. Want is insatiable, but you can manage needs. Now, for every of these kobo in this budget, there is appropriation. That's why MDAs appear before the Senate committees and House of Rep committees to explain their own budget, which is a micro part of the whole. Now, in running a budget, you can't take from sub-head A to finance sub-head B. So that is why the issue of customs making much money, cushioning the budget, federal revenue making much money, cushioning the budget. No. Now, let me say this. The 210 trillion you are talking about is an accumulation of guesswork based on unaudited account for many years. It didn't just start 2023 to now. And it is still subject to further probe by the National Assembly. And we cannot wait until that probe is determined and those who are concerned are told to refund before we run a budget. Right. Now, when this budget came up last year, we were here when I said this budget is unrealistic.
I wanted to get to that point too, because not just you, even the World Bank, IMF also say that these actually happen to be more like
because the parameters set for this budget since January 1st have not been met, except for the height of Ukraine and Russian crisis that notched up oil price to about 75 for just about 2 days. And this budget was predicated on $75 to a barrel. But as we speak, it still hovers around 62, 64, sometimes 65, you know. So that deficit is what we are borrowing to Kuchi.
Now, Nigeria run a zero-based budget to start with. And we also have the Fiscal Responsibility Act in place that made it this way, that before any money will be borrowed, the government is to tell us how the other ones will be spent. Mr. Benjamin Ogulami, are we walking in the right trajectory with, you know, Nigerian government or executive arm going to legislative to say we want to borrow another money just for the 2025 budget deficit? Recall that we extended also the running of the budget of 2024. It's supposed to end in June, but they expanded or extended it to December 2025 without telling us actually what really happened or obeying what the Fiscal Responsibility Act said, and yet we're going out to borrow more. Is that actually in line with what we should be doing at this point and what the Constitution pointed out?
Over the years in Nigeria, when you want to, when the government prepares budgets for another fiscal year, there's always analysis of how the money was spent, the proposals for the new year, and then the previous, perhaps a carryover from the previous year had to be stated. We haven't seen where our previous loans had been expended. We've not seen where a government will come up and tell us that the loan we got at so-so time was expended on so-so things. Now we're beginning to see, it's a usual thing, it's a recurrent thing in Nigeria that when a government is about to end its own term, you see them going for loans, oftentimes. Now, it shows that these loans are not even for the poor masses. They're not even for the country. Because you're getting bogus loans and it's not reflecting in the life of your populace. What's the essence of it? So all these things we have is just the National Assembly and the executive arm of government. They are in collaboration. Actually, the Senate President has said it that whatever the President wants, he will grant, and he's granting.
Okay, he's granting. If you said that they are in collaboration, as at the time this budget was proposed in 2024, you know, they captured that they were going to, the government said it, the executive said it, that we're going to borrow a certain 13.4 trillion naira, you know, as deficit. So it is clear. So if the President has gone back now to the Senate to say, okay, we need 1.5 trillion naira to help us finance the 2025 budget. Is that some form of collaboration?
The president we have now at this moment is someone that plans ahead, whatever he wants.
Okay.
So it's not something that is just coming overnight to get out. He planned ahead.
Okay.
And he also planned his own Senate president.
Okay.
Ordinarily, that Senate president shouldn't have been there because it's not even worth it. If you have the plan of a nation at heart, the good of the nation at heart, you shouldn't have.
I understand all of that.
Yeah.
Nigerians were told we have 13.4 trillion naira deficit in this budget. That is what we are going to borrow. You know, like Belly said, here, it's income and expectations, income and expenditure. You understand? And for the income, we are anticipating that we'll borrow 13.4 trillion naira. You know?
To be expended on what? Was it explained?
To fund the budget. The budget has several headings.
Is the budget reflecting in our lives? Is it showing our economy? We only read paper oftentimes every year. We read papers, but these things are not reflecting in our lives. It's only showing in the pulse and the luxury of lives that the political class are living.
Okay.
Now, upon all these loans and budget, January will still come and the poor masses will still be taxed. They will still be ripped off their lives. This is not the kind of country
I understand your position, but I want us to talk about what you said, collaboration.
Yeah, between the executive and the legislature.
So when the government said we were going to borrow a certain 13.3 billion naira to fund the budget, you know, trillion naira to fund the budget, Nigerians didn't raise eyebrows and all of that. So why should it be a problem?
How many Nigerians are informed about this? How many Nigerians are we actually informed? And people that are informed, what are they saying?
No, the people that are informed, there is eyebrow.
How many people are informed in Nigeria? As in
let's say that
really informed.
Let's say that we have 5%
that are informed.
As at the time the government said we are going to borrow 13.3 trillion naira, how many people kicked against it?
Even if the few that kick against it, kick against it, the others will shout. Your problem is too much. Nigeria hasn't gotten to that place where they need to question their leadership.
The Senate shouldn't approve this borrowing?
Our borrowing is too much in excess. Okay. And we are going into debt.
We want to use
this
it to fund
country
the
is
budget, like
draining
pay salaries and all of that.
We have a lot of things to spend on. Since the advent of democracy, or since democracy came into Nigeria, what have we done? We are repairing roads. Has it reflected in our tech skill? Has it reflected in our military? Has it reflected in our education? And these are things people say every year. Education, hospitality, has it reflected? No.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ogulami, for your submission. Mr. Ali Usman, let's get your opinion on this. Initially, Nigeria's budget for 2025 was at 54.74 trillion naira. And then because of the fact that the likes of custom and FIRS generated more money, and also a projection that oil will be sold at $75 per barrel, we found a way to push this particular budget to 59.99 trillion naira. A part which even the people that will borrow money from the World Bank were of the opinion that this is more like, let's say, an overkill. We're like stressing ourselves even when we don't have the strength to champion this. And then the government told Nigerians that we'll borrow a certain amount of money, 13 point something trillion naira for us to be able to push this up. And immediately that statement was made. Some people went in to calculate how much Nigeria will be owing, and they had a projection of 500 and something thousand naira being what an individual will owe in Nigeria. And now we are seeing 1.15 trillion to be another money, which the House of National Assembly already have, they've already signed it for the president to use to fund the deficit part of the 2025 budget. What do you have to say about this? And the fact that also the coordinating Minister of Economy told us that our debt ratio, our debt is at 109 something trillion naira. How does it make you feel as a Nigerian, even when some people will say we are not seeing this money, we're borrowing to consume, not even to produce?
I think that's where the problem is, borrowing to consume. Borrowing by itself, it's not a bad thing per se. All governments borrow. But what we do with what we borrow is where our attention should be. And secondly, we need to understand the role of National Assembly in this, particularly in this administration. This National Assembly has chosen to be a collaborative National Assembly and not an adversarial one. So to that extent, they would always grant the president's wishes. And my only concern is they do due diligence and ask all the right questions that Nigerians should ask. One important aspect also that we have left out is the place of civil societies. Now, you can say whatever you want to say about the National Assembly, but the president needs them, to get these things going. But what about civil society? Civil society end has been quiet. If government is borrowing and if other economic policies that have been put in place, for instance, the reforms that are ongoing, removal of subsidies and all of those things, we would expect that even if we had to borrow, we would not be depending so much on borrowing to fund a budget.
Okay.
And this is the part where I think the civil society has not been doing much. That's,
okay. All right, Mr. Liu, we are coasting home. We are practically out of time. But before we leave, when you talk about civil society and collaboration between the executive and the legislature, I ask again the same question I asked Wayemi here in the studio. Last year, Nigerians were told that a certain 13.3 trillion naira will be borrowed. Deficit will be borrowed to fund the budget. At that point, the civil society organizations that you were talking about, nobody went to court. No Nigerian went to court to say, look, president, don't borrow this money. Now, the president has said, look, I need a certain 1.5 trillion naira to help me run the 2025 budget. And we're having problems with it. Why should we?
Yeah, you see, it's a part of the same thing I'm saying. We shouldn't be having problems, especially when you look at what this latest borrowing is, 1.1 trillion. Which is what is being borrowed. I don't think we should have problem. We should have to borrow that because of, like I've said, all of the reforms that the president has kick-started from day one. These are the very places, these are the reasons why we should be asking questions, because in the previous times, in the last administrations, when they were borrowing, they would tell us we are maintaining subsidy, we are keeping this, we are keeping that, we are doing this, we are doing that. Now, those things have gone. I expect that, now, they are gone. I know that the country will still need to borrow in terms of the deficits, that whether it's in infrastructure or other services that we expect from government, government will still need to borrow, but not this much. When you look at the entire borrowing that has been done, it raises serious concern because I don't know, but all of these Bretton Woods institutions generally, I'm not comfortable each time we are.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ali Usman. We need to borrow, but the question is, what do we borrow the money for, according to Mr. Ali Usman? Please, I'll encourage you to stay with us as we get into the next topic of discussion. Now, DSS charges man for advocating military coup. We'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll get into all of that. Please do stay with us. All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. The Department of State Services, DSS, has filed a 6-count charge against 27-year-old Innocent Chukwuemeka Onukume for allegedly calling for a military coup in the country. Well, the charge brought before the Federal High Court in Abuja relates to posts Onukume made on his verified X account at the Agroman in October 2025. According to the DSS, the posts encouraged the removal of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, the suspension of the federal government, and support for the military in taking over the country. Well, in the charge filed on Tuesday by DSS counsel A.M. Danalami, Onukume's actions were said to contravene sections 46A, subsection 1, and 59, subsection 1 of the Criminal Code Act, as well as section 24, subsection 1, subsection B of the Crimes Prohibition Prevention Act 2024 as amended. Well, some of the statements attributed to him include: a coup in Nigeria is indeed, dispose of APC, suspend the Nigerian government, and join the AES. That is all we need now. He allegedly also wrote, it will happen eventually. Nigerian, the military needs your support now. Only they can save the country. The people in Aso Rock have basically sold this country to the West, and they run our intelligence apparatus. Only the military can reset this country. Well, in another post, reportedly stated, he has to go and APC has to die for Nigeria to have any semblance of normal life. And if you think your votes can remove him, I'm here to tell you that you're a fool. Now, that's all according to Onukume. We still have in the studio here human rights activist and coordinator of the Take It Back movement, Okpeyemi Benjamin Ogunlami. We also have Mr. Dele Fanimo and virtually Ali Usman. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Now, let's run because we're out of time. Okpeyemi, what's your take on this? DSS has charged a young man, 27-year-old, to court for calling for a coup.
Well, I would not be in support of any coup d'etat in Nigeria. That's one. And then the reason for that, Nigerians have lost hope. Imagine 27-year-old man saying the military should take over. It means that, and he's not the only one. A lot of people are saying it in the streets, but the knowledge and the operation of the military we should have. We are still speaking today. If military should take over, we won't be able to speak. A lot of us will be in guard room, a lot of us will be shot in the streets.
A lot of people also think that Nigerians spoke more during the military than this civilian administration. Like they said that we had a more vibrant, viral civil society.
The civil society. Do not forget that during that period, you had the Students' Union.
Okay.
You had a lot of civil society, and people were speaking up,
So why are we not
even to the
speaking now?
detriment, to the damage of their own life. Why are we not speaking now? We are speaking, but politically, if you want to speak, you want to protest, there will be a counter protest. Government, this particular government knows how that divide and rule system works. So if a young man as this is calling for military and the DSS are charged him, yes, he contravenes the law. But how many people in government, how many politicians that have said wrong things in contravention to the sections, so many sections of the Constitution of Nigeria had been charged by the same DSS? So you want Nigeria not to call on the military and you are not responsible. My dad is beating me back home. He doesn't want me to have a freedom of speech. He's not giving me adequate feeding. He's not clothing me. And I call on an outsider. My dad is saying, you have no right to call outsider. Does he want to kill me? If government of Nigeria does not want young people in their own little knowledge calling on military to intervene, then the government should be responsible. I'm not supporting the action of the young man, but at the same time, I will say that the government needs to do better.
Okay.
Election can work in Nigeria as against the young man too. Election can work if we are really ready to make it work.
All right, thank you very much. I don't like to ethnicize issues like this, but all these things, they fly in our faces every day. They pop up in our faces and we see them.
How?
We have certain young men, in the north who have also called for, the removal of this government.
To the point of even burning the flag and so many other things.
And we have not seen the
videos of
DSS
it.
charge them.
And they were
This
not
man
charged.
is from the southeast and he's been charged by the DSS. What does that speak to?
I do not reason in line of ethnic, but
Okay.
if we need to go down that lane, I would not have more points. But I think this government has been biased. Nigerians, even in Lagos, I've been in a class lecturing students and I told them that if you carry cutlass in Lagos going on the road, police can charge you or arrest you. Go to the north, AK-47, police will embrace you.
Okay.
It means that was why I said in Nigeria, some are operating the constitution of Nigeria, some are operating the Sharia law. So Nigeria hasn't been one. We are only saying one by mouth, but logically, we're not one. We're not operating the same system. If what this young man had said had been said and done, carried out in the north, then it means there's no fairness. There's no
Right.
fairness.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benjamin Ogulami. Mr. Ali Usman, let's get your opinion on this. DSS have charged a particular young man to court for calling for a coup in Nigeria in their words. And then the man also used some choice of word. And they say that this particular statement he made contravenes what the Constitution said, quoting Section 46A, subsection 1 and 59, subsection 1, 2 of the Criminal Code Act, as well as Section 24 of the Cyber Crimes Prohibition Prevention Act 2024 as amended. What do you have to say about this? Let's also remember that some people that come up to protest for the hashtag End Bad Governance, it's happened from August 1 to 10. Some of them are still in incarceration. They've been charged for treason. Let's get your opinion on this, please.
Yeah, in fact, I was just going to start from there because if you remember during the End Bad Governance protests of August last year, certain people in the young chaps in the north came out protesting and waving the Russian flags, and a good number of them were arrested. And if you remember, they were kept in prison for up to 3 months or thereabout. It took their arraignment at the court to see that these were minors, some of them extremely malnourished. So I don't agree with the opinion that if it had happened in one part of the country, that the government would have treated you with kid gloves. what the government has done for a young man of his age to call for such a thing, I think it's a step in the right direction. I would like to see how it goes and if he's persecuted or if he's able to defend himself. But it must be a fair trial. I don't believe that simply because he has said that he should be gagged and just thrown away somewhere. No, let it be fair. Otherwise, the government risk the anger of public opinion, which at the moment does not favor it. Say whatever it is, the activities happening around Nigeria and in this West African sub-region, whether it's Niger, Mali, or Burkina Faso, and more recently in Madagascar, lead young people. You are, like you said, he's just 27, which means that he was just 1 year old by the time Nigeria came back to democratic rule in 1999. He has no experience of what it means to live under military rule or what the previous experience is. It is on that score that I would want to think that what he needs more is rehabilitation. But far more important than that is the fact that government need to realize that young people especially are losing patience and that they need to start seeing dividends. Otherwise, the young people will lose hope and they would be inspired by things that happen elsewhere, like we saw in Burma and elsewhere, protests that are being called the Gen Z protests. We wouldn't want for such a thing to happen. So I expect government to know that young people are in a hurry to have dividends. They want to have better lives. All of this japa that people are talking about, I believe that if situations were good here, young people prefer to stay here than to live here and go elsewhere. It is all of these social issues and that leads to discontent that would push young people to make comments the type that was made by that young individual. Having said that, I think that we also need to be careful in looking at these issues the way they are. I know that down south, a lot of people think that people up north tend to have it easy. It's not like that. If you carry AK-47 in the north, you are in for it. If whether cutlass you carry, maybe we are talking 20, 30 years back when even herdsmen would just carry a cutlass and some stick and they are free. It's no longer like that. A lot has changed. And I think that when we make analysis, especially when we are on air like this, we should try as much as possible to be fair to each other and look at things with more circumspect instead of just making general statements sometimes which are incorrect and does not reflect the true situation of things.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. Archbishop, let's get your opinion on this, please, maybe in 2 minutes. Archbishop Bob Manuel Eboku, if you can hear me. What do you make of this particular arrest and the charge of the 27-year-old innocent Chukwemeka Onukume, by the DSS, who allegedly calling for a military coup? Recall also that we heard that there would have been a coup, a foiled one, more like we had a coup scare, but the government also denied that at this point. But after that, someone's houses were sacked. And, stories actually are coming up. 2 media outlets also were sanctioned or questioned for putting out some information. And, we're having back and forth on this, and now we saw a 27-year-old being sent, or rather being sued by the DSS over his statement on the X handle. What do you make of that, please?
Well, I want to think that we have to mind how we speak in public. That's a lesson to note. It means that as we talk, what we say can be held against us. But I think that the young man was only making an opinion. His statement has not amounted to an insurrection. You remember that a lot of people in government, under Goodluck Jonathan, the likes of the former governor of Rivers State, while he was Director General in the campaign of Muhammadu Buhari, even said that if that election is rigged, they will not accept it and they will make the government ungovernable for the sitting government. If everybody's statement that has been made generally is considered like that, a lot of people would have gone to prison. This is a young man. He can be counted as juvenile, well, he's over 18. It might be counted as useful exuberance and all that. He could have been, since he's a first-time offender, if not for intimidation, I think all the DSS would have done was to ask what were his intention. He would tell us frustrated about the bad governance in the country consistently. He's a young man going to 30 years. He has lived almost 3 decades and maybe in very serious situations. He could be already a father. He could be of children.
Okay.
I'm finding things extremely difficult.
All right.
So what I think...
Archbishop, thank you.
Sorry, let me conclude. What I think is that the DSS felt they have done their work in the interest of protecting the president and the government. But I think there are some things we can ignore. And simply, if we want to get to the people, just give them a note of warning to say no.
All right.
Don't talk
All
this
right.
way,
Thank you very much,
people are
Archbishop. We
spoken.
appreciate your presence on this show. Thank you very much. Let's come back to the studio. Dele, please, in 1 minute. What's your take on this?
That statement was seditious.
Okay.
And I think the lesson here is that Gen Zs and younger people should be mindful of what they put out in the open. I've seen people being denied visas to some countries as a result of what they posted innocently. Young people should be mindful of what they do on social media these days, because social media, we don't forget.
Okay.
And this man cannot even defend this thing again.
Okay, actions and reactions are equal. While young men, Gen Zs, should be conscious of what they put
That's
out
not
in
to
society.
say that...
what should government be conscious of?
No, government should also make sure that they do things that will reduce tension in the country, that will make these youngsters comfortable enough not to...
All right then, thank you very much, Dele Fadimo. I appreciate your take on this. And that is how far we can go on this show. I must say a very big thank you to you, Mr. Dele Fadimo, seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst who joined us in our studio. Thank you very much. And to you also, Okoyemi Benjamin Ongulami, human rights activist and the coordinator of Take It Back movement in Koshofe here in Lagos. We appreciate your presence. Bishop Bob Manuel, we appreciate your presence here. Thanks for joining us. And I hope that we can do this some other time. And to you, Mr. Aliyu Usman, we appreciate your take on all the issues that we talked about. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being part of this show. We appreciate you. And on behalf of myself and my colleague here, Fina Okechukwu, the backroom staff, technical director, the ingest manager, sound engineer, and the bus manager, I say a very big thank you. On top of the hour, 10 o'clock, I'll return for the super review, and I'll be joined by Dele Fanimo here. I'll see you then. For now, it's bye from us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic.
All right, good morning once again, and thanks for joining us. This is Newspaper Review on Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. I am Chukwuma Okoro, and I have in the studio here with me to make sense of newspaper headlines inside and outside, Mr. Dele Farimo. Dele is the seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst. Good morning to you once again, Dele.
Good morning.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me.
I appreciate your presence. And we also have Mr. Opeyemi Benjamin Ugulami. He is the coordinator. He's a human rights activist and coordinator of Take It Back movement in Koshofe. Benjamin, good to have you again.
Thank you.
You were part of the morning show. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's get into all of it. We'll start from the Daily Independent newspaper, and it says, journalists indispensable in electoral integrity. That's coming from our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Senate okays 1.15 trillion naira loan to fund 2025 budget deficit. I'll take that again for clarity and emphasis. Senate okays 1.15 trillion naira loan to fund 2025 budget deficit. With riders moves to amend MPHCDA Act, dismisses reports of alleged plot to remove Akpabio. Recall that yesterday, Ojus Okalo, it was in the news everywhere that, look, there was an attempt to impeach Godswill Akpabio, Senate President. But the federal government has said, look, there was no such plot to remove the Senate President. Now, the big story, despite court order, PDP vows to go ahead with National Convention. Despite court order, PDP vows to go ahead with National Convention. Are they trying to flout a valid court order or what? Well, we'll get into all of that. Nigeria to raise 150 billion naira for vaccine procurement. Pate Edun Bagudu outlined fiscal health sector transformation agenda. Obi demands comprehensive overhaul of health sector. Reps probe 12 trillion naira funding of DFIs. Makinde making Ibadan livable, Obasanjo. We have somebody here that lives in Ibadan, so he's going to tell us what Makinde has done in Ibadan to make it livable. Now, that's according to former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Tinubu has spent 1.15 trillion naira importing ammunition from United States. That's coming from IMPI. He has spent 1.15 trillion naira importing ammunition, and we are asking for 1.15 trillion naira loan. Is that some form of coincidence or what? 1.15 trillion naira for ammunition, 1.15 trillion naira loan. Interesting. Federal government not ready to meet demands. ASO laments. And the bottom strip, I'll keep pleading with my deputy, won't force him to join APC. Governor Goyederi off. Bayelsa State. Dele, let's start from the known to the unknown. Makinde making Ibadan livable. That's according to former President Olusegun Obasanjo. You've been in Ibadan for a very long time, and all of a sudden it's becoming livable because Makinde has done so well, according to former President. What do you have to say, sir?
I can attest to that.
Okay.
The current governor of Oyo State has done so much for the people of the state. I have my family in Ibadan, and except on rare occasions, I'm always in Ibadan during the weekends. And I move around the city, even beyond the city. Sometimes I travel to Isheyin, Erua, Ogbomoso, and all that. There are some places where you would never imagine that government will touch in the next 50 years. But pleasantly government has touched those places. And roads that we were at some point considering unpassable had been made pleasantly motorable. And he has paid all the backlog of arrears. Ajimobi, his predecessor, was owing more than 9 years gratuity to workers, retirees. And he was owing a backlog of about 6 months' salary when this guy came into office. As we speak, pensioners end their pension 2 days before civil servants.
Okay, before civil servants?
Yes. And at the last count, I don't think this man is owing arrears of pension. In fact, I'm told that if you are able to process your papers 3 months after your exit in the civil service now, you get your gratuity. So, and he has not relented. He had increased the subvention of state-owned institutions. You recall that it was during his time that Oyo State government had to buy Lautech from Osun State government.
Osun State, yes.
You know, and since he bought over that university, we have not had complaints of backlog of salaries. You know, sometimes Osun State will fulfill his own part of the bargain. Oyo State would be owing, and back and forth like that. So the man has also improved on education, you know, renovating schools and just everywhere you can imagine.
Everywhere you can imagine.
Touch.
Okay.
He has been able to touch.
So Obasanjo is saying what
Obasanjo is actually right.
Obasanjo
And
right.
I'm sure that he had probably listened to comments around before making that kind of informed submission. So for me,
he's done well. You know, I also have not been to Ibadan for a very long time. At some point, you know, I lived in Ibadan.
Yes, you said.
And what new things has he done? Is there, around the Ring Road area, is there a flyover there?
You see, can we begin to measure
development? I'm not measuring. I'm just asking.
Okay.
You know, what new things has he done?
You see,
Felele, I used to live around the Felele area.
Yes.
You know,
between Felele and Challenge.
Okay.
The road has been expanded.
The road has been expanded?
Yes, as we speak now, there is construction around that axis.
Okay.
And he has been able to put street lights that checks the bad behavior of drivers that you used to know when you were in Ibadan. And he was also able to clear the roadsides, desilt the drainage system such that you hardly experience flood in Ibadan. You know, so I think what stands him out is that rather than looking at ostentatious projects that we call white elephant projects, he goes to the minutest details of development and give to people. You know, now the ambitious project is now working on, which he promises that he will deliver before his exit, is the Ring Road.
Okay, the Ring Road. What about the Ring Road?
The Ring Road is ongoing.
Okay.
In fact, what stalled it was
a new ring road.
Yes.
Okay.
That road rings around the whole of the city.
Okay.
Not the usual
ring road that I know.
Yes. You know, so the man is actually...
He's doing very well. Now, I would like for us to expand this conversation, you know. If we have a state governor, you know, that has done so much, you know, Obasanjo and Dele Fadimo's testimony, what more should other governors do? What should other governors do? Because if you put all of these things together, if you have 36 state governors and we have one that is a shining example, if you have 30 shining examples, will we be where we are today? I want us to take this discussion to the extent that every time something goes wrong, you know, oh, the president, every time something goes wrong, oh, the federal and central government, what expectations should we have from our governors?
From my own perspective, I want to pick from a statement Seyi Makinde made in the protests organized by people in Oyo State. He told them, and this used to be my statement when I meet people on the street. He said, I don't have godfather. You are my godfathers and godmothers. He said, after God, it's you that remain, the government. You are the government. If I am demolishing roads and you do not want it to get to that place, it is your government. Okay, this side, you said we should not demolish. We will find what to do. I have seen him as so far so good. He's an engaging governor.
Okay.
He engaged with people. Protest of just one day. He marched to the streets. As against what we have in Lagos State, I will always match that. That all the boys and girls in the corridor of power in Lagos cannot speak like that because they would not want to offend their godfathers. There are demolitions going on in Lagos State, including my own community, Oroshoki. And since 2023 till date, Sanwo-Olu hasn't come out to say a word. So that is a slap on the face of Lagos State boys and girls in power. It shows that when governors get to a place, we will separate the boys from the men.
Okay.
Now, he had shown, however it is, if he's been diplomatic in handling the situation, what Seyi Makinde did in that place, Lagos State would have sent police commissioner to go and say rubbish there.
Okay, talking about, I like the fact that you brought this angle. There's a video, that is gone viral, resurfaced, recently because of what transpired between Wike and Captain Yorima, the naval officer.
Yeah.
When something went wrong in Magodo, Sanwo-Olu went there and he handled the situation.
Who are those living in Magodo? They are people, they are elites in Magodo. In fact, the Agonsoye, or what's his name, the representative House of Rep person lives in Magodo. He didn't intervene into it. Sanwo-Olu came into that place and people in Magodo had been making their own demands. They are not people that will just reach out and shout. Sanwo-Olu had to go there and attend to them because of the class of people that they are. So Lagos State had proven that the states, the government is for the elites and not for the poor.
Okay.
So far, so good.
All right, beautiful. Now, let's get into another very interesting story. Now, despite court order, PDP vows to go ahead with National Convention. Mr. Fanimo, you were once a political reporter. PDP vows to go ahead with the National Convention despite court order. You will also understand that, look, there have been conflicting judgments. And Abuja High Court says, no, you have to go and fulfill the conditions precedent, before holding a convention. And a court in Oyo, High Court, Court of Concurrent Jurisdiction with that in Abuja says, look, there is nothing, you have not violated any law, go ahead with the convention. And PDP is saying, look, now when they say despite court order, which branch of PDP, which faction of PDP is saying this? Because we understand now, Damagum has been expelled. Now, Damagum faction expelled the other. We have two BOT chairmen. Now, we have Mao Ohuabunwa, the senator that represented me in the Senate at some point, and Adolphus Mwambara from the same state, Abia State, my state, and we have two BOT chairmen. So which faction is speaking now? Do you by chance know? And what will go down if PDP goes ahead with the convention?
See, when we talk about the happenings in PDP that is open to everybody, then it's like solving 10% of 100% problem, leaving 90. You see, everything that has happened to PDP, to ADC, to LP, I have predicted it last year and maybe early this year, here, discussing about political development in the country. You see, PDP has gotten to a point of no return as we speak. And the party will be bedeviled with litigations till the end of election in 2027. The earliest time that PDP can get its act together will be post swearing in 2027. And it was designed, implemented with active collaboration of the high command of PDP. So what you are seeing now is the germination of the fruit that was planted immediately after 2023 towards achieving a particular end in 2027. So let's not just look at litigation versus litigation, judgment versus judgment, appointment of 2 BOTs. It will remain like that. In fact, I won't be surprised if there is a third force in PDP before election. This is the reason why most of these governors, senators are running to APC, because APC is the only stable party. It's not that they like Tinubu or like APC as a party, but for survivor's sake, the first law of nature is self-preservation. These people, they didn't contest because of you and I. They contested because of themselves and their close family for their own survival. So, nobody wants to have a repeat of what happened in Zamfara. When everybody won the election and they were jubilating, then court said, because a particular faction signed your form, it's an exercise in futility. So all of you, from governor to deputy governor to the House of Assembly to the Senate, go. And those who have been there waiting for another round of election in 4 years were called to come and take charge. And as they say, the rest is history. So who is that politician that will be naive and stupid to want to put himself on that pedestal that is shaky, that can crumble after election, having spent his billions or hundreds of millions to contest that election and probably win, and then the court will just, on technical ground, the likes of all these sons will just be waiting, baying for blood and making money and cashing out. So no politician wants to have that. So PDP, beyond the optics, is dancing to the yo-yo of the music from behind the scene. And they will continue to dance until after swearing in. Maybe then, if there are still some good, responsible people that will want to take over from PDP and re-engineer it, then we'll be talking about PDP. But as we speak now, PDP is in ICU. And the more you pump blood to the system of PDP, the more it hemorrhages. And it will continue to hemorrhage until 2007 swearing in May 29.
Very gory picture. Obayemi, what's your take on this?
That's my side too. There's no PDP. In fact, there's no opposition from PDP angle. The person you have as we have as a president today.
Okay.
We set, like I said, division.
I thought, I'm happy you didn't exclude you didn't exclude yourself.
The person we have as a president today, we send division into any camp that will stand against him. You can see that Labour Party is dead. ADC on arrival, SDP on arrival. It's not that APC is happy. In fact, APC is in disarray within itself, but nobody dare voice it out. It's in APC too. They are not happy. But that thing will die in them. The person we have as president today had been able to walk up to that level. Maybe by any means I can't say. I cannot really pinpoint. But I know within themselves, they dare not talk. There will be problem.
Do you think that at some point at the APC, the problems that have been bottled, will be unbottled at some point?
By the end of the term, or by the time Nigeria ends this government, this thing will be unbottled.
In APC?
Yes.
Now, there are a lot of talking points that you guys have raised here, and I'll start by asking, why is it easier? Since the president has somebody who has the capacity, to infiltrate, go to Labour Party, cause problem, go to PDP, cause problem, go to AC, cause problem. Why is it difficult for the same president to build unity of purpose for Nigeria?
Is the president for the people or for himself and his cronies? That's the question. That's the question. If the president has the power, the energy, the mental capacity to get whatever he wants, our question should be, is he getting it for us or for himself and his crowd?
No, wait a minute. I think the question should be, why is he not using this energy to build a better Nigeria?
Through whose energy did he become a president? Is it through the energy of Nigerians? Is he in collaboration with Nigerians in the real sense? If he was a governor in Lagos State for 8 years, and then since that time Lagos has been under his authority, either we believe it or not, well, we know. But if you are saying that, why is it that he cannot use it for the people? Has it been there for the people? The people who brought him to office, are they not crying today? Even at every point in time in Nigeria, at every locality in Nigeria today, those people that brought him to power, the common man that stood and fought in the streets of Lagos, in the streets of Nigeria, wherever they felt they won the election, they are feeling it today. They are crying today. So it shows the man who had become their president isn't for them from onset. He only wants to become the president. And he stated it that the youth can become president after he becomes a president. Emiloko.
It's my turn.
Yeah. That's what he wants. So
yeah, that's huge. Let's segue into another conversation. And it talks about the president borrowing 1.15 trillion naira to procure ammo from the United States of America. Let's take a peep into it. Now, President Bola Tinubu's administration has committed $801 million, over 1.15 trillion naira, to arms deal with the United States of America alone between 2024 and 2025 as part of its military modernization program, the Independent Media and Policy Initiative, IMPI, has said. But the organization said that there has also been a clear demonstration of political will by the government to combat terrorism and safeguard the lives of Nigerians, as well as to guarantee unrestricted religious freedom and practices in the country. In a policy statement signed by its chairman, Ominiyi Akesiju, the organization noted that this is contrary to the impression created in the U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, blah, blah, blah. I think the issue here is 1.15 trillion naira spent, $801 million, for the acquisition of ammunition from same United States has said, look, we have redesignated you as country of particular concern. The war against insecurity, is it about arms and ammunition?
So I think it's much more than that. It's psychological, it's emotional, it is also a coloration of ethnicity, religion, and moral attachment based on religion. Okay. So, with all these dimensions, as a student of peace and conflict studies, it's not just one dimension of face-off, attacks, counter-attacks, repelling the assault and all that. So that's why sometimes I ask myself, I knew I was part of the reporters that were sent to Maiduguri early in the life of this Boko Haram insurgency. As at that time, even Yusuf was still alive when I went to Maiduguri.
Okay.
And shortly after Yusuf was killed, it was also in Maiduguri. And I saw live how the thing started. Unfortunately, like an oak, it gets to a point that an oak becomes so big, the branches are very strong, formidable, that plucking it down becomes a very big challenge. And that is what, because it's like a moeba. It takes different shapes, forms and shapes as it goes on,
okay.
And so it's a very difficult thing to fight. And that's why if America is sincere in perhaps coming in to rein in these terrorists, it will be good for us, because a lot of things had crept into the whole gamut that it's difficult to even want to say this is the approach to tackling this crisis in Nigeria by Nigerians. So an intervention will suffice here. And but the only thing that people are talking about is to what end will America come here? Well, this is my analogy to answer that. Somebody says, you are my friend. And suddenly you now say, my closeness to you is because I want to take your glory. When the glory was in your hand, did you become president or governor? So if I now take your glory and I assist you to get more glory, will it not be better for me? Will it not be better for you? So even as we speak, what have we done with all the God-given resources that have been given to us? We use it to play down, to weaponize poverty. We use it to do a lot of things that are antithetical to development. So if American government can come and reduce this problem of terrorism, and then even if it's going to share, even if it's 20% of this resource, and also allow us, pilot us into doing something better with our lives. You know, I welcome it.
Okay, I share your sentiments. A lot of people also share that. But there are some people also who believe that, look, America coming in, that any place America has gone to, how much have they solved the problems there? They cite Iraq, they cite Afghanistan, they cite Egypt, they cite Libya.
You see,
so will Nigeria be different?
Why it is difficult for America to succeed in some of those places you have mentioned is that religion runs deep. And those places, the religion that is practiced in those places run counter to the belief of America, which they consider predominantly Christian.
Are we any different?
Yes. I'll give you an example. Much of the resources that America would want to look at if they come to Nigeria is in the southern part of the country.
Okay.
Apart from uranium, gold that we also have in the south here.
Okay.
You understand? So, and the southern part is predominantly Christian. So, there will be a kind of shield. But the way I'm looking at it, at the risk of being dubbed a naysayer, is that this thing may snowball into confederacy.
Oh, that's not necessary. A lot of people have asked for that.
You know, it's going to because at the end of the day, there will be a sharp division between the south and the north.
Okay.
And once that happens, if the Southeast decides to hold on to their enclave, Southwest decides to hold on to their enclave, and then the South side. But at some point, there will be need for mutual relationship and networking. And that would come up with a confederacy where we have a center that is weak, and then the constituent states become stronger. And that is what we are angling for, that we should amend the constitution to give powers to the constituent states than having a unitary system of government that everything is in Abuja.
A unitary system that we call federalism.
So, and even the northerners are beginning to realize this, that it's not really too much in their favor to have a unitary system of government. And that's why for every election, there must be killings. Because the center is too powerful. Now imagine if a center that it is from Abia, Ondo, or Lagos, that you draw a certain percentage to say, okay, go and take care of yourself. Who will want to go to that center? You would rather remain governor of Abia when you know that you are sitting atop your resources. I would rather remain in Ondo where I am sitting at oil, on top of oil, I'm sitting on top of gold, I'm sitting on top of bitumen. Bitumen in Ondo State today, Agbabu, is the second largest after Canada. And for 40 years, nobody could touch it. If you go to Agbabu today, just a little deep into the sand, you see bitumen oozing out. You don't need to bring excavator. You don't need to bring dredger. That's how huge that deposit is. So, if we head towards that, and that's why I commend the current administration's policy on the Regional Development Commission. If properly managed, that will give us an insight into what is likely to happen if we have regional outposts that only it could be a governor general for Southwest, a governor general for Southeast, a governor general for South. Aside from the governors that are, and even if states are created, you want to tell me that with all the resources in the South, if they create 5 more states in the South, with every state having control over their resources, they will thrive. If we create more than 5,
okay, all right.
But the Lagos ports, if you have Onitsha port, why would an investor, entrepreneur, have to ship his goods that he intends to sell in an area market through Lagos port? If you dredge that Onitsha port, the Niger port, and then you can offtake. If ships come to Lagos that cannot navigate to that place, you transload.
Okay.
And then the congestion will be
as you have your take on this, I like to, this is a free conversation. It's not a question and answer session. Feel free to chime in, at any point that you think that you have something important to say, something good to say, or just something to say. Okay, you don't have anything to say on this.
I listen to the analysis.
Okay, so you think that what Dele has said is
yes, it is.
Okay. Dele, when you say that, you said something that coming in will divide us, that the North and the South, there will be a sharp division between the North.
Yes, yes.
The division is already there.
No, it's still latent.
Okay.
And it is subject to denial. Say, no, it's not so.
It's not
based on convenience. But when it becomes obvious, it will become, okay, what are the derivatives? Why do I have to be a friend to Chukuma? What am I benefiting from Chukuma, from Abia State? What is Chukuma benefiting from Ondo State? That makes it more realistic. You understand? If it is the food that is coming from the north, then it has to be negotiated. If it is oil that's coming from the south, it has to be negotiated. And then you now have a very weak center that takes care of national security.
Okay, all right. Now let's move on. Let's move over to
like that.
You don't want it to be like that.
Will they want it to be like that?
Now, who are the they? Who are the they?
The power that be.
Look, let me tell you. One thing I've realized in my private life is the moment you have this self-censorship, you have defeated yourself. I've had cause to believe that certain things are more expensive than what I thought.
Okay.
There was a day I went to my mechanic and I told him I wanted to fix something. Do you know that before that time, I was postponing that particular thing because I was thinking that it cannot be less than 200,000. Lo and behold, I was bargaining with 45,000. Look at the fraction. But if I didn't take that leap of faith,
that leap of faith,
I will never believe that that thing will be, and I will be struggling to have 200,000 naira, and the thing will continue to degenerate. So let's not give up here. Let me tell you, if we push, the only problem we have in this country that is making us to be complacent, and it was deliberate on the part of government at some point. You recall that man was saying that the 27-year-old guy that had been arrested by the DSS was oblivious of what military rule was before we came into civilian administration.
Yeah.
And do you know the reason why that guy didn't know what military rule is? The obliteration of history in the curriculum. That guy must have gone to school, but he never met history as a subject. Today, you can say, without visiting Mali, what Mali used to be in West Africa. Because you read history.
Yes.
Today, you know, you can even imagine the face of the likes of Abat Macaulay, the likes of Ajayi Crowther, the likes of Azikiwe and all that. You know their lives and times. It is because you are engaged in history classes. But our generation of between 35 and now, they don't have that luxury.
And it's deliberate.
It was deliberate. I as a person, as a media practitioner, fought this for more than 4 years, writing articles, writing features, and writing editorial.
To bring back history.
That history must be brought back to the curriculum. And unfortunately, the history they are bringing back now are distorted history. And so we must continue to fight, so that when you now ask your son that who was MKO Abiola, you won't just say June 12th, and that is it. Who was MKO Abiola before he contested the election? Your son may not know. And what was his religious background?
I think what they've done to us,
they dealt with us
deliberately
action
for us to remain where we are, and it's still going further. Because if at this time we cannot analyze political, social issues, then what is the mind telling? How can we respond to government shenanigans? Now look at education itself had become expensive that the poor cannot even afford. It's not only history that was removed. Now education is becoming gold that the poor cannot. When I went to Unilag, school fees was 8,000 naira per year. As at that time when I was in Unilag, it was later increased to 12,000 naira per year. How many people can afford
2,000?
Difference.
90 naira was hostel fee now.
And I paid,
how many people can
90
afford
naira? Yes, we paid
90 naira, 80
and
naira.
our tuition then. No, it was tuition
increased it now.
We used to pay 45 naira for.
That's what I'm saying.
Exam fees and all of that.
So, how many people can afford what? And Unilag had increased again.
But it is curious to know that at that point that we were paying 45 naira tuition, not many people were able to afford that, and they couldn't go to university.
No, you see, there were two problems there. Some people couldn't get admission.
Even people that had they were dropouts. They dropped out
because of the nature of the economy at that time. The naira was very strong. The naira was bigger, stronger than the dollar. And besides, those times, majority of our parents were peasant farmers. And we were not introduced. When I say we, Nigerians were not introduced to mechanized farming that could bring a lot of resources. You told me about the story of your parents that once you get back from school or on a Saturday morning, as early as 6 o'clock, you're out to the farm.
Yes.
But what proceed did you bring out of that farm? The only proceed is that you were well fed.
Okay.
Money was not coming in.
Money was, we weren't doing agro farming. It was sustenance.
It was subsistence farming. You were practicing.
Yes.
And many homes were practicing subsistence farming. So there was no resources enough to push further. That was when Reverend fathers were using part of their salary to sponsor congregants' children in school. When headmasters were bringing in uncles' children, nieces' children, and sponsoring them. Because that salary, as big as it was good enough. I left secondary school in 1981. By 1982, when I started working, my salary was 90 naira a month. First salary, I was able to buy rising. This rising stereo.
Okay, yes.
And a fan. By the third or fourth month, I'd already equipped my room.
If you are a graduate now and you get your first salary, you can't even buy a home theater.
What is home theater? You are going too far. You are going too far. If you want to buy rechargeable fan now, it's about 80,000 naira. Remove it from your first salary. That may not be up to 150,000. So what is left? By the time you
a lot has changed. A lot has changed. Let's move on. Let's move over to the Punch newspaper with the window headlines. National Assembly approves Tinubu's 1.15 trillion naira domestic loan. Same story everywhere. Reps probe 20 trillion naira abandoned federal properties. I'll check that again. Reps probe 20 trillion naira abandoned federal projects. That is coming from the Punch newspaper. My critics now praise me, says Obasanjo Baba. Obasanjo is saying, look, my critics praise me now. Well, beside the nameplate, you have Bamidele Kalu differ on alleged plots to impeach Akpabio. Now, the big story, weekend naval officer clash. Ex-generals fume as federal government orders probe. FCT Minister Yerima Fesoff packs concern over civilian-military relations. Be fair, truthful in government criticism, Tinubu tells editors. PDP insists on a Ibadan convention amid court orders. Mohbad's family demands fresh probe. Bars wife from using surname. OPEC report shows Nigeria underproducing crude again. Gentlemen, let's have a peek. Dele, which one is our peek? We've talked a lot about this ex-generals, weekend naval officer class. Ex-generals fume as federal government orders probe. Is there anything to... you're a human rights activist. What went down in Abuja the other day? How do you say it? Between Wike and the naval officer Yerima?
It is just a show of power.
Okay.
Somebody wants to prove he's in charge.
Is it power versus power?
Yeah, power versus power. Though they are both irresponsible and illegal, but as much as it went, we will still give praise to the military guy to maintain calmness in the face of vulgarity. Because Wike mentioned it that before he left his office, he called the chief of naval staff. He spoke with him. So
he spoke with the man?
Yeah, he said he spoke. He said it. Then he left his office to challenge the authority at that point. You see, Nigeria had got to a point where illegality will face illegality. Muzzle for muzzle. Show of power. Let's see who is really in charge. And I also appreciate the fact that it got to an extent. Minister Wike saw that if the tension keeps going, there may be a problem.
Okay.
So he started cautioning his men, bringing them behind. And it's so wrong of him to talk at him at that, to the extent he had done. Even saying that when I finish university, no, it's a way to bring the young man that he does not show a better leadership from Wike's angle. But thank God for the calmness of the young man.
Okay, thank God for the calmness of the young man. But something funny happened that day, you know. As Wike was saying, get out, he was the one that was getting out.
He was the one getting out.
No, he saw the tension. If a military man keeps telling you, no, I'm not stupid, and he keeps nodding his head, you know tension is
welling up.
And Wike noticed it. So get out.
And he was the one that got out.
He saw it. Yeah. He saw it.
Okay, now let's take municipal headlines. Let's go over to Daily Trust. According to the Daily Trust, government drops mother tongue policy. Daily, I'd like for us to talk about that. Government drops mother tongue policy and makes English as the only official language. Now, World Cup, Eagles battle Gabon in crucial playoff today. Criticize us fairly, Tinubu tells media. Now, the big story. Despite Tinubu's pledge, federal government takes fresh 1.15 trillion naira loan. I lost 120 million naira goods, cash to market fire trader. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. IHS Holding Limited chairman Sam Dawish credits Nigeria for strong Q3 2025 earnings. That's from the Daily Trust newspaper. The government drops mother tongue policy. Are we making progress?
Is it not the same thing they started with history that they're coming back to?
Yeah.
But I can assure you, some of these policies are not enforceable in certain part of the country.
Yeah.
Where mother tongue is still the language used in communicating to students, even in secondary school. I know a part of this country that I went to, and I met an inspector of police in uniform who does thumb printing. He cannot sign his name, his signature. and he wants to become an inspector of police. So, how do you explain such that that kind of area will now obey this new policy? We all are travelers. We know what obtains in this country. There are some laws that you don't even need to go far to know that it stops at certain point.
Okay, you see, something strikes me here. You know, when Malaysia got independence, when they got independence, at a point, they banned English language, and got to their mother language. Something happened in all their instruction. It was in their local
language.
Bahasa Malaya, that is what they call it, Bahasa Malaya. It was in their local language. Physics, chemistry, biology, everything was in their local language. Now, about 40, 50 years after, they discovered that English had become a language of global communication.
Yeah.
You know what they did? They reversed and said, let's go back to English. So at that point, if you go to Malaysia now, some people my age, our age mates, can't even speak English. They speak their local language. But the younger ones,
they're still doing better.
But they're still doing better. So that is what I'm saying.
Now,
if they had their mode of instruction in their local, and they were able to write science textbooks in their local language.
Japan, India. Let me give you an instance, sir.
You see, sorry.
Right, just a comment.
You are talking globally. Let me share a personal experience. My niece-in-law had written school SAT exam somewhere in Oyo State, but she had F9 except Yoruba. That she got, I think, B2.
Okay.
And that thing just struck me that this lady is likely to be brilliant somehow, but communication is the barrier. My children, I had to enroll her. When they tested her, they said, just because it was me that was bringing her, that she would have to start from SS1.
Okay.
Somebody who has written school SAT. I said, go ahead, I would bankroll her fees. Do you know that each time this lady comes back home, she comes back home dejected? But that same subject that she couldn't comprehend in class, when she comes home and my children start taking her and translating those things to Yoruba, you see how vibrant she will become. And at the end of the day, because of that language barrier, that lady, she's now in seamstress today. Imagine if it wasn't this kind of policy that they are bringing back now, that lady could be a medical doctor.
If you even want to rid people of their identity, take away their language from them.
Yes.
That's the best way you can do. So this government hasn't...
Where is Latin today?
This government hasn't really helped us when it comes to that. I could remember when we were in secondary school, we did literature.
Okay.
We did Yoruba literature.
Literature, of course.
We did Igbo literature in Lagos. Yeah, I schooled in Lagos.
Okay.
Igbo literature. So I could read in Yoruba. I could put all the Amion on it. If I write essay of 20 pages, I will put it there. Now, what shows that I'm a Yoruba boy is because I've gone to school. I learned it in English. In fact, I got English language better when I observed that Bulung, Bulung is the part of speech.
Yes.
Ororuko is the noun. Oroishe is the verb. I became better when I compared my Yoruba notes to my English notes. So for a government to tell us, even when we were getting admission to university, if you don't have one Nigerian language during that time, you cannot gain admission. So this government is actually moving retrogressively. Retrogressively in policy.
So the question is, who thinks for us?
I don't know.
Who thinks for us?
And look at the subject. I need to talk about the subjects they are including for secondary school. We have mathematics. Today, they improved on the curriculum of mathematics.
Okay.
They did not create another calculative subject. In maths, I didn't do matrices, calculus. It was in further math.
Okay.
So now they included it in mathematics curriculum for schools. Instead of us building our curriculum, we have social studies, we have government. They created civic
education.
They created civic. The same topics in civic, and in government are all the same. Why are you creating others?
Okay.
Commerce, we divided into marketing, ICT,
Okay,
and all.
all right. I hope the
sense.
appropriate authorities will look into this and probably have everything, because Nigerians are already kicking against this policy of removing mother tongue as a language of instruction. Well, that's how far we can go on the Super Review this morning on Voice of the People Television. I must say a very big thank you to you, Mr. Delifanimo, and Mr. Okoyemi Benjamin Okulami, for being part of this program. I appreciate your presence. Now we'll leave you, and by 11 o'clock we'll have Sports Republic by Hafiz and Kizike. Do join them again. And I will return here at 6 o'clock with Barrister Darlington Agomo to talk about politics on Political Lens. Bye for now, and I'll see you there.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Throwback Thursday, yes, you know how Throwback Thursdays usually are, you know, on the streets where you say you go back to your past and you see pictures, you know. But the thing about those throwback pictures is two things, right? You can check your picture and be like, oh, thank God for you know, how far I've come, and then you want to look at it on the other side and be like, I don't want to go back to this. And I hope the Super Eagles story, yes, when the big match goes on today, is not going to be the latter. They won't look at that Benin Republic performance and be like, oh, we don't want to, you know, go back to that, or we can't repeat that. Yes, sir. In the words of a popular footballer, ladies and gentlemen, it's match day. Yes, and yeah, it's a crucial one. Yeah, it doesn't really, it determines a lot, but then it's not something that you can say you want to rest on your oars even when you win, because the Super Eagles of Nigeria will be facing off against the Panthers of Gabon, yes, in a very crucial World Cup playoff match. Yes, people will be saying, how do we find ourselves in this playoff? But then it is what it is. That one has come and gone in the qualifiers, but then now we have the Panthers of Gabon to deal with. Yes, is it Victor Osimhen or Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang that will be victorious, you know, on the day today right there in Rabat in Morocco? Yes, 5 p.m. Nigerian time. You saw that on your screen right there. Nigeria will be up against Gabon, and the other game as well, Democratic Republic of Congo will be up against the Indomitable Lions of Cameroon. We'll be breaking all of that down, yes, right here on Sports Republic this beautiful Thursday morning. Like I said, how is it going to be? Is it going to be throwback to the Benin performance and be like, if only we could replicate this performance? Or it's going to be like that Benin Republic performance was just like a platform and the sky is the limit? I hope so. At the end of the day, today, 7 p.m. Nigerian time, we will know the fate of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. A lot has happened off the pitch, and we hope that that's would not resonate, you know, on the pitch today, right there in Rabat, Morocco, at the Moulay El Hassan Stadium. It's going to be a cracker. It's going to be a tough one. But then, trust the guys later today on your show that's talking about locker room. Yes, with Jerry Apeloi. Trust them, they are going to break down every bit of the action, yes, in that game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Panthers of Gabon. But right here on Sports Republic, of course, we are going to give you that preview. And I'm your host for today. My name is Afiz Ogubanjo. And for 15 minutes thereabouts, we will be giving you the gist stories from the world of sports. You know how we do it. But we'll be focusing majorly on the match day today between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Panthers of Gabon. I won't be doing this alone on the show this morning. My guest will be joining in real soon. And yes, we are going to break down, you know, everything from the world of sports. And yes, we'll start where else? From the camp of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Yes, where the captain, like I said earlier, a lot has been happening, you know, off the pitch. And yes, the Super Eagles we have in camp. And of course, Maduka Okoye has also joined them. The players are ready. Training has been taking place and the players are ready. And yes, the likes of Calvin Bassey, Alex Iwobi, yes, Samuel Chukwueze, Tolu Arokodare, yeah, they are all in camp. Olakule Olusegun, the player from Russia, Amos Obasoge, Stanley Wabali, Maduka Okoye, Alassane Yusuf. Yes, they are all in camp, but the Super Eagles, yes, they are focused on their upcoming match against Gabon, despite some controversy surrounding bonus payments. Captain William Chus-Ekong has denied reports that the team is demanding a special bonus, stating that they are only seeking payment of outstanding bonuses and allowances owed to current and former players dating back to 2019. And the team had refused to train on Monday due to the dispute. But all 24 invited players, including Victor Osimhen and Maduka Okoye, are now in camp in Rabat. Yes, and they are preparing for Thursday. Today's crucial encounter. Head coach Eric Chelle is reportedly owed 2 months' salary, but hasn't commented publicly on the matter. And the match against Gabon is a big deal, a very, very big deal. Yes, with the winner advancing to the final on Sunday against either Cameroon, yes, or the DRC. Well, it's a lot going on, and it's a good thing that William Chus-Ekong has actually come out to, you know, clear the air. He denied reports because, like I said, a lot has been going on in the camp of the Super Eagles, the media officer that's talking about Kwame Sefogi. You know, he has come out. He didn't really give us a narrative to follow. Too many, you know, narratives were going on. Too many stories. Some were saying the players were demanding for special bonuses, like the players of, you know, DRC and the players of Gabon. So the Super Eagles, they were also demanding, you know, bonuses. Yes, that's what's causing conflict. You know, they want the NFF to assure them that there will be bonuses for them should they win today's game, or even overall, they want to know what the NFF wants to promise them. And we also heard that DRC allegedly, yes, they will be getting $1 million. Yes, that's talking about $1 million from their team's government. And that one is actually funny. I think that's the one that the Super Eagles are actually looking at, and that they want to demand also from the NFF, and it's also causing conflict. Other narrative flying is that players have been owed over the years. These players have played 2 AFCON since 2019. That story is a stain on the NFF, and I'm sure that they will come out, you know, to clarify. And they have. They have come outside to clarify. But then this shouldn't be happening in this crucial time, because the Super Eagles of Nigeria need to play against the Gabonese, and they need to get their heirs straight from the Alex Iwobi, Hotel Buraha to this one now. We don't need this going into that game. I was watching an interview that Gabon captain Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang made, and he was saying that it feels good that the players were even playing cards, that they are preparing for the Super Eagles. And, you know, in their camp, there's nothing like, you know, payments being owed and outstanding bonuses and all of that. They said they are ready for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Why are we having this one at this point in time? And the media officer that's talking about Kwame Sefogi hasn't come out, you know, to lay anything. He hasn't come out to even set the record straight. Nothing is going on. People are just going about with their own different narrative. I mean, that's not the energy we need right now in the camp of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And like I said, the match against Gabon is a big deal, and the winner will be advancing to the final on Sunday, November 16, against either Cameroon or the DRC, that's the Democratic Republic of Congo. And yes, that game also promises to be a fantastic one. It's a game of the runner-ups. It's taking place in Rabat, yes, and it's going to be like a mini tournament. Extra time will be used. Penalties, if it gets to that, also will be involved. The VAR as well, yes, that wasn't, you know, used in the whole qualifying phase. The group rounds will be used in this mini tournament right there in Rabat. Yes, I guess they are preparing the Moroccans for what's to come when they host AFCON in December. So this is like a mini tournament building up to AFCON. Yes, and the Super Eagles of Nigeria, of course, they will be at AFCON. They're in Group C with Tanzania, Uganda, and Tunisia. But the World Cup, for me, much respect to AFCON, but the World Cup is actually very, 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 very important. More important than the AFCON, if you ask me, because the Super Eagles of Nigeria did not make the 2022 World Cup in Qatar. A back-to-back not qualifying will be a sad story on the part of the Super Eagles, and I'm sure a lot of Nigerians will want to take off what's going on off the pitch, and even in the entire country, we want to take that off our minds and focus on this one, because trust me, football, sports, especially football now, gives you joy, to be honest. It just brings a lot of people together. I remember Ivory Coast right there where they were having a factional war between them. They were warring, but then when they delivered that AFCON in 2015 with Avi Renard and the likes of Yaya Toure, the country came together. Zambia, they were recovering from a crash that happened. They won that trophy, AFCON trophy in 2012. It brought them together. Avi Renard was also there for them. Avi Renard, yes, speaking of Avi Renard, I think that's a man that the Super Eagles should go all out for, but then it's going to take a lot to get Avi Renard. And I'm not asking for the current manager, that's talking about Eric Chell. I'm not asking for him to leave now. He's done not so bad. He's done a good job since he's been there. But this is a big, big test for him. Yes, the Super Eagles of Nigeria up against the Panthers of Gabon. And the eventual winner will secure a spot not to the World Cup directly, but also to the Inter-Confederation playoffs. You are not resting after this one. Even when you win this game and you play the game on Sunday and you win that one, you are still not qualifying directly to the World Cup. You are still going to play the Inter-Confederation playoffs in Mexico. You are playing with the OFC, that's talking about the Oceania Football Confederation, their representatives. You are playing against the CONMEBOL representative, and I think that's Bolivia at this point. You are playing against the Asian representatives as well. I think North Caledonia, they are the representatives for, yes, North Caledonia, they are the representatives for the Oceania. They are playing against the AFC. Europe is not involved. For 2 slots, there will be unseeded teams playing against each other, and they will be going against the seeded teams. 2 slots to join up with other 46 teams that will be determined later, yes, to qualify for the expanded format of the World Cup taking place in the USA, in Canada, and in Mexico. It's going to be really, really, really tough. And we hope that the team can put on, their focus on the game and bring home a win. And as the Super Eagles are counting on their fan support, of course. But this time around, it's not a game over 2 legs. It's not a game over 2 legs. It is a one-legged game. It's taking place on the neutral ground. There is no Uyo and there is no Libreville for Gabon at all. It is taking place right there in a single country, Morocco. Yes, Rabat, to be exact, at the Prince Moulay El Hassan Stadium. Yes, it is taking place right there. It is not a game over 2 legs. It's a single game. It's a mini tournament, like I said. It's a semi-final and a final, and the winner is moving on to the Intercontinental tournament. It would be nice if the Super Eagles can really make it, of course, because it's going to take away a lot that is actually going on in the country and bring more joy to our faces. Because trust me, the Super Eagles, I know I don't want to start putting pressure on anyone, but the Super Eagles, they don't want to lose this game to Gabon. I'm sure of that. They don't want to lose this game to Gabon, and we hope they don't. And yes, we can only say good luck to the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and shout out to Chustekong as the captain, coming out, to clear the air, saying that it's not about the players asking for special bonuses for this game. It's about payments being owed to players that have been playing since 2019. That's a big stain on the NFF, to be honest with you. A very, very big stain on the NFF, and we hope they get that all sorted out. We'll be taking a quick break right now. When we come back, we'll give you more stories and the build-up to the game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Panthers of Gabon. Don't go nowhere, please stay with us. We'll be back on Sports Republic.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome back to Sports Republic. And like I said, it is the match day, a big game day, yes, between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Panthers of Gabon. And yes, off the pitch, like I said earlier, a lot, is happening. And yes, the NFF, the players, the media officer, a lot is just happening. And I spoke about Trust Ekong just before we went on break. And now we are back and to give you more stories. And this time around, yes, like I said, Trust Ekong has spoken, but this time around, the NFF chief, the president, Ibrahim Gusso, yes, has also spoken. And the controversy surrounding the Super Eagles bonuses has been addressed by the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF president Ibrahim Gusso. Yes, he claims that the NFF has cleared all outstanding monies due to the team. Yes, and their bonuses, yes, for the World Cup qualifiers have been agreed upon. This statement contradicts earlier reports that the team was owed bonuses for up to 30 matches. Ibrahim Gusso has already come out, to clear the air. And yes, the Super Eagles had boycotted training in Rabat, Morocco on Tuesday ahead of their crucial 2026 World Cup African playoffs semi-final against Gabon, citing unpaid bonuses dating back to 2019. However, the team has since returned to training after reaching a compromise with the NFF, and Captain William Trust Ekong had earlier dismissed claims, yes, like I said earlier, that the team was demanding a specific amount, stating that they were focused on the games ahead. Gusso explained that the NFF had negotiated with the team leaders after the AFCON last year and reached an agreement on outstanding payments. So now the question is, who are we going to believe now? Is it Ibrahim Gusso or William Trust Ekong? Because for him to come out to say that nobody is being owed anything, and the players, they can't boycott training. They can't refuse to train. They can't refuse to train if they are not being owed. They can't refuse to train. So something is going on. For players that they came for, the qualifiers, they trained well. Now that a game is coming up, they decided to boycott training. Though they've come back to training, yes. But that, as at the time when they refused to train, what was going on? And yes, like I said, if the media officer, they are talking about Promise Efoge, if he had come out to clear the air, we would know what is going on right now. But since different narratives are flying, nobody knows what's going on. There's no clear, resolution or clear, clear platform to explain what is going on right now in the camp of the Super Eagles. Gusso has come out to say that there's nothing wrong. That's talking about the NFF president. While the team captain has also come out to deny that it is not because of this one. is because of the other one, which is players being owed since 2019. 2 AFCONs have been played between 2019 and now, right? And qualifiers have also been played. So what's going on? Why are the players still being owed? And the president is also coming out right now to say that nobody is owed anything. Even the players dated back to 2019 are not being owed. I want to believe that eventually, yes, everything will be open and we will know what is going on, in the coming days. But like I said, we don't want this to affect the players going into that game. It's good. It's a good thing to hear that they are back training and they are ready. They are focused, and yes, to take on the Gabonese side. And yes, my guest is on, and yes, we will be explaining. We'll be breaking down everything that is going on, and it came in at the right time. And I want to ask him, Pelumi Adeosu, you are welcome to the show. What do you think is going on in the camp of the NFF? Do you think Gusso, who has actually come out to say that no one is being owed anything, even dated back to 2019, and Chustekok saying we are not asking for special bonuses. It's those players that were owed from 2019 that we want the NFF to resolve. And we have a crucial game today, 5 p.m. Nigerian time. Is this a good thing? Obviously for me, no. But I want to hear your take on this one. This is not a good thing coming on the cap of the NFF and the Super Eagles. They need to get a clear head, to take on this game. Even Eric Chell, the coach, is being owed 2 months' salary. Pelumi, what's your take on this one? Good morning and you're welcome to Sports Republic.
Join us. To have me join you, rather. Of course, it's a very, very bad time to be seeing this type of situation in our football, especially.
Pelumi. Okay. Well, soon.
Moments on the eve of what the guys have tagged the most important game of their life. Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead, Pelumi. I can hear you.
Okay, I was saying that this is not the type of energy that we need at this particular point in time on the eve of an important game for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. What they have tagged like the most important games of their lives. And just like you said, a whole lot of around, a whole lot of news flying around since this particular report came out of the players boycotting training. We are seeing different things that they are requesting for what they have been owed for a couple of years. They are requesting for a special package. And the sad part is that the NFF has not come out to say anything until this particular point in time. They have, and of course, to make it clear from their own side. Although, yes, the NFF president spoke. I think that was about the interview was a few weeks ago where he spoke about the players not being owed. But then one thing I can tell you for a fact is that
the players are owed.
On ground for a while now. Yes, the issue has been on ground for a while now. It is just coming to the public to boycott training. That is why a lot of us are just getting to know at this particular point in time that such thing is happening. And should it be happening? No, it definitely should not be happening. I just thought that we should have moved past all of these things happening. How much are the bonuses and allowances that these players are supposed to get? They are just around maybe 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, and these guys are still being owed. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to still put this type of players in this particular type of situation at this point in time. So I think it's something that we shouldn't even be talking about at this point in time. Just from the Alex Iwobi video now to the players boycotting training, this is not the type of energy that we need going into that type of game. So I would first blame the NFF, because trust me, anything they said the NFF did, I'm so sure they did it, because we have seen a whole lot of things from them. It is something that they are well known for, doing stuff like this.
We've seen it in the Olympics. We've seen it in the Olympics. Exactly. We've seen it in age grade competitions. I think there was a time where even during the reign of Amaju Pinnick, where they said the age grade players will not be given any special bonuses. So that means there's nothing that is even coming out from the competitions that they go on to play. And for that to even in our MPFL, we see that players are being owed. I mean, it's becoming a common thing, but not now where we need to get a crucial ticket. These players have been coming to play, the qualifiers. It's not, it didn't come up at that time. why now, where we need to play a crucial game, why is he rearing his ugly head now?
And let me just go to what you said about why now. Personally, for me, I think the timing is actually wrong from the players. Honestly, I think it's a well thought initiative by the players, but then the timing to initiate this is actually very, very wrong for me, because this is a very, very crucial time. Yes, but then to now decide to boycott training at this particular point in time, I don't think it is something that it is very, very good enough. Yes, they would definitely have their reasons, but then for me, I think the timing was definitely not the best for them. The timing of the strike is definitely wrong.
I shared that sentiment
because,
too. I shared that sentiment. The timing is wrong, but then we just hope that in the coming days, everything will be sorted, because yes, the big match is here, and let's go on. To talk about the game. It's a big game. It's a crucial game. It's a game that the Super Eagles of Nigeria, we need to win for various reasons. For various reasons, we really need to win, because a lot is going on, generally, even in the country. And football is a sport that unites us all. And if today ends in sort of a heartbreak, it's going to be really, really disappointing and embarrassing, and it's not going to be palatable at all. So we really need to win this game. And yes, like I said, the big match is here. And the Super Eagles of Nigeria, they take on the Gabonese in the 2026 World Cup African Playoffs semi-finals today in Rabat, Morocco. It's a crucial game for both teams, with the winner advancing to the final on Sunday and potentially securing a spot in the World Cup. That is after they negotiate the Intercontinental Playoffs, by the way. And the spotlight will be on two key players, Victor Osimhen, Nigeria's prolific striker, and the evergreen Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. That's the man on your screen that's talking about the Victor Osimhen. Look at that Champions League match ball. Current highest goal scorer in the UEFA Champions League with 6 goals from 3 games. That's the man. Yes, Osimhen has been in top form, scoring 6 goals, yes, and providing 1 assist in his last 5 matches, including a hat-trick against Benin Republic. And speaking of the Gabonese, look at that squad. I mentioned Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, Joe Marcolino Allan, who stood in for the 36-year-old in their last game after when he was sent off in the penultimate game. Aubameyang is back. Royce Openda is there. I think, before I go to the player I'm about to mention, Victor Osimhen's Galatasaray teammate Mario Lemina is also in the squad. I've been mentioning his name, for weeks now. Mario Lemina, yes, he was at Wolves. He also played for Southampton. He's a good midfielder on his day. Also played for Juventus and Paris Saint-Germain. He's a good midfielder on his day. That's talking about Mario Lemina. He also has his brother with him there, Noah Lemina. The talk has been about Osimhen and Aubameyang. For me, I think there's a player in that Gabonese side that the Super Eagles of Nigeria are missing. Even Nigerian fans are missing, and that's the man second only to Lionel Messi in the MLS scoring charts this season. Speedy winger. He has played for, I think, was he Angers or Ajaccio in France? Maybe a late bloomer, you call him, but that's the man. I'm talking about Denny Bouanga. Denny Bouanga is a fantastic player. I also played in the Club World Cup. Pelumi, I'm very sure you are very familiar with that name, Denny Bouanga. And who should be the man that the Super Eagles of Nigeria, should be looking, to stop? Is it Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, who scored 4 goals and also got a red card, but he is back? Is it that man who has played for Barcelona, who has played for Chelsea, played for Arsenal, played for AC Milan, as we actually started his career, played with Eden Hazard at Lille Metropole? Is it the man that we should be looking to stop? Or the man I just mentioned, Denny Bouanga? Pelumi, this is a big game we really need to win. We have our own attackers as well, but people call us the Victor Osimhen FC. You don't want Victor Osimhen to be injured going into this game. But who should be the man, like I said, that we should be looking to stop? Is it Denny Bouanga or Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang?
Honestly, I think anyone who is having the thought that Gabon would be pushovers or that Nigeria would roll over them, I think they should probably be having a second thought.
Have a second thought.
Because, that's definitely a difficult thing. Before we even go to the players that they've got now, going through their qualification series, they narrowly missed out on automatic qualification. They lost by just a point to Ivory Coast. Yes, Ivory Coast had 26 and they had 25 points. Out of their 10 games, they won 8, drew 1, and of course, they lost just one of those games right there. And their group was very, very tough. They had the likes of Gambia, Kenya, Burundi, Ivory Coast in their group, and they still managed to finish second, losing just one game in that group. So it shows how very, very difficult this team can be. And looking at their current form as well, their current form is also very decent. They have lost just one game in their last 9 or 10 games, and that is the 4-3 loss to Niger in a friendly game. And before the Niger loss, the loss that they had again was against Morocco. So these are, and we know Morocco, very, very decent team in Africa.
Decent,
so it shows that Gabon are a very, very serious team, and they should not be regarded as pushovers in this particular game. And you spoke about the quality of players that they've got as well in their ranks, and Lemina, decent player in Galatasaray. Aubameyang as well is a great form. It's definitely their talisman. He scored 4 in the last game that he played for them, although he got red carded in that game as well. But then the Dennis Bwanga you spoke about is also another guy that you need to watch out for. Just like you said, he plays for Los Angeles FC, and it's been in very, very great form so far this season. He has been scoring goals left, right, and center. In fact, the last game he played, it was against Austin, and he scored 2 goals and 1 assist in their 4-1 win over Austin.
His combination with Heung-min Son has been fantastic for the MLS.
Absolutely. Hardly can he go a game without scoring or providing an assist. So I think these are the guys that we need to watch out for in this particular game. That is why the game is important. That is why the defense also needs to be on their toes. I think Eric Chell is going to have a big worry in the game this evening, especially the defense and the attack. Because in the defense, of course, obviously no Shemilogo Ajayi is not available because he's suspended.
But Benjamin Frederick should be back in his preferred position. That's centre back, should partner Calvin Bassey.
Calvin Bassey, of course. If that now happens, who then gets to play in the right back row? That means we suddenly feel the Bright Osayi Samuel in that right back row, who has not really done really decent.
It's not pacey. It's not pacey to stop Bwanga, who can play on both sides.
So this is a very big gamble. Another thing they might want to do is maybe play certain Chidozie Awazim in centre back. Of course, he has also been decent for FC Nantes so far this season. And maybe retain Benjamin Frederick in the right back row. So I think that's also, and we never can tell. Eric Chell might just decide to play William Trustekong, the captain of the team, in that centre back row again. So a whole lot of things.
Let me come in there. You mentioned William Trustekong, and so you know, a lot of Nigerians have come out to say that if he wasn't the captain, he shouldn't have any business with this setup. I also want to ask for your take on that one, because we saw the games they played, you know, against Zimbabwe. People were even like, oh, if not because we qualified for the playoffs, yeah, the one we want to lay all the blames upon. We saw that game up against South Africa as well. They said he is a man. They claim he's not a man, you know, for the big games with high intensity. This is an example of a game with high intensity. And you just mentioned that Eric Chell might want to play him, maybe for his leadership and all of that. I want to ask you now, do you think William Trustekong should be starting in that game up against Gabon? And don't forget, Aubameyang might be 36, but he's still pacey. What do you think about that one?
I think William Trustekong should definitely not be playing in this game. Yes, he's way past it, and we, just like you said, there is a type of game that we should be fielding William Trustekong, games with low intensity, or when we want to see out games, when we're already leading comfortably and we just want to manage games. That is when you can bring in the captain of the team. Because right now, what is obvious is that Calvin Bassey and Benjamin Frederick seems to be like our best centre-back pairing right now. And one thing about centre-back is understanding. The understanding needs to be there between these two guys. So I think bringing Trustekong in now might be like a bit of a worry. But then looking at the players' availability, like I said, Shemilogo Ajayi is not available because of injuries. And you of course, you cannot also rule out Benjamin Frederick's brilliance on that right back
That
row.
right back
I think he's
row,
even the
yeah.
perfect. He's even the perfect player to maybe stop Dennis Bwanga from that particular wing.
That's
So
the man.
you
That's
might
the
want
man
to
on your screen, Denny Bwanga. I don't know. It seems like you know, they will say that there's this word we use. They say you are glazing. I'm not glazing Denny Bwanga. He is about 30 years old, and he's just a player that is. You know, when a player is doing well, you have to remove all sentiments and, you know, give him his flowers. He's a fantastic player. I know Nigerians that they want to, you know, come for me later. Should we win that game? They will say with all your Denny Bwanga and all of that. Look at Aubameyang as well. They will say we still won. But then, you know, we are talking about players, you know, to watch out for. Look at that's Lemina and Victor Osimhen as well. I'm sure Victor Osimhen will tell the midfielders how to undo Mario Lemina in the midfield. And also, Mario Lemina will also tell the defenders that, hey, you are not going to rest for 90 minutes. I'm talking about the likes of Bruno Ekwemanga and Paloon. You are not going to have it easy up against this man. That's the stadium where the game will be taking place. You are not going to have it easy up against Victor Osimhen. You were talking about Denny Bwanga and Aubameyang, you know, being stopped, defenders, you know, trying to get up against them. Don't you think their own defenders should also be afraid, because there's a certain Victor James Osimhen, top scorer in the Champions League at the moment, and, you know, coming off that hat-trick also against Benin Republic in another African game. Don't you think the defenders of Benin Republic also, I mean, of Gabon, pardon me now, should also be wary of the big man, the Jaya Olusosun? Don't you think they should be worried?
Certainly, they definitely should be. Because he's quite unstoppable. That's just one thing about him. I listened to the Gabon coach speaking about them deploying tactics on how to stop Victor Osimhen. But then, can Victor Osimhen actually be stopped? Because even if you try to stop him from maybe open play, he's still one person that is good in the air and can punish you via crosses from set pieces, because he's very, very good in the air and all of that. So it might be very, very difficult to take out of the game. And one thing I'm expecting Eric Chelsea to also do in attack is, I think, play a certain Akko Adams again, because we saw how that partnership worked against Benin Republic. A whole lot of people might be saying maybe Akko Adams didn't maybe get a goal or provide an assist, but then I think his presence paved the way and provided space for Victor Osimhen and Samuel Chukwueze to actually link up a whole lot of times in that game against Benin Republic. So playing a two-man forward could actually help the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the game. And
so you're saying they should still go for a 4-4-2?
Exactly. So Victor Osimhen should just finish what he started for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and then let us allow the hat-trick against Benin Republic
to get into our heads. I agree with you. I agree with you on that one. And also,
I look like that. I think we need every of the other players to be on the same level of Victor Osimhen. They need to be on that level that Victor Osimhen is. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Pelumi, I want to ask you, the goalkeepers, they will also have a vital role to play. That's talking about Gabon's goalkeeper and also Super Eagles goalkeeper, which is looking most likely to be Stanley Nwabali, because the coach, Eric Chell, has actually come out, to throw his weight or support for the Chippa United shortstopper, and he's also looking to regain his confidence and secure a crucial win for Nigeria. And there's so much at stake. We need our goalkeepers on job. The two goalkeepers, actually, because, this is a World Cup ticket staring them in the eye. They have to be on job. I want to ask you quickly, Stanley Nwabali, just give me quickly, who do you think should start? Sorry. Stanley Nwabali or Maduka Okoye? Looking at their form this season, who do you think should be in goal?
Yeah, looking at their form, I think Maduka Okoye should be in goal. But then, realistically, in order not to upset the balance of that team, I think Stanley Nwabali should be in goal, honestly. Because he needs to also finish what he has started. I really feel for Maduka Okoye in case something goes wrong. This is a man that is just working his way back into the national team. And then you play him and something goes wrong, and that might just be the end of his career in the Super Eagles of Nigeria team. Yeah. So I think that, yeah, it's in fine form. Yes, certainly in fine form for Udinese. And the fact that the coach even decided to bring him back immediately he got back from his ban shows that they actually trust him. He's been in fine form. In fact, I think they have lost just 1 or 2 games since they came back. And one of those games they lost was against Juventus, understandably.
Yeah.
So he has been in very, very great form. He has won man of the match performances a lot of times for this team since he got back. And compared to the form of Stanley Nwabali, who has had just 2 clean sheets so far this season.
Chippa
So I
United
think
are
it
languishing
is
at the bottom of the table.
exactly. So it's not comparable. But then for me, I think in order not to upset the balance of that team, Stanley Nwabali should still be the one to be in goal. Because what I think Stanley Nwabali needs is it needs to be reminded that there's a competition out there.
Yeah.
I think that is one thing that could help him keep him on his toes, and we won't see all of those things that have been happening, all of those inadequacies, all of those rash behavior from him and all of that. So I think the fact that you are looking onto the bench and seeing Maduka Okoye, that alone can make you sit up as a goalkeeper. So for me this evening, I expect Stanley Nwabali to still be in goal.
To still be in goal, yes, because the coach, like I said, Eric Chell, has given him his support, and he says he needs a warrior, and you know how Nwabali can be. I think my only issue with Nwabali is those unnecessary tactics that are not really needed. You know, those antics where you get the ball, you know, you try to sleep on the ground when your team is still chasing a goal. He did that in that game against Benin Republic. Terry Murphy came on to tell everybody that, hey, we still need a goal. And thankfully, that goal was scored by Frank Oyeka. And that goal that, you know, that is leading us, has led us to where we are right now, trying to negotiate a playoff performance against the Panthers of Gabon. And yes, everything you need to know, the game will be broken down bit by bit. Yes, we've been doing the build-up to the game. Even yesterday when Kizike was on the show, you know, he spoke about the formation, the likely formation, the likely tactics to be deployed by Eric Chell. Eric Chell, we know, is attack-minded. Really focus on his defense because they have 2 speedy players. Yes, even other players never can tell. This might be the platform that a player will just, you know, come up, and it might not even be Buanga. It might not be, you know, Aubameyang. It might not be Osimhen also for the Super Eagles. It might be a Chukwueze. It might be Arako Adams. It might be a Moses Simon that will take this game by the scruff of the neck and be the man of the match. You never can tell. It's going to be tough. It is not a 2-legged affair. And yes, like I said, the game will be broken down bit by bit. Yes, when the boys that's talking about Ikechukwu and also Jerry Akpeluhai, when they come on, yes, on the locker room, yes, and they give you the game live. They will be following the game and they will be giving you everything that is going on from Rabat. And let's move on quickly and let's talk about the other semi-final. Yes, it is between the DR Congo and Cameroon. And not so good news is coming out from the camp of the Indomitable Lions because key players are facing injuries. Yes, Cameroon is facing a tough time ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup African Playoffs match against the DR Congo. Let's quickly go through the list of their players. Andre Onana, Manchester United fans, I'm sure out there, they know that name very well. He's a legend. I don't want to start that. Andre Onana, currently at Trabzonspor, the goalkeeper. Yes, of course, he should be the one between the sticks. Omoshola is there with Epasi. That's the goalkeepers, the defenders. Bokele, yes, is there. Enzo Boyomo of Osasuna is there. Jackson Chachua of Wolves is there. Nagida, Tolo, Ungandeo, Yongwa, and John Chao Castelletto. Of Nantes, a good player. I think of Stade Brestois. Yes, not Nantes. Of Stade Brestois is a good player. I like him. That's talking about Castelletto. Zambo Anguissa. Yes, that's the man. Yes, he is injured. He is currently injured right now. He sustained an injury in training, and they will be out. Even for his club Napoli, he should be out for 30 to 40 days. That's a month plus. Andre Frank Zambo Anguissa, one of the best midfielders out there in the Serie A, is going to be injured. This is the other man who is also injured. That's talking about their striker. He's been there for a long time for the Cameroonians. Eric Maxime Choupo-Moting also injured. Yes, they sustained injuries in training. That's Zambo Anguissa right there on your screen, going back to Naples. Yes, where he will be treated by the Napoli team doctors. Yes, and their participation in the match is doubtful. In fact, they won't be playing. Yes, and coach Mark Bryce is likely to be without both players, which is a significant blow to their chances up against the Congolese. Look at the Congolese as well. Yes, that's their squad on your screen. Let me quickly go through that. Wan-Bissaka is there, important players for them. Wan-Bissaka, Masuaku is there, Kayembe, and there are two Kayembes, Junior Kayembe and Edu Kayembe. Mutusami is there, Ungalaya Mukau is also there, Mario Strikens, Theo Bongonda, yes, Michel Ange Balikusha is there, Nathaniel Umbuku is also there, Meshak Elia, Fistin Mayele, that's the man for the goals. Yes, because his goals, gave Pyramids the CAF Champions League. And yes, Samuel Essende is there. Cedric Bakambu is also there. Chancellor Lumbemba, his story at AFCON, currently playing for Lille Metropole right there in France. Those are the players that they also have. I know they will be missing Johan Visa, but then with the likes of Fistin Mayele and Samuel Essende and Cedric Bakambu, I think they are going to have a lot for the Cameroonians to handle, who also have their own player. Manchester United's informed player, Brian Mbumo, yes, should be traveling and they should be playing for the Cameroonians. This is not so good news from the camp of the Cameroonians, Pelumi, because the likes of Sambo Anguissa, who holds that midfield down. A midfield of Tameze, Baleba, and Zambo Anguissa. That midfield is actually fantastic. But then, without Anguissa right now, and without Choupo-Moting up front, I know they've called up Vincent Aboubakar and Carl Essa-Eyong, who is doing well for Levante. But without Choupo-Moting and especially Zambo Anguissa, what do you think is the chances of the Cameroonians up against this Congolese side, who also have their good players of their own? What do you think the Cameroonians would do to handle this match?
Yeah, well, I think those guys are going to be really missed, especially Zambo Anguissa. He's been doing well this season for Napoli, so it's going to be a great miss for the Cameroonian national team. And all is not really going well in the camp of the Cameroonians. We all saw the road that happened between the coach of the team, McBride, and the federation. The federation said the coach would come to Yaoundé for the player announcement, the back and forth, and the coach said that since with the federation and of course with the coach, and this might just cause a lot of rancor and a lot of problems for the Cameroonian national team. And the fact that some of their guys would also be missing, I think it's going to be a big worry for them. And they are facing a certain DR Congo, who are also a very, very decent side. In fact, I loved what DR Congo did in the last AFCON, where they lost out to the eventual winners, that's Ivory Coast, where they lost out in the semi-finals, and then they lost out in the third place again to South Africa. So they're a very, very decent team if you look at this particular DR Congo team. So I think they're going to give the Cameroonians a run for their money. But then I think but I think the Cameroon can still bank on the great form of Brandon Mbeumo. It's definitely their star man going into this game, and we know big clubs, big players, the big teams are meant for big moments like this. This is when you expect Brandon Mbeumo to step up, bring that form from Manchester United, bring it to this Cameroon team. Yes, it's not going to be an easy game, but I still expect the Cameroonians, knowing what is at stake, knowing that the World Cup ticket is still at stake at this particular point in time, and they will not want to miss out on the World Cup too. So I think I'm fancying them to actually go ahead and nick this particular one.
Absolutely, and yes, I know that's a game, even though a lot of eyes will be focused on the Super Eagles, yes, up against Gabon, but then this game between Cameroon and the DRC should not be a game that you should ignore. It's going to be fantastic. Stars will be going up against even big stars. And just before we wrap up on the show, let's talk about a legend, who is also looking to get another World Cup trophy. He's looking, to defend the one that they won in 2022, and that's none other than Lionel Messi, who has made it clear that winning another World Cup, is his top priority. Even over receiving another Ballon d'Or award. The Argentine superstar was unequivocal in his response, highlighting his passion for international success following Argentina's 2022 World Cup triumph. And Messi's comments showcase his dedication to team glory on the global stage, despite his impressive record-breaking individual awards. And when asked about his post-retirement plans, Messi expressed interest in becoming a club owner, saying that I'd rather say I'll be a club owner instead of being a coach. And trust me, I think Messi is right on that one, because he is not the loudest, when it comes to dishing out instructions. Messi can just walk past you. Even a lot of players have come out, his former players, his former teammates, they've come out to say Messi is not the one you will see giving pep talks. I think the loudest I've seen Messi was at the World Cup in 2022. Or was it even the World Cup or Copa America? Yes, where he was giving out emotional speeches as he went on to secure that one right there in Brazil. That's the first one, they won. And I think that's the loudest I've seen Messi. Messi is not the one to be dishing out instructions and shouting on the touchline. You can leave that for his great rival, Cristiano Ronaldo. And yes, the 8-time Ballon d'Or winner shared his thoughts on potentially appearing at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, saying he's excited about the idea, but will only participate if he feels physically capable of contributing to the Argentina national team. I want to ask this question just before we go, Pelumi. Messi or Ronaldo? Who is the GOAT and who is the go-to? Who is the GOAT? Who do you think is the GOAT? Do you think Messi? Because Ronaldo has also been asked. Ronaldo has been asked, and he said winning the World Cup will not justify him. Whether he wins or not, won't justify his place as the greatest of all time. But do you think Messi, even if Messi doesn't go to this one, do you think Messi will still seal the status as the greatest of all time? Pelumi, quickly. All right. That's where we'll be ending, the show for today, Sports Republic. And yes, on behalf of everyone right here in the studio, I can only say good job and good luck to the Super Eagles of Nigeria as they take on the Panthers of Gabon, 5 p.m. Nigerian time today in Rabat. It's going to be a tough game. Also, the game after that, 8 p.m. Nigerian time, will be between Cameroon, the Indomitable Lions, up against the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yes, the winners will now, meet on Sunday, November 16. Yes, at the Prince Moulay El Hassan Stadium. Yes, right there in Rabat, for a spot in the Intercontinental Playoffs for the World Cup. Yes, to be part of the last 2 slots for the World Cup, right, the expanded format of the World Cup. The Super Eagles of Nigeria, how can we say, with everything that is, going on, off the pitch and even in the country in general, let's just hope you guys, let's hope you guys will bring us, a joy, yes, as we go on, to play the Panthers of Gabon. Well, I'm Afeez Ogubanjo, and it's been a fantastic show so far. And I want to say thank you also to Pelumi Adeosun for being with me on the journey. The midday news is coming up next right here, and do ensure that you enjoy the game when it comes to 5 p.m. Nigerian time. Enjoy your day and have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They still call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo, If you want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on at VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
VOP TV now.
Hello and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
First, the headlines. FG cancels 15% duty on diesel petrol.
Nigeria hits 1.401 Mbp, misses OPEC quota again.
African Union rejects genocide claims in northern Nigeria.
Sule Lamido's case against PDP delayed.
Saraki urges PDP to suspend convention, said caretaker committee.
2 Nigerians rescued, 2 missing after Mediterranean shipwreck.
And businessman as Manufacturers Association of Nigeria calls on federal government, NAFDAC, to reverse sachet alcohol ban.
And in the world of sports, Austin Eguavon queries timing of Super Eagles strike.
And entertainment, Nwoko denies marrying Regina Daniels at 17. Now on the news and details. The federal government, through the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, says it is no longer considering the planned 15% duty on imported petroleum products. Director of Public Affairs George Ene Ita announced this in a statement and cautioned the public against panic buying. Do recall that on October 29th, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had approved an import tariff on petrol and diesel, a policy expected to raise the landing costs of imported fuel. The proposal sought to apply a 15% duty on the cost, insurance, and freight value of imported products to align prices with domestic market realities. Meanwhile, the NMDPRA assured Nigerians of adequate fuel supply within the national sufficiency threshold and warned against hoarding, panic buying, or arbitrary price hikes.
Meanwhile, Nigeria's crude oil production rose slightly to 1.401 million barrels per day in October, up from 1.39 million in September, according to OPEC's monthly oil market report. Despite the increase, Nigeria missed its OPEC production quota for the third consecutive month, last meeting its target in July 2025. The figures underscore the country's ongoing struggle to sustain production despite new investment and government efforts in the upstream sector.
In another development, the African Union has dismissed claims of genocide in northern Nigeria following remarks by U.S. President Donald Trump that Christians were being slaughtered by jihadists. Trump had recently warned of possible military action in Nigeria, alleging that radical Islamists were killing Christians in large numbers and that Christianity faced an existential threat in the country. But AU Commission Chair Muhammad Ali Yusuf told newsmen in New York that there is no genocide in northern Nigeria. He urged world leaders to be cautious in their statement, noting that the situation in northern Nigeria is complex and that the first victim of Boko Haram are Muslim, not Christians.
Moving on, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wahid Shuaibu, has received members of the 41 Regular Course Alumni Association calling for collective efforts to secure Nigeria. Welcoming his classmates, the course described them as an integral part of his success journey, noting that the bond forged at the Nigerian Defense Academy decades ago remains unbroken. He added that their experiences and wisdom continue to strengthen the Army and the nation. Lieutenant General Wahid Shuaibu pledged to work closely with both serving and retired colleagues to advance national security and sustain the unity that unifies and defines their cause. He also revealed that since his appointment, his classmates have been actively discussing ways to achieve a safer Nigeria. Earlier, the president of the 41 RC Alumni Association, retired Major Lancelot Ayaya, congratulated Shuaib on becoming the 25th course.
Now to legal matter, judgment in the suit filed by former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido was today stalled at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Lamido is challenging his exclusion from contesting the chairmanship position at the People's Democratic Party National Convention. Justice Peter Lifu, who had fixed the judgment for today, could not deliver it. The court registrar informed the parties, including the former governor, that the judgment was now not ready, a new date to be communicated to both parties.
Moving on, former Senate President Bukola Saraki, in the meantime, urged the People's Democratic Party to suspend its national convention scheduled for November the 15th and 16th, 2025 in Ibadan, Oyo State, citing legal and political controversies surrounding the exercise. Saraki made the call in a statement on X after meeting with board members of the PDP Board of Trustees Reconciliation Committee led by Hassan Adamu, who sought his views on restoring peace within the party. Describing the meeting as meaningful and incisive, Saraki said it focused on pressing issues affecting the PDP's unity and stability. He expressed concerns that despite the efforts of some party leaders, the convention has been engulfed in political and legal wrangling, which he said threatens Nigeria's democracy. Saraki warned that conflicting court orders on the convention's validity risk undermining its outcomes. The former Senate President urged the BOT to immediately establish a caretaker committee to manage party affairs and restore confidence among members and prospective candidates.
Moving on, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to fostering collaboration between Nigeria and its diaspora. Vice President Kashim Shettima highlighted this at the 8th Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit 2025 held at the State House Conference Center in Abuja. Shettima was represented by Ambassador Donoma Ahmed, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He said Nigeria's prosperity would accelerate when the public sector, private sector, and global diaspora work together with a shared purpose. Shettima added that the renewed hope agenda identifies the diaspora as a central pillar of Nigeria's foreign policy alongside democracy, development, and demography.
Still in the news, the International Organization for Migration says 2 Nigerians are missing and 2 others confirmed dead after a vessel carrying 49 persons capsized in the Mediterranean Sea. According to the IMO, 42 others are missing and presumed dead, while 7 were rescued following the shipwreck off the coast of Libya, the latest tragedy on the central Mediterranean route. The Nigerians were among migrants who departed Zuwara in the northwest Libya around 3 a.m. on November the 3rd. IOM's latest data showed deaths on the central Mediterranean crossing have already exceeded 1,000 this year as more people risk the dangerous journey to Europe.
It's still the media news and Voice of the People television, and it's time for the news analysis. And joining us virtually this afternoon to help analyze the media news is Ayoyinka Oni, a public affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Mr. Ayoyinka Oni, if you can hear me. Good to have you join today's media news, please. I would like you to unmute your microphone if you can hear me, please. All right.
Yes, I've done that. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much. I can hear you very well. Thank you so much for being here today. I sincerely appreciate your presence on today's media news. Without wasting much time, let's get your opinion on this particular revelation made by the International Organization for Migration, saying that 2 Nigerians, were among the 49 persons or 46 that they are looking for at this point in time, after they confirmed that a particular vessel carrying 49 individuals capsized, somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea. And we know also that we've gotten so much information about people trying to migrate, trying to move to Europe from Libya. Crossing the Mediterranean Sea is also a challenge. 2 Nigerians, luckily for us, were among the people that were alive, and 2 are still missing. What do you have to say about this? Recent reports also pointed out that over 1,000 lives have been lost on the Mediterranean Sea.
I first even want to disagree with that figure. The number of Nigerians that have lost their life trying to flee from this country is definitely going to be way more than that. And over the years, people have not stopped, despite the fact that they get the information firsthand that people are dying, people are getting arrested, trying to flee the country. It just shows to you of the hardship that people are willing to escape and face in order to rescue themselves from the country. A country like Nigeria with so much resources, so much opportunities that the government has refused to package and give to the people should not have people fleeing. How many times do we hear people fleeing from Canada through that method, or the US, or UK? But here in Nigeria with our abundant resources, it keeps happening. So it's sad. And it's not going to stop. We're going to get more news of people fleeing, and it's definitely an economic situation.
All right, then. Well, if you say it's an economic situation, a lot of persons who want to beg to differ because of the fact that it is not just Nigerians who are crossing the Mediterranean to Europe via Libya. Some of the countries also have their citizens do the same. But the question I want to find out from you is, how can these be navigated? That we have young Nigerians, because I dare say at this point, it's about the young Nigerians who believe that the land is green on the other side, thus the reason why they want to migrate to Europe. How can these be navigated on the path of government and, of course, on the path of the people who also love to want to leave the shores of Nigeria to some other parts of Europe for greener pastures? How can these be navigated truly?
I would be very glad to read the news of somebody from UK trying to pass the Mediterranean Sea to come to Nigeria, or somebody from Canada, then that would be a balanced story. But you hardly hear such, they come into the country, fly normally to do business, and they go back. Or Nigerians try to fit. So to mitigate it is simple. It's an economic situation. There's nobody will want to go through an open sea with a boat. It's not even a ship most of the time. A boat that you have someone that's piloting it that you don't know, to die of starvation test or capsizing on an open sea. Nobody in his right senses will want to do that. It is the fact that we have a country of poor economic situation which has driven majority into having mental problem. There's statistics that 60 million Nigerians have mental problems that are not treated. So mental problem is what's going to take you to go that route, So nothing can stop it except we solve the problem of our economy. The only thing we can say, okay, the Navy should protect our shoreline properly. That's all. But that is still not going to solve the problem.
How can that actually happen? Where we learned also from the committee in charge of our borders that it is only, I think, 84 thereabouts of our borders at this point in time that is manned. So how are they going to do it? We have about 1,900 and some fractions of borders in Nigeria. 1,800 and something also is unmanned. So how do you expect the Navy at this point to protect your shoreline? I remember that this shipwreck that happened did not happen on the soil of Nigeria. It happened somewhere in Libya when people are trying to cross the Mediterranean Sea to Europe.
Even the 84 is definitely a wrong information. I can almost say that our shoreline are not properly manned. The places that they are even manned, they are corrupt in the sense that there are some naval officers, armed forces that you will pay and they will allow you to pass. If you want to go and die, nothing concerns there, just drop money. So the 84 is not correct, And yes, this shipwreck, an accident will not happen on the shoreline of Nigeria, of course. It will happen where there are high wave tide. That's where it's going to happen. So some of them have smuggled themselves to Morocco first, or smuggled themselves to Libya before they carry on with the journey. So manning the shoreline and all that is not going to solve the problem. It's an economic problem. Make your country better. Make the living condition in your country worthwhile. Then reduce the problem naturally.
Okay, well, I like the part where you said make the country better, and the people would not want to leave the country as it were. But again, I think on one part, maybe the presidency seem to be listening to voices like yours on the part where they have decided at this point to collaborate with the people in the diaspora, asking clearly for a clear understanding between the diasporans and, of course, the people in the country. They highlighted, the vice president did highlight that at this point, clear investment is needed. And of course, concerns are being raised about the outlook of Nigeria in the diaspora, which again is the reason why this call is being made. In fact, the vice president did say prosperity can accelerate when, of course, the public and the private sector and, of course, global diaspora work together with a shared purpose. What's the position with these statements from the vice president, particularly on the change reform agenda of this administration?
Thank you so much. Well, what I've seen by this government, the regime of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is so much talks. They are so engaged with the media and less implementation. Of course, no shadow of doubt that if you take advantage of your diaspora strength, you can even use that to build your economy. That's what India did, China, and the rest. But here in Nigeria, what our diaspora are currently facing is when they come back to the country to do business, they are facing kidnapping. Some of them are facing kidnapping regularly. They have to pay high security fee to be saving to go to their village. Some of them, when they are out of the country, the money they send to do business, the business they seize their land, the business is stolen. There's no protection of their investment. It's even difficult for them to send funds, and they cannot even vote, even though many of them have voters cards. So these are a lot of issues. So we are clearly not taking advantage of that diaspora strength that we have, and we have it all over the world. The UK, the US, Canada, everywhere Nigerians are there, and they are doing well. How can you be doing well, and it's difficult for you to invest your money on your own country? So it is clearly a right path to take, but all I've seen for this government is much talk and less implementation.
So when you say that all you've seen from the government is much talk and less action, are you also saying that they've not really, identified the fact that people in diaspora are central pillar to our foreign policy alongside even democracy? Because that is what the Vice President Shetima is saying here, that the Renewed Hope agenda have been able to identify this. And I think that's the reason they are calling for this collaboration, between Nigerians and those in diaspora.
Let me tell you why they are calling for collaboration now. They are calling for collaboration because they need the voices of the diaspora to speak for them towards the issue of the US, Donald Trump, on the genocide occurring in Nigeria. That's one. Two, they are speaking now because, as we all know, we have just 2026 in the middle of our election. Election is around the corner already. So the APC government needs every support it can, not because they want to implement these things for the betterment of Nigeria. Remember, anything we are talking about is for the betterment of Nigerians, living in Nigeria and those abroad. But they are not saying that because of this. They are saying that because of those two things I have highlighted, because it's serious government. Upon starting your government in 2023, those are the major things that you should have been doing. You have an ambassador already. You already have a diaspora structure. What have they been using those diaspora structure to do? So
the president is here to appoint ambassadors, for them to take care of maybe a foreign affairs ambassador, and also even the diplomatic role too. They are yet to assume the diplomatic role that is supposed to do or play for Nigeria.
So they are not serious then. If you have not already structured that from the beginning of your government, even from your campaign 2023, that is not a serious government. So the discussion now is just for their benefit against Trump and towards the election.
When you say that the reason for them to bring up this at this point in time is for them to have a safe landing, I'm talking about the government having a safe landing as regards the genocide and the statements surrounding it, which was some people have come up to say it's not that way and all that. I would like to get your opinion on this, please. In Nigeria, do we have people being killed? Do you align with that line of thought that there is Christian genocide in Nigeria? That's the first question to start with.
Thank you so much. Yes, first you remember that when this started, the United States took months to trend the issues first on Twitter and X of the genocide occurring in Nigeria. They were trending it. The Nigerian government avoided the discussion. The Christian community that were even being mentioned avoided the discussion. But they moved further, using the President of the United States to declare what they will do if that continues. That was what got the attention of our government. Let me backtrack again. Before the trend of that Christian genocide, the people of Benue have been protesting that they are dying. The people of Jos have been protesting that they are dying. What the government do? The government will even go and counter their protests or arrest or tear gas them, saying keep quiet, don't talk about the news. When the noise of Benue was so much, Bola Ahmed Tinubu was forced to go to Benue, just a show of shame, ceremony, not really to go and solve the problem. But immediately Trump started taking it personal. They saw it as a discussion. Why should we get to that level of a government that the government refuse to recognize the pain of their people, even when their people are crying, but until when a foreign government is talking about regulations, what do we do before they speak about it?
So now I ask again, in clear terms, what is your stand on the Christian genocide? Do you align with that line of thought that we have in Christian genocide in Nigeria, or are you against that?
Yeah, so to the issue of genocide, it will be criminally minded, hateful and wrong for anybody to say there's no genocide in Nigeria.
When you say it will be criminally wrong, the likes of Sheikh Ahmad Gumi, somewhere in Turkey, he sent a message to the world, telling the world that there was a discussion he had with a doctor, and that doctor made him understand that people of the Middle Belt and region in Nigeria are burying empty coffins for them to malign the Nigerian nation as well as stall the movement of the Sharia law in Nigeria.
It is sad that Gumi, who paraded himself as a terrorist apologist throughout Buhari's government, is still today speaking for the terrorists. It's only in Nigeria that somebody will sit down and say you should give amnesty to people that are going to shoot people in villages, kill children, and kill women as they are cooking, and still yet the press keep giving him attention. There's genocide in Nigeria. There's Christian genocide. There's Muslim genocide. There's atheist genocide. There's the genocide of the people.
Oh well.
My stand is that the genocide is not just against the Christian. The Muslims are also dying. In fact, some statistics has it that the Muslims are even dying more. But the reason why the Muslims don't seem to be talking more about their death is because the Muslim religion seems to accept death like, oh, it has accepted, let's move on. But Christians are not. But this is the issue. As a government, you have the responsibility to protect your people, regardless of their religion.
All right, then.
Yours as a government is not to be trying to differentiate who is dying or who is not dying.
All right,
Whether
then.
the person is an atheist, a Christian, or a Muslim, Nigerians are dying in drones.
All right, then. I like the fact that you've identified the primary responsibility of the government. But let's talk about another institution that has come out boldly to make a statement, particularly on this Christian genocide. I'm talking about the African Union. Some have said that at this point, the African Union seemed to have a voice. From your position, what would you make of the dismissal of Christian genocide in the northern part of Nigeria by the African Union, a body that is supposed to clearly protect her own when it comes to insecurity and, of course, all that we see across Africa?
I will first start from the Nigerian government. The first response of the Nigerian government trying to use the propaganda of their people online is that there's no genocide. But they could not argue successfully, and they had to, cower and say, well, we are solving the problem. And you realize that the military started bringing out news every day on how they are tackling terrorism. For African Union, every responsible African know that African Union does not exist. What a group of old men that have held Africa to ransom and using Africa for business. They do not care about unity. They do not care about the strength, the growth of Africa or any African country.
Let me get you right, please. Mr. Oni, let's get you right. When you say African Union does not exist, can you help us throw more light on that, please? We need to avoid misconception.
Yeah. There's European Union. There's the United States of America. There's the Brexit. There are different groups for a purpose internationally, and you will see their agenda clearly stated on how they are making sure there's a progress in their continent or the group of countries that are trying to work together. For African Union, it does not exist. The agenda of African Union is just to loot Africa for the West. They have no strength, they have no purpose, they have no direction. Who are the African Union? Who are
Should these be blamed? Should these be blamed on colonial masters of individual states in Africa? Because you know for a fact that, let's use Nigeria as an example. Nigeria was colonized by, of course, the British, and clearly we cannot say the same for Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and the likes. Should we blame the part of not having a strong institution in African Union to our colonialists, who, again, seem like to be the paymasters of some of these states in Africa?
The foundation of all the problems in Africa, of course, nobody can rule out the colonial masters. Nobody. They still have their foot right on the throat of the continent, from France to UK to the US, of course. But you see, this is 60 years after. 1960, 1966, 1956, 1954, many years after independence of different African countries. What has put us to be continuously in this mess is because we have not had the opportunity to have a lot of responsible leaders in Africa, Nigeria, that don't have a mind of their own, don't have vision or strength of their own, don't care about their people. If you do not give the colonial masters the opportunity to continue to loot your nation, your continent. They will not. They will step back. Many countries have done that. They have fought back over the years, and they are independent today. But Nigeria, and Africa, we just got independent by mouth. It did not happen by our resources or by our policies. Nigeria, as an example, is still using the policies of the World Bank, IMF, and co. Not policy for African or Nigerian people. So yes, we hold the colonial responsible for the foundation of our problem, but we should hold our leaders responsible more.
Now, the question I want to ask you is, if we're to hold them responsible after 65 years, for example, Nigeria of independence, who will China hold responsible for their booming economy? Who will India hold responsible for their also booming economy? Because these countries were colonized at some point. And then when you say also that the problem we have has to do with Africa not having visionary leaders, what will happen to the likes of Julius Nyerere? What will happen to the likes of Jomo Kenyatta? What will happen to Nelson Mandela and a whole lot of other leaders that Africa have produced, which we know are reverend men? What will happen to them? We have the Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, the single man who said we don't want any colonial invasion. And he was able to do it. He pushed it out. He defended Ethiopia still somewhere in the United Nations. At the end of the day, what can we say about all these other nations at this present time? And when did we get it wrong?
Of course, we celebrate all past African leaders that have stood for Africa. They are our talking points, and we use them, the Thomas Sankara and the ones that you have mentioned. And as you have observed, the British, UK, UN have made sure one way or the other they send all those people out of power. Thomas Sankara was removed and killed. Lumumba was removed and killed. There are other examples, and that's the same thing they still want to continue to do. But it remains that a country like Nigeria have not showed enough good example. There's no strength in Africa. There's no African unity. Nigeria is a factor to that. We are not doing that. The Sahel are trying to unite. And you said something quickly that look at China. They were also colonized, but they fought hard with real leadership to strengthen their economy, and they are still fighting. They are still making sure that the US, the UK are not putting their foot on their neck. It's a continuous process, and it must never stop. In Nigeria, we have not.
So we should throw away that book written by Walter Rodney on how Europe underdeveloped Africa and focus on the one written by an African on how Africa underdeveloped Africa. Is that what you're saying at this point?
No, we hold forth to that book, and we must continue to show the Europeans that they underdevelop Africa.
Do you share also the line of thought that is more like at this point to having a modern scramble and maybe further partitioning of Africa by some people who think that they are superior with the recent happening in Africa? For example, the war in DR Congo have also been thought to be a targeted attempt on mining of their gold. Check the South Sudan, though we know that place they have a civil war, but all the same, some people have come up to say that they are being sponsored by people who are benefiting from it. Nigeria, where we are broadcasting from, some have also pointed fingers to some blocks, saying that they are the ones masterminding the continuous insecurity due to the illegal mining activities that they are doing also. And if you check out what happened between the French and their people, I'm talking about their colonists, when they come up to say we don't need them again, they should leave. How wounded they were and how heartbroken the French were when they were leaving some of their colonialists, some of their boys. Well, I use that word now. Are we going to say we're going to see another scramble and partition of Africa as of Berlin Conference in a modern day time?
Yes, there's a need for Africa. That points to the fact that there's a need for Africa to also stand together. Not standing together to destroy any continent like they have destroyed us, but stand together to do things for Africa. If there is unity in our continent, these colonial masters will stay away, or they will respect you enough to be able to do business with you out of respect. Notice what is going on as we speak. There's illegal mining going on in Nigeria by China, by the Lebanese, and all these things are orchestrated by your government. So it simply shows that they have pushed Nigerians to the highest bidder, and we must get our country back.
All right, then. Well, on the part of security, I still want to stay with you in this conversation. On the part of security, there are concerns about the fact that in Europe, there is NATO, that clearly is a joint combined military force, which again helps in the fight when it comes to insecurity around Europe. Africa is yet to have a combined military force. Some have said this would be stalled as a result of the colonialists that we have all across African states. Is there a possibility that these would ever see the light of the day? And I'm talking about combined military efforts to tackling insecurity clearly across Africa, more like what the Saharan states are doing right now, before we jump to another conversation.
So there have been joint task force at the borders in the
just
past.
Within some states.
Yes, it's presently.
Just within some states.
Task force. Yes, but they have not, like you actually said, they have not been a true United Africa military front. What has happened in the past is that African countries with stronger military have gone ahead to help rescue some other countries from terrorists. You know, Nigeria have done that. We have helped so many countries in the past, including South Africa, you know, where we send our military forces down there, you know, Liberia, you know. But yes, they have not been there. And yeah, like you said, colonial masters don't want them to exist. They prefer to use Nigeria as their military camp or their target point in which to invade other communities. But the truth is this: you should defend yourself and prepare for war, but you should not be so quick to go into war. NATO is causing a lot of problems in the world right now. One of the reasons why Russia and Ukraine war exists today is because of the NATO forces. The NATO forces are saying they can stay in Ukraine, but Russia is saying no. If NATO is in Ukraine, they're already at our border. We will not allow that. That was one of the major reasons why Russia and the Ukraine went into war. But that should not be the case. The resources of Africa, and I want to say very clearly, the resources of Africa is enough for every continent to benefit from.
Exactly. Talking about resources now,
there is no need to use war as cheap, pain, terrorism to steal those resources. You can come, bring what you have to offer, and we will give you what we want to offer. It's not that you now come through the back door like China is doing, mining our resources. You respect me enough, trade by barter. I have this, I need this. You give me this, I give you that. There's no need for war, and there's no need for all this terrorism. But because of greed of African leaders, greed of world leaders, that is why they are look at what Congo is going through. Congo is one of the richest.
Talking about having resources and a whole lot of faith, Mr. Oni, we learned that Nigeria again misses to meet our OPEC quota. I'm talking about the production per day of the crude oil. We hit 1.401 million barrels per day production against what our quota should be, you know, with the OPEC. And what does this really portend when you say we have more than enough resources? And let's also get your opinion on the fact that the federal government have halted once again the policy of increasing 5% duty on 15%. Diesel and 15%, thank you so much, David, on duty, on imported diesel and petrol. One, it was a 5% on every PM. I was talking about the pump price, which is supposed to start from 1st of January, and now they're halting this. What do you have to say about that, please?
It is sad, like you said, that we are supposed to be oil-producing country, not oil dropping country. No, removing duty is supposed to be what will be done by countries that have no oil at all. That all they depend on is the importation of oil. But in a country where we have it in abundance, that all that is needed for us is just to have working refineries across board, we are still talking about duty and duty. So it is sad. And Nigerians should not bother themselves about this news. So I saw a clause by federal government that said, oh, there should not be any panic buying. Why would there not be panic buying?
Are we doing trial by error at this point? Just in 1 minute, because we're pressed for time. This is not the first time this administration is going back or reneging on some of the principles that they pushed out. First, we have it with the 5% pay. I'm talking about tax now imposed on any fuel you buy, pump price, and then this 15% duty now has been cancelled. We also saw what happened with the clemency list, mercy prerogative list that was also pushed out. And you know, what do you make of this? Because in one breath we're getting this, another breath we're taking it back, and help us actually walk around in just 1 minute, please.
So it's very simple. If you are not producing, if you are not refining your resources by yourself, your economy will never be stable. Your economy will be dependent on the decision of world policy. That is why they keep changing. So if UK sneeze, we have to change. If US sneeze, we have to change. Basically, that's what is going on. But Tinubu's regime have not done anything significant to improve the economy of Nigeria. It's simply just loan, borrow, get it, and sell your resources.
All right, then thank you so very much, Mr. Ayoyinka Oni, for your submission there. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the midday news. We want to say thank you so very much, Mr. Ayoyinka Oni, public affairs analyst, for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, then we also want to state it here that the thoughts and views of our analysts are strictly theirs and not the position of Voice of the People Television as an organization. We'll take a very quick break right now. When we return, more stories will be up next as President Bola Tinubu urges editors to protect democracy. These and more we will bring to you after this break.
Glad to have you back. Still Media News and Voice of the People Television. President Bola Tinubu has urged Nigerian editors to uphold integrity and fairness in their reportage, describing responsible journalism as vital to sustaining democracy and national unity. Speaking at the opening of the Nigerian Guild of Editors annual conference at the State House in Abuja, the president said the media must continue to serve as a stabilizing force in a rapidly changing information space.
Follow up, as I wish you a constructive, thoughtful, and fruitful deliberations. I look forward to the outcome of your discussions. Thank you. God bless Federal Republic of
Called on the government to provide low-interest loans to help media organizations acquire essential equipment and sustain their operations.
That's for between 5 to 10 years, which will enable media houses to stabilize, meet operating costs, and sustain their watchdog role. Number two, sir, VAT exemption. In recognition of its social responsibility role, the media should be exempted from VAT on essential tools and equipment. A practice already in place in countries like Canada, India, and South Africa. The reason I mentioned that, if you start to
Also speaking, Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma, who delivered the keynote address, said editors have a key role in promoting good governance, democracy, and electoral integrity.
Democracy. Electoral integrity begets democracy, and democracy begets good governance. and good governance fast tracks the exorcism of trust deficit. In all of this, your role as facilitator, amplifier, or catalyst is key. Your reports and comments paint a picture of tomorrow. Therefore, the picture you paint of 2027 is what Nigerians should expect. So I hold it to be true that as editors, you should be held accountable for both the team and the sub-team.
Moving on, Nigeria's tourism sector is receiving renewed attention as the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority steps up efforts to boost domestic tourism and drive community-based economic growth. The agency says with stronger brand participation and local support, tourism could become one of the country's major source of revenue. Voice of the People TV's Onyeka Ogolo reports this.
Is one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned and he's reaching out to the owners of destinations like OD. OD festival belongs to the OD people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging, destination owners like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the least akara fryer by the roadside, the tourism economic value chain drops on everyone. The transporter, a time will come, people will need to leave their houses for guests. And if I leave my house for 2-3 days for people to stay, or 7 days, I'll surely gain out of it. It is to this level that Mr. Olawa control the NTD is looking at OD festival. Not the way it was before. It sure will not be like that again from next year. The transporter will gain out of it, the market woman will gain out of it, food sellers will gain out of it, nightclubs will do better. So at the end of the day, it will be a win-win for the host community.
The NDTA says it's providing technical support to event organizers nationwide with staff designated to help communities plan and manage tourism activities effectively.
We are people that are, fun-loving, peace-loving, industrious, productive, well-educated set of people. So we celebrate, that's our history. We celebrate our heritage. We celebrate our oneness, in love and in tourism. Well, the people are known for hospitality. The people are known for creativity. So the festival, almost all the activities the cultural activities that we celebrate in the festival are creative, activities. So OG has become the tourism hub of the Niger Delta because of the nature of the people, hospitable. And let me add that during the period of the celebration, if you go to OG, you don't need to know anybody. The people are welcoming. So you just walk into any household. The people are, if I expecting people to be to visit them, so they welcome you, accommodate you, feed you, and sometimes even give you money to spend for the period of the festival. Let us see how we can, with what we have done, the beauty, the packaging that we have done, let the world come. Let us package it, and make it a global event. So that is why, and of course, the people cannot do it alone. They have been doing it in the past. For the 68 years of its existence, we have been doing it in the past. Let us see how we can bring the world, bring corporate bodies, bring brands, bring organizations to properly package this festival and make it a real tourism event, an international event. That's why we are here.
Speakers at the forum urged private brands and banks to invest in community tourism, saying such involvement will grow local economies and improve living standard.
Look at the United States of America. Domestic, from moving from one, say from New York to Florida to the beach, they travel within America and is generating a whole lot of money, such that some communities in America are getting tax rebates because of the tourism that their community generates. So tourism is not something that happens by accident. It's usually a deliberate effort. We have more population than Morocco. We can make way more income than Morocco makes from tourism. Unfortunately, Morocco is the most visited country in Africa, as far as tourism is concerned.
With new strategies and stronger partnership, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism will play a greater role in driving inclusive growth and national development. I am Ika Golo reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you so much, Maureen Ogolo, for that report. Now to some business stories. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has expressed shock over the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC's directive to ban the production and sale of alcoholic beverages in sachet and small PET bottles by December 31, 2025. MAN Director General Shegun Ajayi Kadir said the move contradicts previous stakeholders' agreement and the House of Representatives' position on the matter, noting that earlier consultations and a one-year extension granted by the Ministry of Health should have been considered before such a directive.
And from business, we move straight to sports, where the technical director of the Nigerian Football Federation, Austin Soreze Guavon, has raised concerns over the timing of the Super Eagles players' strike. The players boycotted training on Tuesday, demanding payments of outstanding bonuses and allowances. They returned to training Wednesday night at the Institut Royal de Formation d'Escadrille in Saleh, near Rabat, after the issue was resolved. Despite questioning the timing of the dispute, Guavon remains confident that the team will perform in the playoffs.
In entertainment, Senator representing Delta North, Nedumoko, has dismissed claims by his estranged wife, Nollywood actress Regina Daniels, that he married her at 17, calling the allegations false, misleading and malicious. In a statement on social media, Nwoko said the reports are attempt to tarnish his image amid ongoing marital issues. He added that Regina told him she was 21 when they met and presented a voter card showing her birth date as October 10, 1998. He went further to know that their marriage took place 6 years ago, making her 27 now. Nwoko also suggested that his wife's claims were influenced by her mental state, citing her incomplete rehabilitation for drug addiction. And with that, we come to the end of today's Media News and Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on all the social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2024, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They still call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters together and share our concerns. Thank you.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared...
Hello, beautiful people. How you all doing? Today is a new day, and I'm sure you're enjoying yourself and you're having fun already because we are here to have more and more fun. So yes, it's a beautiful day, and this is VOP TV this is Spotlight on VOP TV, your number one show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, don't forget, I don't want you to forget that I am still your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi. And yes, today is another beautiful day to stay positive, inspired, grounded, a day that you can just, be yourself and do great things. And yes, we're bringing you an exciting blend of gist. I'm sure you don't want to miss any of this gist because I'm not going to miss. You too, you should not miss it. So please don't go anywhere. And yes, we have a guest joining us today. Oh my God. And joining us today is a passionate dancer with years of experience teaching children, helping kids discover the joy of dance. He specializes in creating fun, high-energy classes that build confidence, coordinations, and creativity. Whether learning hip-hop grooves, jazz steps, or ballet basics, his goal is to make every child feel encouraged, inspired, and proud of what they can do. And he believes dance is not just about movement, it's about expressing yourself, making friends, and having a blast along the way. Because I want to learn how to dance too. And he's no other person than Bravo Dance. Woo! Welcome to the show.
Yeah,
you know, see this shake? Oh God, my G is already here. He's giving me this hand, So, Oma, Bravo, this is your name, Seth. The name is everything. How did you even get the name Bravo? Bravo Dance. How did you even come about that name?
Well, actually, I got the name from a particular supervisor doing during that period of work at Fabregas when he came to Nigeria.
Yeah.
You get me? So I was once an ambassador of Sterling Bank.
Ooh.
So So then there's the supervisor, I call him Mr. Eddie, just look at me one day during the dance process, traveling from one state to another state. It's not like, and I have a particular hairstyle then.
So what's your hairstyle like? What is...
No, just like Bravo, Johnny Bravo itself.
You what? Me, I like seeing that you know that animation. It's Bravo, you know Johnny Bravo with his long hair, you know the kind of broad shoulders.
But I don't have that.
Hey, Jesus!
So it's just all about my hair, and the energetic in the dance. That's
but Johnny Bravo, actually, Johnny Bravo doesn't really dance.
No.
But he does this. This is Michael Jackson step, and you know,
it's also
and he's always this guy. He's this kind of person that is always the ladies.
Ladies style.
Hey. Oh Jesus! And Bravo, I don't know where you got this name, but then I think it suits you.
Yeah, cool.
All right, welcome to the show. How have you been? How's the week been for you? Trust me.
Well, thank God for life. Yesterday is gone. Today is another day. You get me? So now we sleep. We no wake up. Now you don't go. And now we sleep, wake up. Now they thank God.
You hear them. Now we sleep, wake up. Now they thank God. I'm telling you. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have Bravo with us. And yes, we go talk about plenty things because that is what we came here to do. So let's take a break, and when we come back, we have a lot to discuss.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Turn on some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight, and I'm still your girl Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. You know, say no be only me there here today, and I'm here with my guy, my main person, Bravo Dance. These people when they do like this, they know they too talk, but when they do on that stage, things magic will start happening. You know the way they move their body.
We know they see face.
You don't hear him. No be me talk. He said we know they see face. And you know when, how do you even do these things? Because I always see you always dance, you're always moving your body like this. And I'm like, how do you do the magic? Because me, I cannot dance. I want to learn how to dance.
Actually, dance is not a magic, it's spiritual.
Hey.
So get man, it's all about your mindset.
So
that's just spiritual and all about your mindset.
This one is long walk. It's not a plain thing. Do you get what I'm trying to say? All right, yes. And we are going to talk about a lot of gist. But before we go into what we have with Bravo today, we're going to talk about a lot of things that have been happening in Nigeria, happening in this our country. Yes. And the first on our list we're talking about today is media personality Tools. The popular Nigerian media personality has been making waves with her post on Instagram, stating her toxic relationship is now 10 years. And my question won't be say, why? So when they try, people wait a day for toxic relationship. You did 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4, 5, not do you now 6, 7, 10. Waiting. Hey, what's another they take? Like, do you drink energy drink to stay in relationships like this?
See,
seriously, a lot of things are happening. Like, there are some ladies that actually come out and say, there are ladies that actually love toxic relationships.
Definitely, very well.
Violent people.
Very, 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 very well.
Hey, God. They'll be like, no, I love my man hitting me. And I'm like, eh?
Yeah, in fact, a lot of them.
Jesus. You they like man, they blow you, they give you
Love. It builds more of the love for them.
And I'm telling you, I want my man, like my man will stand and tell me, Lord, where are all these people? And sometimes I'm so ashamed that sometimes these people are my gender. They will be so proud to say that they like people hitting them, you know, those kind of things. Like, where is all this mindset coming out from?
See, let me tell you something, and let me just say, based on experience, based on my experience, what I just see in that thing is, love sometimes, let me just say love is crazy. Do you know that? And it's actually deep. See, there's always room for someone to change. Some women are like that.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Is there change anymore?
Some women are like that. Some women can give you a room of 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. You get me? They just believe that one day things can still change. So now look at the 10 years you're talking about. Maybe it's because she has given enough time for the man to change. That's why the thing now just have to just hook her neck like, let me just spit it out. In fact, enough is enough. What's happening?
Wait first. Because I need to imagine this. You've been in a relationship where you are not comfortable. I'm not talking basically because of the lady that came out to say this, but I'm saying this generally. A lot of people, even men, go through that same, but you get women where they beat their man. Oh.
Where?
Hey, they go give them like this. They beat. They will beat their finger and they'll still come out and still be happy with the lady. I'm like, why? You feel? See, I don't think that a violent person will change.
Okay.
Ask me why.
Why?
Because change no they those kind of people dictionary. like, see, if you beat me the first time, uncle and auntie, hey God. See, if you beat me the first time as a man, that is already giving me that mindset that in the next years to come, you will still be giving me bass blows.
See, I won't even lie to you. Sometimes I will just sit down. Sometimes I'll just be like, because let me just say, some of my past ex-friends of them, some of them like that. Before I dated one, I know what she went through. Like the guy will always beat her, do a lot of things, many things like that. So sometimes I'll just be like, is this love or I don't just get it?
It's not love. You're asking yourself.
To me, it's not making sense, though.
So have you been in any toxic relationship before?
Yeah.
Hey, they try.
I've been in a relationship whereby the girl will always beat me. And I've never laid my hand on her before.
I don't understand. You push explain to me. Like, what's going on? What's happening right now?
What I'll just say is because it has never happened to you. It happens. And
it cannot happen to me because why would you, like, why?
It happens, though. It happens.
And you will still be in love with the lady.
What do you want me to do? Okay, now, see, what do you want me to do now? Should I use that as an excuse? And none of my family or nobody, any of my friends didn't know.
And you won't tell them?
And I kept it in my mind.
But this is being manipulative, actually.
You get me? Then after all, she still wants to come back again, but no one.
She wants to come back and beat more.
The person she now went to meet, now I'm going to beat her.
Hey, the table don't talk. God, I beg.
Going back to what I'm even saying. I didn't answer that sometimes you give room for some things to check if there's a change. That's why she was beating me this time. We also did my own thing.
But I'm not sure there will be a change where she is. I'm serious. Because if she that
is what she's regretting now.
It's regret, but I'm not sure she wants to change. Because if she comes back, she will do times.
You know if it happen again.
You know if it happen based on say she know if he come back. You understand? But definitely, I'm not sure she will change from beating somebody. Like,
it's the person that is beating her now. The beat where she dey beating her, person they beat her.
Two of them go they beat themselves now. Jesus Christ. But seriously, I'm really so concerned about people that go into toxic relationship. I've just been saying this all the time. You know, I say people that are actually dating has to be very careful. You're dating to go into marriage. You have to be very careful. If you say what I wash your iron, go and auntie, you wash it well. Because a lot of things are happening now. How can you tell me? You know, some guys will actually come out, beat you. I'm not saying I want to generalize this, but then I'm just using a guy as an example because I've seen a case where a guy came out and said, and actually was hitting this lady for a while. Seriously, you're hitting this lady for a while, and then you come back to the lady and tell her you're sorry that you didn't know what came over you and stuff like that. And the lady will forgive you, and you'll be like, you will go on with your relationship back again, and everything comes back to normal. But later you get her gift, the next day you hit her again. It's like it happens regularly.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm like saying, why would you hit somebody? You know, try to cause bruises over the person, and you come ask for forgiveness and still do that same thing you're doing. So
But see, do you know that sometimes the beginning, like for example now, when you have a female and a guy and a girl, they're both together. In the beginning too, the guy can be nice, it happens. But once it gets to that time of marriage life, it's that time you will now start seeing the action of the guy. Same too as the lady. The guy might not be beating the girl when they're in a normal relationship. You get me? Because when you're in a normal relationship, there's a lot of things you hide. We can't lie to ourselves. You get me? But once it gets to that marriage, the guy will not show in himself. Now that time I'll come and say, so this guy they beat woman like this.
But you know, a lot of people, you know, guys do this a lot. I'm not saying this, but then I'm saying it too. Guys do this a lot. Let me tell you, a guy can actually, just to get a lady. Ladies do this too, but guys basically, guys want to get a lady or get laid with a lady. They try to go extra mile, try to act nice.
Nice. Yeah,
to be with that lady. And once they get to that part, they just the character will now change. They will behave in some ways you don't even believe that they can.
Please don't use that word guys. Not all guys. You say
I want to say it that okay, some novice, some guys. Ma put her like that.
Because me I go tell you the kind of person where me I be before we go start. So anything where I tell you, then go determine by you go tell me yes or no. No be say we will come enter finish. Myself, I can't ask you my own. Me, I can't tell you say no be say we will come enter finish. Honestly, when you talk, no be say you can't. You know what they do am.
But
that's something I do my thing. No, I will tell you what I do.
Some people actually pretend. What I'm trying to say that some people pretend to love this person just because they want to be in a relationship or just because they want to get laid.
Yeah.
But after the whole scenario and everything, you see they now change. Start doing anyhow, you know, their behavior and everything. You will not be asking yourself,
even get it to you female as well too. Some female do act nice, act like there's nothing.
Not be lie, sometimes my gender
so it's 50-50.
But come to think of it, Tools has this, you know, and I feel it's not about the way you look, the body shape. A lot of guys actually look at the facial, you know, your appearance, in fact, mostly more than the inward part. Yeah, that's the heart. Yes, basically. So a lot of people, because Tools, she's this fine lady that everybody likes, and the way her body is, her appearance, she looks beautiful with the rest of the assets she has, and a lot of guys want to, So me seeing this kind of thing, someone being lazy,
some admire the backyard than the
you understand now. So this kind of thing now they make me laugh, because when I go they see one person they talk say fine person like this go they inside toxic relation, they have fun now. But come to think of it, if you were in that position, do you really what really drives you in a lady? Is it the appearance of a lady or the inward part? Because a lot of people say character, you feel just jam the character, no worry, we go fit settle character the rest of them.
If I say make I talk now, it go be like say I hide myself, I support myself. But I will just say I wish say you know me right from time, and people will know me, and anybody will they see this spotlight go no say natural at the talk. You get me? I don't know anything concerning front. I don't know anything concerning back. I don't have any business with your duty. Nothing. They know anything I do.
A lot of guys actually, it's actually rare, because people go come and say people now say because of the way they want to appear, ladies especially, they now go doing the BBL and the rest of them. Just because of they want to attract men.
If like do BB Nigeria, I know they no concern me. They no concern me. That is my own. That is my own. I have no business with your body. That's not what I'm looking at. Yeah. And even if I'm going to be with you like this, I can stay with you for like 1 year, 6 months. But you're not going to start to observe you.
You get it. So you just see that
they give time. I give time for women. I go observe. But some people they look say, what's me bravo see for this?
But a lot of people that are not patient enough, yeah? A lot of people are not that patient enough. He's well. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning what Tools has actually come out on her post on her social media to say. So we have a lot of comments of people saying, Tools, you really? Okay, somebody said this was literally me with my former tailor. It got to a point I had a 45 minutes one-on-one session on effective communication as well. All right, sent by Kanwa. All right, said, this sounds like Boda Rashid, my dad's mechanic. Omo, you can't tell who even has the car between them. My papa suffered to a man. Maybe now why God bless me with this Husseini. He know they stress me at all. All right, I can relate button. I don't block my future guy. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take some comments. A lot of people are actually talking about Tools and what she has actually said about the relationship, being in a toxic relationship, because that lady is too fine. Like, you know, we they expect that kind of thing. You understand what I'm trying to say? Yes, you know, a lot of people are actually saying things concerning this. Let's take some comments, because being in a relationship, being in a relationship, you just need to be very, I'm telling you, you don't need to shine your eyes, open your eyes very well. Be sure of what you are going into, because nobody will come and save you. I'm telling you, yes, seriously. But it's all good. That's my own candid advice to you. So, like, okay, this is what somebody said. I don't have the emotional bandwidth for which people disappoint or stress me. Once you mess up, I move on. And somehow, I always find someone better. You understand? That is just the truth. One relationship is not by force. If you go that side, you know, do you. Mama, you find your way. Don't be in a place where you're not wanted. It's very dangerous and it's not good. All right, yes, that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be Nigerian media personality and entrepreneur Anita Natasha Akinde, popularly known as Tacha, has etched her name in the global history by setting 2 Guinness World Records in a single attempt. The reality TV star achieved the remarkable feat by completing 82 cosmetic makeovers in 8 hours, and you know what that meant, and 144 makeovers in 24 hours, earning official recognition from Guinness World Records. Her record-breaking marathon not only showcased her creativity and resilience, but also celebrated the empowerment of women through beauty and self-expression. With this achievement, Tacha becomes the first Nigerian to hold 2 Guinness World Records simultaneously from one event, marking a proud moment for her fans and the entire nation. Her success has widely celebrated on social media, with many commending her determination, professionalism, and contribution to putting Nigeria on the global map. See, anybody, I don't they talk this thing before, all these people where they come out from, you know, all the ex-BB Niger people, a lot of them they do things this period do. Like I just imagine myself. You see, Messi Keke don't go. How many properties that she don't get? You know those kind of things. Yeah, and especially ladies for that matter, ladies are doing a lot. And I'm asking myself. Even Sasuke self don't know they do her she has gone back to school and doing a lot of beautiful things. And I'm like, what is going on? The ladies this 2025 for this people and they don't agree us make we rest too, but then we go rest in Jesus' name. Amen. Because it's actually beautiful seeing this. Yes. Yeah, sure. Seriously, 2 Guinness World, and see, to start to do makeup no easy.
Now the food even bust my brain pass. They pay me say they don't give me my own.
So they think about Hidabasi food. You know, see, oh God, see what Bravo they do. See what Bravo they do.
But to be specific, like I want like that's our news thing. See, this thing is professional. It's what she has been doing right from time. You get me? So for her to do such thing, the cosmetic and everything like that.
Yeah.
I would just say, now what thing she did do? It's the thing their body already.
But I want to ask this question. They like your woman make she look nice, you know, do all those cosmetic.
Me I don't call like them.
Why? Why?
Shame me. I don't like too much flashy thing.
No, it's not flashy now. At least, you know, you just...
I don't really like them.
You don't like them. While I did with that too.
I just like natural. Make one just did natural.
Make just did natural.
But if you go events, maybe you dress normal thing, but say me they do them every day like that, no.
So you like this? Wait, now fair ladies or the black ladies, which one they like first?
Any color go well with me.
Hey, chocolate,
now the character I mean the behavior and I go determine.
Before you go carry Ajabula come house, that day you go explain tire. All right, you see, Tasha doing a lot of things, and seriously, seeing this the way ladies actually making it, it's beautiful to see.
And she's trying.
Especially like our celebrities no good this year. You see Messi K getting her house, Sasuke, a lot of them, they've actually come out this year in like if 2025 be like this, I wonder how next year go be. Because may they remain for people who always wasting one, make them in life, buy their own house, buy their own car, and the rest of them, because I don't know what's going on. Now I need to ask, yes. Angel even got herself a new car and a new, ride. And I'm like saying, please, what is going on? Because we need to know. A lot of people, even this guy don't even go engage woman. I don't know. Like we have a lot of engagements, a lot of marriages, a lot of babies.
Leave Tasha, leave her alone.
A lot of good news, and it's actually beautiful. All right, a lot of people have actually come out to say congratulations to Tasha, and yes, she deserves it. So let's take some comments. A lot of people are coming out to say congratulations to you, Tasha. And Funky Blake said congratulations, T. Yes, and I am the eternity said wow, congratulations. Shelton said more wins. And Dr. Fen official said congratulations. Yes, Dash. Another person said God did it. Yes, so okay, Tasha said God did it. Now God do am. Now God. All right, Wheels on says she said I'm going to do it, and she did it. It's actually the strength. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Guinness World Record is not an easy thing. It has to show that resilience, that courage, that boldness for you to go through that thing. It's actually
and it's not going to be only her alone.
I think she was the only person that did that makeup. And you need to see that videos. The videos of the makeup she actually did.
Like I don't mean like I don't mean just I mean she's not the only one competing.
Yes.
The record.
In the record, yes.
So for her to do you know millions of people that will be competing
of course
in that situation. So imagine her alone.
She's good. She's good, and it's actually beautiful to see.
I also wish her congratulations too.
Congratulations to you, lady girl. Yes, it's actually beautiful to see. So yes, we're talking about a lot of beautiful things, and we're talking about a lot of things, and I'm sure you're enjoying yourself because I am too. So we take a short break, and when we come back, we still have our Bravo here with us, and we still have plenty gist to talk about. Please don't go anywhere. Sit tight. Welcome back to the show Spotlight, and yes, I'm still your girl Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, say I'm not there here alone today. I'm here with my guy, my main person, Bravo Dance. Woo! And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things with Bravo here with us. Bravo has been giving us the vibe. I know say it does they calm down because you need to see. But why does it calm down? Because a lot of things go just happen. You understand? But yes, please be here with us because we are still talking about a lot of beautiful things. And yes, next on our list, we are still talking about American Senegalese singer and entrepreneur Akon has been arrested in Georgia following the issuance of a warrant for his arrest. According to the reports from CBS News and TMZ, the locked-up hitmaker, real name Akon, was taken into custody in Chambly, Georgia, on the November 7, 2025, after police flagged his Tesla Cybertruck during a routine vehicle check. So the arrest stemmed from an outstanding bench warrant issued earlier this year when Akon failed to appear in court for a citation related to a suspended driver's license and lack of valid insurance. So authorities disclosed that the issue dates back to January 2023 when his license was suspended and he missed a scheduled hearing. Akon was booked in a county jail and later released after approximately 6 hours in custody. So the singer has yet to issue a public statement regarding the incident, though sources close to him described it as a minor legal misunderstanding. His arrest has drawn attention online, with fans expressing shock that the locked-up artist found himself behind bars once again. And come to think of it, Akon has really been going through a lot, because I don't know what to say again. Like, even him getting a divorce, you know, his wife filing for a divorce after 29 years of marriage and everything. And the wife is like saying, I need this $100 for my, and the court has already said he has to, but if he has to, you know, bring out the $100 for the wives, for the legal whatever,
Sure.
So, but then if you check his, I think the court checked and it was not up to the $100 that was requested for. So most of his assets were under his mom's name, and I'm like, is this gonna go down well? Because a lot of things are happening with this guy, and I'm like, well, you know, see, Akon has always been this person. I really loved his music.
Likewise, me too. Like when I get to find out that Akon, this kind of thing like this for Akon or for people. I was scared, but then I mean, I always is fan of his music and the rest of them. But then it's actually, you know, now thank God he was actually released, because he said after 6 hours as well. So a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. A lot of fans actually, you know, showed the shock on their faces and like, what's going on? Because I don't know. All right, let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning Akon. Let's take some comments. And yes, Otumba Oti said, if they found something on him, the case for don't change. Thank God he was clean. Yes, and thank God to that, because see, if they find something on you for abroad, what he does? Why you say na me they talk?
No verse, no be you. Don't be saying that you. Okay. But seriously, if it, like, you know, if it grow that thing, that kind thing, na fear you go catch you, because
why no go fear? You go fear now.
But come to think of it, I get the fact that Akon is going through a lot in his marriage and the rest of them, and about the divorce and the rest of them. But why is I really want to ask this question. A lot of ladies, maybe use Nigeria as an example. A lot of ladies in Nigeria, some ladies, but majority of them, you know, travel outside, and when their husband brings them to their abroad, they try to, you know, do a lot of things, and, you know, start behaving in some way that make them to, you know, I don't want that. I think I'm filing for a divorce. Immediately they just get there. They will find something where will make them. They will just cause. They will also want divorce. Do you get? It's like, I don't ask myself.
It's just small things. When you can't even hear the matter, it can't be matter we don't even make sense.
I don't even know. Just because you want to travel outside, the hype of everything is annoying.
Baby.
See, I know say this about Nigeria is very good. But then that doesn't make you to, you know, behave in some way to cause someone, you know, pain and the rest of them. I just like my parents just for those people where they do this kind of thing. More try change. You're not good. You know, you want to be better and also cause someone pain. I don't know the amount of I don't know the kind of mindset you guys have, but it's not nice.
I like some girls are just so crazy. But I won't like to have a particular lady. She traveled. Then the moment she traveled, like after 7 to like 8 years, the guy was even surprised. All the guy mind. Now my guy, now all the guy mind say, well, now don't go Jare, now no go. She get me. But thank God for God so good. Thank God say down yourself to go. You know to go up and down. You know to say you want chase woman or anything. So now just do passport for her. The guy has go meet her for there. And they got married now. They have a kid. Just one kid. But just like what you said, not all women.
Not all women.
In fact, the one with plenty pass, not the one we go forget who know you.
Who you be? They don't even know yourself to talk about your name. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments before we go into what we have today. We have a lot of people coming out to say things concerning this. And yes, somebody has said it's bro the next target. Only First Lady said now you have been locked up and they won't let you out as well. Shaya said, so your handler don't have the update that he's released. Okay. Queensley said he's locked up. They won't let him out. Oh, won't let him. What's all this? Some people say they don't agree, but it's well. Yes, a lot of people are actually doing this, and I'm like, why una they do this? When I go use the person's song, they play with them. Una know they see, una know they try.
All those comment section they bad.
They sabi do things where they fear me sometimes.
They go twist them for you.
Is well. All right, yes. Well, and we're talking. That's enough of all the gist we have, because I don't they talk my mind. I say relationship is not by force. That's my own. If you do. If you say you don't want to do again, you waka come out. Don't be by force. All right. Yes, we are in here with Bravo dance safe. This way you just stay calm. You know. Now so they calm on stage.
Now fire they be shut up stage.
My God, he brings the fire. You get what?
See, the funniest thing come be say, have you they follow you, they laugh like this, so. But if you see me on top stage, make you do hand like this. I don't know you. Make you know verse. I know they see you. If my mama self, I know they see my mama.
So come to think of it, how did you even go into dance? How did you even come about doing the dance? And when have you been dancing? For how many years have you been dancing now?
Going to 12 years now. Let me just say 12
God.
Let's say 12 years.
Yes.
Yeah, let me just say from the beginning, I started going for dance classes. It was actually my dad that took me like this. I never told my dad that I want to start dancing.
Yes.
But they just see my movement. I started with drums. I played drum sets, 12 toms, 6 toms, 7 toms. But I love dancing. I just love moving that body, you get me? So they see it in my family like, okay, well, since I take play Jolo Njo, because I'm a Yoruba boy, since I take play Jolo Njo, yeah.
You know, a lot of parents don't really love their children.
Not of parents though. So it was my dad that now took me like, okay, now he introduced me to one of his friend like that. So that one night introduced me to one guy, they call him Onorio Classic. You get me? So they call him Cisco. He's a partner with Cafe Dance. Normal Cafe that we know too. So they taught me how to dance, stood with him for like 4 or 5 years, won a lot of competitions. From there, I told him I want to become a band of my own self. I don't want to work with school. He should teach me on how to be a management of myself, a band of myself, how to make proposal, how to take care of things. Then he said, okay, that he see a vision in me that I should start teaching kids, then or maybe going to teach clients. I teach Pleasant kids too as well.
Wow.
So I don't know who you are. You're good looking, you're not good looking, you're okay, you're not okay. It's not all about just teaching you the dance alone.
Yeah.
It's not all about teaching you the dance. So it's all about giving you that strength, that zeal. You get me? So that's just it. There from there, and I'll be going to secondary school. Then I will not go for lesson class. I'll still go to dancing school again. School. 2 weeks. Let me say this to the world. I've repeated class twice because of dance.
Lord of Jesus. So you have got, God. Oh my God.
Yes, now it's a big testimony. I repeated my class 2 times.
So when did you now decide and say, no, I cannot repeat class
It was not that same dance that made me go double promotion.
Oh.
Because when I repeated my class, so out of anger, my parent told me to limit my dance for now. You get me? I was not like, well, daddy, now they talk. She maybe I don't go school. Now she now come watch me for school. So they not transfer me to another school. They left me mainland there, thinking that maybe I'll be coming to mainland. And now picking at Ebutel from high school. That is on the highland.
Oh my God.
So from there, I will still go. For God so good. Fashola doing Fashola period then.
Yes.
Then they did the dance competition. And any winner of the school, that first to third, the crew that gather, they are going to give them double promotion. And with another cash and some other things.
Oh my.
For God so good, I was the leader with the school. I selected the one that I could select. Then from there, my principal called me and said, come, you know that you repeated your class, you're in SS1 now. Alpha, it's an opportunity from fashion like this that, please, you need to attend school this time. So I joined them in SS3 and I wrote my work.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. So I know you teach a lot of children, how to dance. So let's talk about the kids. Now, this is my best part. So
okay.
Has it been easy? Because, they drag children from here, they drag them from here. They don't agree here what, but how do you come out with helping these kids,
Okay, well, actually, I have 36 kids in my academy.
Wow.
And for me to have 36 36 kids going to like 4 years now. I started the academy.
Yes.
So do you know what it means for 36 parents to always leave their kids
For
with
you, under your
and they
care.
will go to work, they will come back, even get into music videos, taking them for music videos, for events, outing, a lot of things. So it takes a lot of sacrifice because they see it in me. It is what I learned on how to teach, how to handle. You get me? Because if you want to train a kid, you have to behave like a kid. You get me? You get me? And anger patience can never train a kid.
That's true.
So you get me? So I've been building there, no error, no anything. Take them home, bring them back safely. I just do my things my way. Their social media page, I'm doing handling everything. Their video, their editing, their sponsorship, everything I'm the one. I'm academies for free.
Wow, this is interesting.
That is what we don't know.
Seriously, because I need to ask this question because a lot of kids, try to want to, be in that space where they want to play and forget what they actually came to the building to do.
Yeah, sure.
So how do you talk to those children? How do you relate with them? Because a lot of kids want to, I don't want to dance again. Sometimes they touch them forehead. They feel they do anyhow, they behave. Sure. So how do you try to relate with them and bring them back?
Okay, that's why I said anyone that want to train a kid should behave like a kid. So you get me? And like when I notice one of them, I notice some things in them like this. I used to go below them. I can just start with play. We laugh. I can just start with play. We laugh. We do a lot of things. Then you get me? Then from there, I will now call one of them like, yeah, come this, that. Then from there, I settle the issue. I don't support one. I put the blame on all of them. So there will not be a beef within them. You get me? So they will look like, Shebi, talk to me too. Talk to me. Because children don't like you advising one. You're advising one and you cannot advise the second one. Even if the second one is not at fault, you just use style. Just advise that second one. So two of them will be like, say, nobody go blame and say you're at fault. You get me? Then apart from that, I don't just teach my kids how to dance. Because I have all their parents group chats. I make sure that the ones that have gotten to the age of like maybe let's say you are in SS1, SS2 in my academy, I used to make sure that they go to learn handwork.
Nice.
But I used to make sure that I used to go to every of their bosses' shop and I used to inform their parents that please, their classes must not be missed. I'm not stopping them from not going. Chebi na me tell una say me they go they learn handwork. I have some of them they learn baba. Some of them are fashion designers, some of them are hairstylists. So imagine that before they finish school, before they get to the age of 18, they will be free. They don't need to go and learn anything again. Just like me. Wow. I'm a painter and I'm a DJ.
Yeah.
But nobody knows. They only recognize me with my dance, you get me? Wow. Then apart from them learning handwork, I also make sure that they learn on how to do home activities. Before your mom and your dad wake up, do the work. I know a lot of people that do appreciate me to today. Because I need that.
So what are the challenges you faced so far being a dancer and also teaching kids about dance?
Naija man. You see how I breathe. Yeah, Naija man. The sufferness too much.
Ego better.
So say dance different from music. Music different from comedy. You get me? And the trending things now is only this music and the comedies. You get me? Though dance is also trending, but you can't compare their
two together.
All of them together. You get me? A lot of challenges. Even before I start having my kids, I work with a particular team there in dynamics, going for shows without getting paid. And those kinds of things. You go know the kind of level where you be.
They go pay you.
You go. Or now church show me paper pass. Church. You could just say, wow, what a lovely, nice performance. Well, nice job. Please, lay down, let me pray for you. After that prayer like this,
now prayer you go cut chop.
If you be saying that the prayer they work now.
Prayer go work now.
But all those things, see, many artists.
So how do they take transport to themselves back to the house? I go check. Yeah.
If they pay me, say I not join them for this access one way. When they just talk, say me we no jog, make we just dey trek. Now me go dey carry am every year. Trek from Mosho to Kurudu.
Oh my.
From crazy things, not paying, a lot of most time costumes. You just wear kaka clothes sometimes, not to say because money no day. Person won't do it. So a lot of experience, a lot of things like that will just be happening, and but I'll just say thank God for life. At least I can say this year is better than last year, and I can say last year is better than the other year. So if you're the kind of person that you're always looking at yourself like that, okay, at least I achieved this year. At least something I have this more than this year. Just know that you are taking a step. But if you don't see that last year, don't be better this past this year. If like say you go bath, anointing hot, or just go your village. You
go check what they happen.
Check what they happen to you. So you get me. So I know what I've achieved this year. Like recently, I can count a lot of projects. Just last 2 months, I did a video with Pato Ranki.
Oh, that's nice.
So I'll just say I'm just the major character inside the video. So I just love doing my things, and I don't depend on money. I don't watch money, because when you focus on money, there are some things you will not see. Not be say you no go get that money.
We go get that, but
there are some things you will not see.
So a lot of people, a lot of your fans are actually watching you right now. What would you say to them? Because they really want to go into dance the way you are. They want to be their own boss. They want to also go into dancing. Perform the way you have been doing. So what's your advice for them?
Okay. What I'm going to say. My sexy and my beautiful fans. Yes, no. Well, actually, we all know that it is not easy. You get me? And I would just say, dance is the place, is the pain, and is the game. You get me?
The place, the pain, and the game. Wow.
That is dance for you. So if you are ready to do it, you've entered it. That is the place.
Yes.
Then once you enter it, are you ready for the pain? You get me? Except you want to use it as fun. As fun, okay, I just want to catch. I just want to know how to do it in case I want to go out with my husband, my boo, or I just want to show them in events that is fun. So you don't download too much stress. But if you want to become a dance, are you ready for the pain? Because this is Nigeria. The pain is going to be fucking tough. If I'm in, let me just say, if I'm not in Nigeria, I know where I would have been today. I know the kind of level. It might, in fact, it will be more higher, because Nigeria don't value dance. Let us be sincere with each other. They don't value dance in this country. But we are just trying as much as possible to make sure that you people must see this thing. You people must understand this thing. It's not just this dance, no. It goes a long way. It helps your body. It makes you smarter. It boosts your immune system. Like, it gives you that
energy.
Energy.
Yeah.
You get me? If I tell you my age, the fans are going to be like, it's a lie. Yes. If I tell you my age, it's going to tell me it's just does it to get me. So you're going to look younger. Everything about you is going to be very intelligent. So it's not all about you just doing this dance. So you need to be ready for the pain. That is, if you want to become a dancer. You get me? Then once you fulfill the pain, then you start seeing your gain.
So do you have any project you're working on right now?
Yes, definitely. I'm working on end of their party for my kids.
Ooh,
so you get me?
And it's gonna be party.
Yeah, shows. I do it every year. Last year I make use of a pool. So this year I'm making use of a big shopping mall. So I collected the space of that shopping mall. You get me? It has been sorted out already.
Wow, that's nice.
So artwork banner will be coming out by God grace next week. And some other things. So we're looking at December 25th. I know everybody are going to be at home eating their rice and chicken. But for those who don't have anywhere to go, please, you are welcome. See, I used to say something. All my thing is free. My show is free. There's no money for tickets. so you're just coming to just catch the cruise. You got to making use of the shopping mall, much at once shopping mall. And so making use of them. My kids are doing that. They are just doing their dancing things. They are entertaining you guys. And I'm calling, at least with God, all things are possible. At least we should be expecting some special guest celebrity.
Oh my, we gone so far.
I want my fans, I want you guys to just come show me some love. And as well, you can also support me. For those who want to support me, you can check my page at Bravo Dance Official on Instagram. And for TikTok, Bravo Dance Kids. But if you want to talk to me directly, that is Bravo Dance Official. You get me on Instagram.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing your light with us. on the Spotlight Show. Yes, this is where we draw the curtain because we have talked about a lot of beautiful things with Bravo dance. And those of you who want to learn how to dance here and here, me, I don't go to my classes. It's all right. So to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. Trust me, it was a blast. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey and don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secret. facts, we're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobekin. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to you this beautiful afternoon, and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where foreign ministers of G7 countries has condemned what they described as ethically motivated attacks by Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces on unarmed civilians and aid workers in El Fasher and North Kordofan. In a joint statement following a two-day meeting in Niagara, Canada, their top diplomats deplored what they called the devastating impact on this war on civilians, including the famine that has led to the world's largest humanitarian crisis. They included of those of Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States, alongside the European Union's High Representative. The group unequivocally condemned sexual violence and urged the RSF and Sudanese armed forces to respect human rights, de-escalate, commit to all immediate and permanent ceasefire, and ensure rapid and unimpeded passage of humanitarian assistance. The ministers who expressed support for diplomatic efforts underway to restore peace and security and called on external factors and actors to contribute to those efforts. In another development, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has urged the United States to reconsider its position following President Donald Trump's recent decision to boycott the G20 Leaders Summit, scheduled for later this month in Johannesburg. Ramaphosa told newsmen outside Parliament in Cape Town that it was unfortunate that the U.S. has decided not to attend the G20, adding that in his experience in politics, boycotts never really work, have to a very contradictory effect. He said the U.S. must never think that South Africa would not go ahead with the summit because of their boycott, stating that all other heads of states will be there, and in the end, they will take fundamental decisions, and the U.S. absence being its loss. Moving on to United Nations food agencies have warned that millions more people around the globe could face famine, with funding shortfalls worsening already dire conditions. The joint report from the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, and the World Food Program, that's the WPF, said conflicts and violence were driving acute food insecurity in the majority of the countries identified at risk. The Rome-based agencies classified as a very high concern were Afghanistan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Myanmar, Nigeria, Somalia, and Syria, with Burkina Faso, Chad, Kenya, and the situation of the Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh also making the list. They also listed Haiti, Mali, Palestine, South Sudan, Sudan, and Yemen as the worst, where population face an imminent risk of catastrophic hunger. The WPF Executive Director, Cindy McCain, said the world is on the brink of a completely preventable hunger catastrophe that threatens widespread starvation in multiple countries, warning that the failure to act will only drive further instability, migration, and conflict. And in Kenya, Kenya has disclosed that over 200 of its nationals are fighting for Russia in its war against Ukraine, warning that recruitment networks remain active and continue to target Kenyans for enlistment. A statement on the Foreign Ministry's website cited Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi as saying that reports suggest that over 200 Kenyans may have joined the Russian military, with some being former members of Kenya's disciplined services. Calling the situation extremely worrying, Mudavadi urged citizens to exercise caution towards overseas jobs offers that appear unrealistically attractive. Ukraine said last week that over 1,400 citizens from 36 African countries are fighting alongside Russian forces in Ukraine, and some recruited through deception. Meanwhile, Kenyan law professor Phoebe Okoa has become the newest member of the International Court of Justice, that's the ICJ, after 4 rounds of elections at the UN General Assembly and Security Council. Receiving the required majority of votes at both sessions, Okoa was elected to fill that vacancy following the resignation of Somali Judge Abdul Qawi Youssef. She will serve until February 5th, 2027. Yusuf resigned on September the 30th, nearly 2 years before the scheduled end of his term as a member, which was set to expire on February the 5th. The elections for a regular 9-year term running from 2027 to 2036 will take place in New York in November 2026. The candidates will again be required to secure an absolute majority in both the General Assembly and the Security Council. And in Tanzania, in the wake of last month's disputed elections, Tanzania's President Samir Hassan has nominated former Finance Minister Mwigulu Nchemba as the new Prime Minister. The Parliament is widely expected to approve his appointment in a vote later on Thursday that Hassan was declared the landslide winner on the October 29th vote. Opponents say Hassan's government rigged the elections and there were violent protests over the exclusion of her main challenges. The UN Human Rights Office has said it believes that hundreds of persons were killed in the protests, while the main opposition party and some human rights activists stated that security forces killed over 1,000 persons. In another development, South Sudan's President Salva Kiir has dismissed Vice President Benjamin Bolmel and removed him from his leadership role in the ruling Sudan's People Liberation Movement, that's the SPLM. According to presidential decrees read on state television on Wednesday, Kiir also demoted Mel from general to private in the National Security Service. The decrees also dismissed Paul Logale as SPLM Secretary General, replacing him with Akol Kodit. Also, Addis Ababa Otho was removed as governor of the Bank of Sudan, and Simon Akwe sat as Commissioner General of the South Sudan Revenue Authority, with William Ayon Kool appointed his successor. The announcement came after Mel's office dismissed what it described as unfounded rumors on social media that he has been placed under house arrest and had and had his security details withdrawn earlier in the day. Moving on, no fewer than 6 persons were reportedly crossed to vet after a crowd of job seekers surged through the Ewak Sports Stadium gates during military recruitment in Ghana. In Ghanaian capital, Accra. Confirming the incident, the army said in a statement that the unfortunate incident led to the death of 6 potential recruits. Also, Ghana's military hospital official, Evelyn Abraham Kwabaya, disclosed that 22 others were wounded in the Stampede Stadium, with no fewer than 5 in critical condition. 5 persons were equally injured in similar stampede in Kumasi in the southern region of the country. Meanwhile, the army said in a separate statement that it has suspended the recruitment exercise and set up a committee to probe the cause of the unfortunate incidents. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Dele Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also on this table, public and political affairs analyst. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you.
Very good afternoon, David.
Thank you so very much for being here. Well, let's jump to the conversation proper. And I'm going to start with this unfortunate situation that happened in Accra, Ghana, where Army clearly suspends its recruitment process. And of course, seen 9 persons die and 22 injured in a major stampede during the recruitment exercise. First, what's your position with these kind of stampede, particularly on the path of people wanting to get jobs? Now, it is not just happening in Ghana. You would also recall that we had such incidents in Nigeria as well. What's your position with this kind of situation, and how can this clearly be managed going forward, both in countries like Ghana and Nigeria?
The first thing that we must understand from these incidents is the fact that all is not well with Africa.
Okay.
In terms of job mobility, employment, and economic stability, all is not well with Africa. You see, you recall that it was during this, I think it was the Interior Ministry, when people were jostling to be enlisted in immigration service in Nigeria, that this kind of stampede happened. Now imagine you are recruiting less than 300 and you have about 7,000
showing up for the same job,
struggling to. So the first ordeal that will come to the minds of those Ghanaians, particularly youths, is you must get into the stadium before you are even recognized to be a part of the event.
Okay.
And so you imagine that you look at sea of heads and you imagine, what are my chances of being enlisted into the force? And don't forget that some of these people, out of want of job, they went there, not because they were patriotic, not because they are not mindful of the hazard of joining the military.
In fact, let me reel out a bit of statistics, particularly the part of the Ghana's youth unemployment rate. It hovers around 12.6%, with underemployment much higher in this particular figure. So is the economy clearly not favoring the young people of Ghana? Because again, there are concerns about the fact that these both countries that we are using as example here have a large number of young people in their population.
Now, let me quickly talk about this underemployment.
Okay.
You see, sometimes, maybe because of my standpoint, maybe because of my exposure to psychology. Do you know that sometimes it's better not to be employed than to be underemployed?
How do you mean?
Good. For instance, you are a graduate and somebody employs you as a cleaner. That's underemployment. You are a certified engineer, and because of want of job, a company engages you as truck driver.
But these people want to put food on their table.
That's what I'm saying. The optics is what you are painting. But do you know what runs through the mind of a chartered engineer waking up in the morning, having a call from his schoolmate who graduated from the same university at the same time, working in an oil company, and yet you are even better than that person that works in an oil company, and suddenly you now find yourself driving trucks. If you meet on the road, the first thing that assails you as soon as you part ways, no matter how humble the person that works in the oil company is, you ask yourself, is it a crime? What is my schooling worth?
And that's on the part of the psychology that you're mentioning.
Yes. And then you get depressed. You have to contend with depression from that moment.
Now, Mr. Fanimo, isn't there, based on what you just painted, isn't this a major concern clearly on the recruitment transparency of this country?
Now, do you know, if I will shock you, I'm sure if there is a Ghanaian that has close watch on this event, some of those guys, to be enlisted in the military as a recruit, the highest qualification should be school cert.
Okay.
You will be shocked that some, in fact, 40 to 60% of those showing up for this recruitment will be degree holders that will hide their degree somewhere and then present school certificate.
In fact, there's also been allegation of nepotism and bribery in the
of course, it would happen.
Enlistment.
It would happen. Because we're talking about a job of 300 being chased by over 7,000. A lot of factors that should be extraneous will come in. Now, imagine the same degree you are holding and you kept in the house just because you want a job at all costs. That same degree that you couldn't show because you will be overqualified and it will disqualify you.
Right.
Another person who is influential, who has a godfather in the corridors of power, is now enlisting on direct short service. The same number of months you spend in the military depot to become a private in the army is almost about the same time that your counterpart, who is your colleague in the university, will spend for direct short service and he'll be hanging 2 stars, lieutenants. Now, when you and that guy meet, what will run in your mind?
Now, concerns are being raised, Mr. Fanimo. From all of the analysis that you've painted on this white table, there are concerns that are being raised about how many more should die before African leaders clearly see the path of unemployment of these teeming youths as a national emergency.
You see, declaring it as a national emergency may not solve the problem.
So what?
But addressing the fundamentals, the basics that will navigate us away from this malaise should be our concern.
What are these bases?
Good. If there is good quality leadership that will provide a level playing ground, that would create an enabling environment for investment, either foreign or local investment, such that, look, the whole of Africa, what is our population? We are less than 1 billion. China is almost twice the population of Africa.
Right.
Do you know what happens in China that has been happening in the last 10, 15 years? If you have a factory, for instance, you are building refrigerator, and I also have a factory, I'm building refrigerator. I don't have to announce that I'm looking for technicians. You won't say you want technicians. Nobody will show up. Do you know my unique selling point? I will give you accommodation free, and my salary starting point for a technician is 2,000 yuan. You will now look at my own side post and say, I will offer you a car, housing accommodation, and then I'll pay you 2,200 yuan.
So that healthy level of competition makes it clear.
Why? Because in fact, I watched a documentary some years back, up to about 5 or 6 years ago, and I saw this. Youngsters, youths were passing by. They were just looking at it and all that. And then reporters that did that documentary asked them, does it mean you don't need a job? And 70% of them said they are just window shopping. That they have their own cottage factory at the back of their house where they produce toys and they make more money than what these people are displaying. That is the level we should focus.
Leadership, clearly. Leadership is what you're talking about.
Should provide an enabling environment and also shun out policies that will protect SMEs.
Okay.
Small and middle enterprises.
Now,
because let me land.
Okay.
Today, if you want to access loan to start a cottage industry at the back of your house, the conditionalities would even drive you back to your village, because there is no facility in Nigeria today that does not carry between 31 and 35%, which fledgling SME will survive on 31 to 35% interest rate on a loan taken as a startup. Technically, that SME is dead on arrival.
Okay.
Because what the Chinese will not contend with, you have to contend with in Nigeria. Issue of power. You have to buy your own generator. You consider the wear and tear. You consider petrol or diesel. Then you have to consider logistics. How motorable are the roads that you ply between manufacturing and sale of your product?
Oh well, too many to talk about when we talk about the economy of Africa. But again, the government of John Dramani Mahama has suspended that particular recruitment exercise.
Well, that's the natural thing to do.
So some have said that this looks like a tactics to defect from, of course, public outrage, which have been ongoing over time since this particular story popped up. But then again, the fact that the government suspended this is on one hand. Some have also said this same government promised e-recruitment. Why wasn't that clearly used in this system? Why did the military have throw out a public opening of this recruitment rather than the e-recruitment that was clearly in the manifesto of the John Dramani Mahama government? Which again, the government is investigating clearly.
E-recruitment would bring up some issues.
How?
You know how? Is it not what you impute in the computer that the computer will assess?
You're looking at the part of the rural communities as well.
Yes, where you don't have light, electricity, where internet, you can't access internet. That means you have deliberately cut out those people in the rural communities.
Okay.
And they may not even have enough money to move from the hinterland to the city center. where they could go to maybe what we call where you access internet?
Cyber cafes.
Cyber cafes. Now, you will be surprised that those in the rural communities may even be healthier, because that able-bodied youth in the village is not breathing carbon monoxide, is not eating GMO, because it's not exposed to them.
Right.
So by the time you take the vitals, you'll be surprised that those in the rural areas are healthier than those in the city center.
So even
but when you now cut them off,
yes,
it means by the time you recruit from available hands, you may have to repeat that recruitment over time. Some may even fall during training and never get up.
All right, then let's move away from Ghana and go straight to South Sudan, where interestingly, the president of South Sudan, Salva Kiir, again has decided to start off another major move, one move that has made the country clearly what it is as it stands in terms of insecurity. The president of South Sudan, I'm talking about Salva Kiir, has dismissed Vice President Benjamin Bolmel from all of his leadership role in the ruling Sudan People's Liberation Movement. Mr. Fadimo, this same man is the one who, first off, took away power from the first Vice President, Riek Machar, and at this point, his second Vice President has been taken off all leadership role in a party where relatively still have its crack. What's your position with this?
You see, it shows that Kiir has an inferiority complex and is paranoid. He feels anybody around him is a potential danger to his government and to his continued stay in office.
And the only solution is to take them off power?
Of course, that's what they do. When you want to become a despot, the first thing you do is to make sure that you decimate the ranks of those who can challenge you. And then so everybody that you just beckon on to do one or two things, see it as a privilege. He doesn't have any hold on that government.
Okay,
that's what he wants. And the man took it to a ridiculous extent, demoting a general to private.
Which again, from his own quarters, they said it's a primitive coup attempt that he's trying to stop. That's from his own position. So if he is seeing or getting intels that the vice president, who he is trusting as it stands,
an African dictator will not take that route.
You think this is a dictatorship plan?
If there is a coup, don't forget that this man runs a government that looks like that of a military.
Right.
So if there was a coup, he wouldn't go through that route of sacking or demoting. He would definitely court-martial them and give them summary execution. But because he has nothing to hang on their neck, and he feels they are threats, veritable threats, so he's continuing to stay in power, he has to find a way of decimating their ranks.
Now, another part of the report also did state that the vice president, I'm talking about Mel Ball, clearly has been accused of siphoning about $1.7 billion, which again, the president...
What is the economy of Southern Sudan?
I mean, they still have crude oil to sell out. so siphoning 1.
That somebody who is not the president will siphon
$1.7 billion.
$7 billion.
And the anti-graft agency is still not looking in his direction. What's the position with this, Mr. Fadimo?
It's just a way of giving the dog a bad name to hang it. The truth about it is, this one wants to decimate the ranks of those who started with him.
Would this clearly...
Post-independence. Because, watch it, God preserving our lives. That man will end up like Pobia.
You mean Salva Kiir?
Yes. That's what is practically planning and plotting. And people are not seeing it. He will end up becoming a despot. From being a despot, he will perpetuate himself. in government that in 20 years we will have it on record that he's still the current president of that country. And he's not letting off.
I really don't want to see this crystal ball of yours because it's a bit scary for South Sudanese who have been struggling since 2011 that they gained independence, really. But Mr. Fanimo, concerns are being raised again about this demotion of Bol Mel. Would this create any military fragmentation? And could it still lead to a major civil war? Because these are concerns from South Sudanese as well. And of course, international community that are watching closely with these developments. Would there be any level of military fragmentation?
One thing I know is that this general will not sit by and now be taking orders from maybe a sergeant that couldn't even come near him when he was a general. So the best option for him is to resign. And resigning will place him on watch list of the current government in Sudan. And when he's on watch list, he will find a way of escaping. All these things, just remind yourself in the days to come. And then he will now constitute himself as a rebel outside the country. So it's going to generate a lot of crises. He didn't realize what he was doing when he was doing this.
On the part of the military or the part of the government itself?
On the part of the government itself. Because there will be insurgency. There will be reprisal. There will be an upsurge of rebellion against his government.
Let's talk about the decree that this man has been making so far. I'm talking about Salva Kiir, the president, clearly without even explanation of any kind. Does this decree clearly state constitutional government? Really, is this the death of constitutional government? Because he's just pulling out decrees without explaining why, even to the people, who again he governs at one hand.
They don't hold their allegiance to the people. That's why it is called decree. It's not a law that emanates from the people. That's why it's called decree.
So that's
you could wake up tomorrow again and promulgate 4 decrees. Is there anybody to challenge them? Who is that in parliament that wants to challenge? That's why it's called decree. It's not a constitutional matter. So it doesn't require your input as a lawyer to help him draft. Whatever he fancies, he calls somebody, I want to put this as a law from this moment. And that person will draft. And then it becomes the law.
Quite interesting. Well,
That's why when somebody who will say he prefers military to civilian administration, that person was not born during military era.
No, but again, I want to jump off this conversation, but what you just said now, it brings to mind several things. Under the democratic rule, as against the military rule, if we're to juxtapose economies, which would you, of course, because you've been around for a while, which would you clearly state should the people embrace and embrace well? Now, owing to good governance, basically, that's the yardstick I really want you to come from.
You see, the worst civilian administration is better than the best military administration.
Help us walk around it.
Yes, you see, we always suffer some level of amnesia when there's a gap between where we are coming from and where we are. There was a time in this country that everything I'm saying here, I have to mind my language. I have to. In fact, in some cases when I know that you are bringing up any controversial issue, I would escape. Because people were being picked right from the studios. People were picked in their offices. Media houses were shut down for many months. And some journalists were declared missing. We never get to see even their shirts till today. But in a civilian dispensation, no matter how terrible you are, people will still talk. You think if it were to be during military era, those minors that were kept in the prison and arraigned in court, that due to public outcry, the president had to say they should release them the following day. If it were to military era, it will be special tribunal that will try them, and you and I will not be there, and they will just give them death sentence. By the evening, already the stakes are made, and they will be tied to stake and shot.
There are concerns about the fact that democratic government thus far in Africa has not really been...
It's slow.
So,
I agree. It's slow. It's cumbersome. And because of the plural nature of it.
And even with several funds in it.
You know, that's what I'm saying. But it's just that we're having the worst of democracy in Africa. Democracy should aid development, should fast-track development.
Okay.
If it's properly practiced and if there is proper engagement between the leaders and the led. But unfortunately here, it's the winner takes all, and then the led is sidelined in the process of governance.
I don't even want to go into the legislative part of democracy in Africa, because that, again, some quarters have said, is another arm of the executive, which I bet...
No, there is an unholy marriage between the executive and the legislative arm in Africa.
These are people who are elected to serve the people.
How are they elected? Is it not the godfathers in the executive arm of government that sponsored their election? So how will they now go there and begin to challenge? How would you go there and challenge your sponsor?
I would have loved to hear your view on the Tanzania situation, but unfortunately, we are pressed for time. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News this beautiful afternoon. We've been talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and on this white table, a political and public affairs analyst. Once again, thank you so very much, Mr.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please do stay with us. Back at still the African News right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. French Interior Minister Laurent Nunez has hailed Algeria's release of writer Boualem Sansal, saying there are high chances he would visit the North African country, signaling that relations between the two nations could be mended. Algerian President Abdelmadjid Tebboune has had on Wednesday pardoned the French-Algerian writer who was arrested a year ago and sentenced in March to 5 years in jail for undermining national unity. The case strained the already difficult relations between Algeria and its colonial-era master France. However, Nunez said that President Emmanuel Macron had a call with Tebboune on Wednesday to express gratitude and was hoping to establish a dialogue on bilateral issues. According to him, it is important for the safety of their society that both countries restart these dialogue on security. He added that it is a dialogue certainly demanding, but dialogue nonetheless. And in Mali, Mali's foreign minister, Abdoulaye Diop, has dismissed an impossible notion that jihadists could soon take the capital, Bamako. The landlocked West African country is battling Al-Qaeda-linked Islamist jihadists, that's the JNIM, who in September announced a fuel blockade that has led to long lines in petrol stations in the capital and temporarily forced schools to close. Their latest show of force has raised concerns abroad that it might eventually try to impose its rule over the country. Addressing the media at an exhibition late Wednesday, however, Diop said Mali was successfully mitigating the effects of the fuel blockade and that JNIM was no match to the security forces. According to him, Mali is very far from the scenario being described outside the country about the terrorists being in Bamako and about to take over. He urged those making such predictions to wake up from their dreams. Moving on to some other stories, former Congolese rebel leader Roger Lumbala, went on trial on Wednesday in Paris, France, accused of crimes against humanity committed during the Second Congo War. The proceedings, expected to last over a month, will include testimonies from victims who have traveled to Paris. It will mark the first time a citizen of the Democratic Republic of Congo is prosecuted in France under the principle of universal jurisdiction. Lumbala, 67 years of age, was arrested on December 29, 2020 in Paris by the Central Office for the Fight Against Crime Against Humanity and indicted on January 2nd, 2021 for a criminal conspiracy with a view to preparing crimes against humanity and complexity in crimes against humanity. He was indicted in November 2023 under the principle of universal jurisdiction, a legal mechanism that allows a state to prosecute serious crimes regardless of where they were committed or the nationality of the victims. He faces life imprisonment. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on another break. When we return, more stories in business and sports will be up next. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back at the Studio African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. A British mining company, Shanta Gold Kenya Limited, has announced the discovery of extensive underground gold deposits estimated to be worth over $5.28 billion in western Kenya's Kakamega County. Kenya's officials described it as a historic milestone for the country's mineral sector. The firm said the discovery was made within the Lehanda Corridor, a 1,200-kilometer mineral belt running through Kakamega and Vihiga counties after years of intensive exploration and drilling. It explained in a statement that the project is aimed at obtaining the required authorization to mine the Isulu Bushangala gold resource for economic purposes. The new reserve are expected to transform Kenya into a key player in East Africa's gold industry, which has long been dominated by neighboring countries like Sudan and Tanzania. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking some sports. Gabon's coach, Thierry Mouyoma, is not leaving anything to chance against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in their 2026 World Cup qualifying playoff clash. Mouyoma admitted that Osimhen is a difficult problem to solve for Gabon, praising his unpredictability, aerial ability, and runs behind the defense. Against that background, however, he said his team must adapt a special tactical approach to deal with the threat of Victor Osimhen ahead of their clash with Nigeria, describing the Super Eagles striker as an unpredictable striker. Mouyoma said that his team have to defend well, adding that the ability to reduce the distances behind both sides is one way. But even if they solve this problem, Osimhen has another side to his game, which is set pieces and corners. He added that this is where the complexity lies and where the work of a coach becomes interesting, because they will have to dissect, debate, agree on a common defensive strategy. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Portable of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano, the city call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day. But last, more than No My Day. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosarete is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he is quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Aviation Scope. I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. This edition seeks to reflect on the century-long Nigeria's aviation industry. And to address this issue with me here on the program is Air Commodore Ademola Onitiju, retired. Air Commodore Onitiju, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, like I said, we are reflecting on Nigeria's century-long aviation industry. The aviation industry here in Nigeria has lasted 400 years. Now, how did this history begin? What has been described as the checkered history of the twin concept of air transportation and aviation in Nigeria started on November 1st, 1925, in the traditionally ancient city of Kano, northwest Nigeria, when a British Royal Air Force Flight 3D Havilland DH-9A aircraft, piloted by British pilot Sir Alan Cobham, on a flight from London, touched down first at the old Kano Aerodrome, and later the present-day Kano Polo Ground. Notable that after the November 1st, 1925 inaugural flight by the British Royal Air Force, the then British colonial administration saw the need to establish pilot airstrips in Kano, northwest Nigeria, and Maiduguri in northeast, and later another in Lagos for the southwest. These airports, years down the line, were transformed into international airports. And today we have 27 of them, 27 airports, including the 5 internationally designated airports, namely Abuja, Lagos, Enugu, Kano, and Port Harcourt. Today, as we remember this historic inception of Nigeria's aviation industry, we are looking at the milestones reached and the developmental strides made thus far. Now, sir, there is no other better person to actually take us through, walk us through the history of Nigeria's aviation industry than yourself. You are actually the president of Aviation Roundtable Initiative. And on the strength of this information, I am actually compelled to ask these questions. But first, let's start this way. I want you to actually take us back to the early days of aviation in Nigeria. How did the industry evolve over the years?
Thank you. In your intro, you went back to the first aircraft to touch down as being that of the Royal Air Force of the Great Britain, as it was then, which had dominion over the enclave that is now modern-day Nigeria. During those colonial days, part of which 1925, when that first aircraft touched down in Kano, having initiated the flight from Khartoum in the Sudan, and touched down briefly in Maiduguri, en route Kano. There have been 1 or 2 versions of this. But one unassailable fact is the first aircraft that touched down in what today has become the 100 years after, touchdown in Kano. Kano was the origin. And it was meant to be an explorative flight. That is, the then British colonial government sought to see how air transportation could be developed to assist in their administrative activities such as mails or correspondences, communications. And a later fact that emerged had to do with the possibility of exploiting such routes for commercial purposes. So, since Nigeria was still under colonial rule, they had dominion. And apart from that first aircraft, there were others subsequently, which were delivering those messages or correspondences or light liaison for the then British colonial authorities. Subsequently, a little before independence, you know, the British had what later became the British West Africa. That is the countries of Ghana, Sierra Leone, and the rest, you know. They started what was West African Airways Corporation. And that was run as the first form of air transportation around there. In 1957, when the Republic of Ghana attained its independence in March 1957, it pulled out of the arrangement. So 1958 saw the birth of another West African Airways Corporation with Nigeria and the rest being in it. In fact, it was the Imperial Airways of the same Britain that started that arrangement with Nigeria. And subsequently, Imperial Airways later metamorphosed into British Overseas Airways Corporation. That's the BOAC. So that was the precursor of the later Nigeria. That was 1958. Then when Nigeria became independent, the arrangement was still on until 1968 or thereabout, when we had the Nigerian Airways Limited. And for quite a long time, being a highly technical venture with very few Nigerians acquiring capacity or skills that may be required, apart from those first sets that were British trained, they proceeded to be the dominant airline, government's airline, if you like. And that dominance continued until the liberalization by the Babangida regime in 1988. So thereafter, it witnessed maybe what we will call a boost. There have now been commercial aviation, there have been private aviation, and of course, there's a constant factor there that started this is 61 years ago. Yes, 61 years ago. The Nigerian Air Force came into being, and many Nigerians were trained as pilots in Germany. Some were sent to the Ethiopian Air Force, as it was then. Many went to Germany, and then when they came back, they formed the nucleus of what later became the Nigerian Air Force.
All right.
And it's been on.
Okay. Thank you for taking us through the evolution of the aviation industry in Nigeria. But then, what would you say has been the contribution of that particular industry, that sector, to national development?
Aviation globally is a catalyst for economic growth and development. In Nigeria, I think it contributes not less than 4% of the gross domestic product of Nigeria.
Okay.
And as I said, being a catalyst, tourism industry thrives on the presence of aviation. And where it is well utilized, as we are trying to do today in Nigeria, it promotes agro-cargo, airlifting. You know, aviation is the fastest means of transport. Some will even say the
That's
safest.
common knowledge.
And people would rather fly than embark on other modes of transportation. So it has...
That's if they can afford it.
Affordability is a different matter.
Okay.
But indeed, it is a part of the engine of growth in any economy. And I believe Nigerian aviation is doing that as at now.
Okay. So what would you say has been the most significant challenge facing the industry? How do you think this challenge could be addressed?
As for the challenges, they are both administrative, that is to some extent reflective of the governance pattern in Nigeria, attitude to public service, absence of accountability and responsibility, and if you like, absence of consequences that has plagued our public space, especially public sector governance. Like I told you, the dominant Nigerian Airways was government owned. And well, to some extent, it thrived in the early years, post-independence.
Okay.
The incursion of the military into politics affected every governance structure in the country. Aviation was not exempted. And people were posted to administer. And as with most government enterprises, you cannot, strictly speaking, say it was run as a business. So, the main principle of corporate governance were largely absent. Either you have sole administrators or people who administer the way they see it without consequences. So, to some extent, it is still with us. So, those were part of the challenges, administrative. And I've told you, absence of corporate governance, it's a business, you know, it's an international business. And it ought to have been approached as such. When you compare with other later airlines that came on, private airlines, they thrived to some extent, and then Nigeria Airways had to go. But the challenge of corporate governance, good corporate governance principles, are still plaguing the industry, such that the average lifespan of airlines are sometimes 5 years, and then they go under. But happily, we are seeing some difference. But again, as the Aviation Roundtable has consistently maintained, there is still that absence of good corporate governance practices. Instances when you have chairman, chief executive, instances where the books are not opened, instances where funds meant for aircraft maintenance, insurance, training of staff, and hazardous expansion of fleet or routes, there are still big problems. And again, capital is highly capital intensive, maintenance especially, and sustaining operations is still a big problem. And as Aviation Roundtable has consistently maintained, governments have to be intentional to see it, apart from being a business, as a social service, a critical one. Like I told you, the word that is constant is it's being a catalyst.
Okay.
And government shouldn't look at it for profit. Government should see it as a social responsibility to grow the economy and other segments of national life.
Some people have actually, canvassed or rather advocated for the exclusion of government when it comes to aviation business generally, or with particular reference
we
to
are
aviation.
believers of that too. Government should have no business in business other than to provide the conducive enabling environment.
Yeah, but some
and
also have
put
said
regulatory things in place.
Yeah, some also have said that there should be some sort of, public-private, sector partnership.
Great. The Aviation Roundtable believes strongly in that. And when the present minister came in, that's Olorogun Festus Kayamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, part of the advice we gave him was to utilize the instrument of public-private partnership to develop aviation infrastructure. All that is required, like you said, is make the environment conducive, enabling environment, and sincerity of purpose. You know, the closest or what you can tout as about the most successful aviation infrastructure developments that went into public-private partnership or concession is the Murtala Mohammed II terminal run by this company by, what do they call themselves now? Well, I'll remember.
Okay, you just hold your thoughts, sir, while we go on this short break. When we return, you would continue. All right, I will quickly go on a short break. It's still Aviation Scope on your darling station, VOP TV. Don't go anywhere.
This is a brief report on 100 years of aviation in Nigeria highlights and milestones. Aviation activity in what is now Nigeria began in the early 1920s with the establishment of the first aerodrome in Kano and early Royal Air Force operations that marked the sector's origin. The arrival of military aircraft in the 1920s laid the practical groundwork for civil aviation that followed. Through the 1930s and after World War II, aerodromes at Kano and Lagos evolved into strategic airfields and fuel stops for international services, creating the infrastructure that would support scheduled passenger and cargo flights. Over the next decades, Nigeria gradually moved from ad hoc fields to organized airports and scheduled services. A major institutional milestone came with the creation of Nigeria Airways in 1958, the country's first national carrier, which linked Nigeria domestically and internationally for nearly half a century before ceasing operations early 2000s. This period also saw expansion of airport networks and state involvement in commercial aviation. On the defense and regulatory side, the Nigerian Air Force was formally established in 1964, building national air capability and training programs. Over time, civil military aviation could evolve to support both sovereignty and national development. The modern regulatory framework matured around the turn of the 21st century, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA), and it was created by law in 1999 and became operational in 2000, marking a new era of independent aviation safety and economic oversight, while other agencies such as airports and airspace management bodies were also restructured. Since then, Nigeria's aviation landscape has been characterized by airport modernization, the rise of indigenous private carriers, ongoing safety and regulatory reforms, and efforts to recover a stable national flag carrier. The sector today remains vital to commerce, security, and regional connectivity while facing ongoing challenges in safety oversight, infrastructure, funding, and market stability.
2564 is coming up on Burning Down, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome back from that break. I'm Chukwemeka Obioma, and we are looking at the century-long Nigeria's aviation industry. And with me to actually dissect this topic is Air Commodore Onitiju, retired. He is the Aviation Roundtable Initiative President. Sir, like you were saying the other time, how do you think Nigeria could actually harness, the potentials within the industry to actually take the industry to the next level?
It is the attitude. It has to be attitudinal. And that's why we said policies should be intentional, should be deliberate. Identify these challenges that we said have been plaguing the industry and address them.
Okay.
In fairness to the present administration, Minister Keyamo has been doing a lot. He was able to, aviation is global business, it's international.
Yes, it is.
If you misbehave here, it goes around, and you might be ostracized. People might not want to give you aircraft to fly or cooperate with you.
Okay.
Especially when you default. Most of the time, it has to do with good faith, the relationship, and observance of best global aviation practices. And that is the purpose of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority that has the civil aviation regulation, which everybody operating in the Nigerian airspace is expected to comply with.
All right.
Provision of aeronautical services by NAMA.
Okay.
And NIMET in terms of, say, weather reports to guide. And the management of the facilities, which Federal Aviation Airports Authority of Nigeria does.
Okay, all right, sir. A quick one. Let me ask this before we, call it a wrap on this edition. Now, I want to ask, recently, we got a report that the Nigerian Aviation College of Technology is limited in terms of capacity to train staff. So what would you recommend? I mean, what are the initiatives you consider successful in promoting aviation education and training in the industry, given the scenario that I've just painted?
Human capacity development is quite important. Aviation is a highly professional venture. And recently, the present government, again, they have multiplied the number of campuses. You now have a branch of the NCAT in almost in all the 6 geopolitical zones that is being used as administrative instrument, if you like. That is one of the ways. There are also other aviation training schools. There is the one in Ilorin that the Kwara State government started, and there is one that somebody even started a university. That is Isaac Balami, Engineer Isaac Balami. These are good ventures. And there are other aviation training organizations which are private to boost and prepare people for manpower.
All right. What would be your advice for anyone seeking a career in that industry?
Enlightenment and career sessions where professionals will be invited to from the various segments of aviation value chain. They will talk to young ones, especially in secondary schools, in search for formative years, so that they can now decide what they want, knowing the career opportunities that exist in the industry.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking with Air Commodore Ademola Onitiju, retired, an aviation expert, and we've been discussing the 100 years of Nigeria's aviation industry. And Air Commodore, you have been fantastic. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. I'm talking of 100 years. We will invite you to participate with us. 1st of December, I think we're going to mark it. Wow. That's what the ministry decided. But we at Aviation Roundtable, we are still going to invite the whole world to celebrate with us in February.
All right.
There will be a symposium. There will be launching of Aviation Safety Roundtable Secretariat. And at the end of it, we collate ideas.
All right. I look forward to that event. And with that, we have come to the end of this week's edition of Aviation Scope. Keep a date with us again, same time next week. I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. Thank you for watching.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Ile Agbadami.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Ile Agbadami, we practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lot of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. So how are you feeling this evening?
And I'm feeling good. I'm good, I'm excited, I'm happy. I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the script came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the fact about how it ended, yeah. It ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it's so easy to predict, oh, the good guy wins always. But this time we decided to, you know, change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What thing was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think about 4 days, we had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right, I know this movie is out now. And
yes.
What do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, you know. Though there are clues here and there, you know, for you to follow, to say, oh yeah, but for the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, you know, wrapped up. And, you know, it's about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play?
So in the movie Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins this is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, you know, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, you know, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging scene for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, you know, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're not more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, you know, his mindset, the location where we played him. So it's not like me. We played him. He played in a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and play in Shagamu and use Lekki, you know, vibes, you know, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the, you know, flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also you know, taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have, you know, they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood has some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like, leave this on board. A lot of new directors, like this director, you know, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is, people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or should expect, you know. So that's why it's a great film. So very great film.
Were there any fun time on the scene?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right? We wanted to tell a story. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. It was a director he is a director you can relate with, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. Now, so I think and he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, you know, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I'll work with this director anytime.
Thicker Than Water, I played Bassey, and you know that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, you know, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up. And he just keeps, trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassi in the Kick to Ticket Water.
What was the most challenging thing for you?
On the whole production or the set?
The whole production.
First of all, the whole production, I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos because I had difficulties locating there because we shot the movie in one of the remote parts of Ikodu. And I had never been there.
So what was it like? Were you scared?
Not scared. I don't know. It was a mixture of mixed feelings. I'm like, okay, what am I expecting? What not? But this is the life I chose. So wherever the call calls, we go. So that was just my major challenge. But when I got there, saw the layer of the land, and obviously I had amazing cast and crew and set. And it's just like walking familiar waters, yeah.
So what was the most emotional part for you from the scene?
From the scene, the character died,
That part.
That character died, not me. Okay. Not to spoil the movie for you anyway, but that was just that part, because enough said. I think we can.
Was there any fun moment for you?
Yes, lots of it. Lots of it from the cast, the crew. When the director yells "cut."
Yes.
Gerald,
You're just leading
you can't really explain it. You can't really put it into words. But those were my fun moments. I actually live for such moments. We, as actors, when the director says action, we are alive. Doing what we have to do. But when the director yells cut, just this, gotta double down a little bit.
So what would you say to people that haven't actually watched this movie and they want to watch? So what would you say to them?
First of all, I don't know why you have not seen this movie.
I'm telling you.
Really, kindly explain to me like I'm a 5-year-old why you've not seen Thicker Than Water. Take the mic to them. Give them the mic.
I'll give it.
But you need to watch. It's a beautiful. How am I going to explain this? Like, think about your favorite, smoothie. Just think about it, and just imagine yourself, after a very long hot day, you're sipping it in. That's Thicker Than Water. Enough said.
I liked it. It was enjoyable, fun to watch, a bit of intrigue, mystery, and the end was a bit surprising.
Was it emotional for you?
I wouldn't say emotional, but I liked the way it ended. Thicker Than Water is a thick film. It's emotionally thick, let me put it that way. It's something that you watch and it puts you the edge of your seat while you're watching it. At the same time, it also brings about your understanding of culture, because I saw a lot of culture themes that were expressed in the film, and which is a very good thing for us as African storytellers. We are looking for how to tell authentic stories about our culture and our environment, and that is one of the things that you get to find in Thicker Than Water. And also the realities about life. Sometimes you think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct, and sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well, African
movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Carvard Company Studios, these guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us, yeah.
So were there any challenging scenes that you actually saw?
Challenging scene, challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement. And like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way, but that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly. And so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film. And when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversation recently, like on social media, around like how you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title, where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond. And they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting because they were all like interesting scenes. But if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay.
I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest, because like yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot, and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at the very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like, maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
It's thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
But I remember getting it. I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with the story and I forgot I had the character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh yeah, it was in that scene. Yeah, move on.
How was it like acting that particular scene? That particular... Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
You watch Mad? Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad.
No. Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. He wants to say a lot, but because of the spoilers, can't watch it.
Oh my
but
God.
it was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director. He was very open, because I was like, oh, I'm doing this way, and I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this, and added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. Not a fun moment, I see. One fun moment is when they're putting makeup on me. I think it was annoying. You know, but I was running myself. I'm like, what's they're putting makeup. I'm a guy. I was saying, like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then they're not putting their. You people are probing, at least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments. And like, there were so many. And because I was kind of always away, it was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy.
Yes.
I was super shy. Yeah.
All right.
But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character.
Yeah.
So I had to be away from them personally. I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Tika and Water?
Tika and Water was
Yeah.
is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film.
Yeah.
And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh wow, it's the sister that's in this body. And I was like, it blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good. And then I loved the cinematography. It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials, And what I did was I just finished editing every other thing, and then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to cut that scene. And then after that, I sat with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what will you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Tika and Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Trust me, this movie didn't just talk about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is VOP TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
in a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I, with you in mind We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice. VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind, but last, more than No Mind, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Igba
mụrụ nze m ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ị mata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
The Oluwo Fish Market, also known as the Ekpe Fish Market, is the biggest fish market in Lagos State. It's located in Ekpe, Lagos State, Nigeria. The Oluwo Fish Market traders are mostly women because of the chain of distribution, which allows the fishermen to catch the fish and deliver them to the traders, who in turn sell them to the retailers. This strategically located fish market is the biggest in Lagos and reported to be as old as the city of Ekpe, even though the date of the official commissioning of the market is dated 10th November 1989. The name of the market is derived from the name of the family that sold the land it occupies to the state government, the Oluwo family, while chief that most locals call it is the traditional title of the Oluwos. The market is said to have been initially located at the marina front, a short distance from the present abode, before it became too small to accommodate the number of traders' influx. For anyone that have heard of the Ekpe town being referred to as the fish basket of the state, the root of the name lies in the significance of this fish market as a major producer and exporter of fish to various parts of its parent state, Lagos, and Nigeria at large. The category of most food items sold at the market makes it fall into the category of wet market. Fish, as well as wildlife, typically known as bushmeat, are common sights at the Oluwo fish market. The animals are rather brought in alive or dead and are also sold in the best form that the buyers prefers. However, the COVID-19 virus outbreak created another dimension to the existence of Oluwo fish market in Lagos, as there are high concerns about wet markets being the hotspot for zoonotic diseases that causes virus like COVID-19. This led to the brief closure of the fish market by the Lagos State Ministry of Health in order to reduce the possibility of another zoonotic disease outbreak in the state. In 2021, the federal government of Nigeria started the rehabilitation of the Ekpe fish market to meet international standard. The improvement of the market was designed to meet international standards, improve earnings, and encourage commercial activities.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch the dial. Even if you want to touch the dial, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me? My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content they come on at VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face.
Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father...
Interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hi, welcome to the program. Welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. Today, we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. All eyes on the Senate this time around, okay? And this is coming from the Red Chamber. Oshomole slams Akpabio-led Senate as rubber stamp. Join the conversation with experts inside and season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. The Nigerian military put their lives on the line, says Tinubu. The president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has actually commended the Nigerian armed forces for their sacrifices in protecting the country, saying they deserve the support and encouragement of all Nigerians. Speaking at the Nigerian Guard of Editors Conference in Abuja, Tinubu acknowledged the risks are faced by soldiers in defending the nation's sovereignty. Tinubu recognized the security challenges facing the country, including terrorism and banditry. But he emphasized the need for collective efforts to address these issues. Tinubu assured that his administration is committed to supporting the military in its efforts to defeat terrorism and build a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient Nigeria. All right, and away from that particular one, Defense Minister backs naval officer in clash with Wike. The Nigerian Defense Minister, Muhammad Badaru, has thrown his weight behind Lieutenant Yerima, a naval officer who clashed with FC Minister Nyesom Wike over a disputed land in Abuja. The land allegedly belonged to former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo. Defense Minister Badaru praised Yerima's conduct, describing him as a disciplined officer who acted in line with his duties. We will always protect our officer. He has done well. We won't allow anything to happen to him, Badaru stated. I love the fact that gradually we're getting a direction as regards to that particular power play or power tussle that happened a few days ago. And away from that particular one, on the same matter, Wike's reckless politics, baiting the military, breaking the nation, says Dr. Eze. The clash between Wike and a Navy officer is a wake-up call to the soul of our nation. His verbal assault on a uniformed officer is an act of indiscipline that undermines the chain of command, disrespects the commander-in-chief, and wounds the morale of everyone who serves under the Nigerian flag. Such conduct erodes the discipline on which our national security rests. So many commentators keep parroting the line that the military must obey civilian authority. That is the convenient chorus Wike and his rented megaphones sings. Meanwhile, governance itself is being dismantled. The judiciary has been reduced to a lawfare bazaar. The police pushed and bruised recklessly by politicians. Now the military, the last institution still standing, is being dragged into the mud. Let's see how all of this would actually play in the coming days. We believe several reviews is ongoing, and also different meetings have been held, and more to come. We would see what would happen as regards to the outcome of this situation, And let's take it away from that particular situation and take it up to a particular conversation that Majid Dahiru has actually, talked about. Okay, Tinubu can't be accused of religious bigotry. A particular public affairs analyst has actually defended President Bola Tinubu, saying he cannot be accused of religious bigotry. Noted that Tinubu, as a commander-in-chief, has mobilized the military to tackle security threats within his 2 years in office. Dahiru stated President Tinubu has not by any sense of imagination been accused of religious bigotry or having sympathy with Islamic jihadist terror group. Okay, Dahiru emphasized that while some Christians are being killed in parts of the country, progress has been made in fighting insurgency under Tinubu's administration. All right, and away from that particular one, something quite important is happening in Ebonyi, which I would have loved the person in question to join the show. Hopefully, he would meet up with the program before we round off. Presently, he's at the FCID in Abuja. Ebonyi politicians petitions IGP over threats and cyber bullying. Dr. Eze Emmanuel Eze, a Labour Party candidate in Ebonyi State, has petitioned the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, over alleged threats to his life and cyberbullying by two individuals, Felix Okemini and Ogbonna Sunday. The duo, reportedly loyal to the governor, Francis Ogbonia Nwaifuru, allegedly threatened Dr. Eze after he refused a government appointment. The police have invited Okemini and Sunday for questioning, and an investigation is on the way. Dr. Eze accuses Honorable Chinedu Oga, a lawmaker, of enabling the alleged threats. Oga denies the allegations, but Dr. Eze claims Oga's influence is behind the threats, citing their past relationship and Oga's frustration with Dr. Eze's election. The incident has sparked outrage across Ebonyi State, with many calling for authorities to take action against violence and intimidation. The investigation marks a significant step in addressing criminality in the region. Okay, and hopefully, I hope that Dr. Eze would join the show, before we round off. The matter is still pending, and a petition has been submitted to IG. I followed that particular program today. Okay, all of the meetings that has been ongoing, for hours now, and they are still there at the FCID, which I asked him to join the show today so he can actually clear the air. I don't know how and when we actually got to this point where you have to force someone to take a political appointment or a government appointment. If you're a governor and you call on someone to take up an appointment and he respectfully declined, maybe because of his job, or business or what have you, or it's not in the right frame of mind to actually, come into that office, you give it to someone else who merits it instead of threatening, that particular person. Instead of sending talks, sending people, to go after that particular person. I don't know how so many situations in Nigeria has become a do or die. Is either you take it or you take it. There's nothing like you take it or you leave it. No. How did we get here? But since the Nigerian police would take this up, we would gladly want to see how they would actually sort this particular matter. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button. And of course, together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this particular conversation. Oshiomhole slams Akpabio-led Senate as rubber stamp. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. We'll be right back.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays,
4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
And welcome back to the program Restore People's Voice on VOP TV. Former Edo State Governor and Senator Adams Oshomole has criticized the Senate under Godswill Akpabio's leadership, accusing the upper chamber of acting as a rubber stamp for the executive arm of government. Oshomole expressed his concerns during a Senate plenary session while considering concurrent bill from the House of Representatives. Oshomole lamented the rapid passage of bills without adequate debate or scrutiny, questioning the relevance of certain bills. He emphasized that the Senate's role is not to simply rubber stamp bills, but to provide robust oversight and scrutiny. Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin acknowledged Oshomole's concerns, and directed the Senate Committee on Rules and Business to ensure lawmakers receive draft bills at least 2 days before consideration. We're now being joined by Mr. Liberty Wilson, a lawyer, author, and public affairs analyst from Abuja. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes, quite and clear. I can hear you, sir.
All right, good afternoon to you today.
And to you too, sir.
How are you doing? It's been a while, you know.
It's been a while, honestly. I really missed the show. I've been very busy lately.
I understand. I totally understand. Okay, so before I take you up on this particular red chamber situation as regards to the rubber stamp comment of Adams Oshomole, I'd like to ask you what your take would be as regards to your landlord's outburst a few days ago, as regards to the land grabbing situation. You know, when I use the word your landlord, you live in Abuja, so the FCT minister happens to be your landlord. So what do you have to say about that particular situation?
I honestly, I really find it quite complex to comment on issues of weekend fiscal with a military officer, because looking at the legal aspect that of that commotion is really something that should have been avoided, because Wike, as you said, is the landlord of Abuja by law, and he deserves that respect as the landlord of Abuja. So this is another phase. But coming to the political phase of the entire thing, I would join many other Nigerians to celebrate the military officer for standing up for a lot of us who don't really have the opportunity to face him face to face and look him in the eye and tell him we are not fools. But it was interesting fiscal, Mr. Savior. It was interesting, and even as opinions are flying around, you know. Anyway, I pray it end well. I'm looking ahead to see how it's going to end.
You know, I don't know how true this is, but I saw in the news today that the former Vice President, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, gifted the military officer a brand new SUV. I don't know how correct that particular one is. You know, telling him to, he said he wanted to boost his morale or something, and, you know, congratulating him for being a wonderful a soldier, you know, in front of such a politician, okay, saying all manner of things to him, and he held his ground, and, you know, so I don't know how true that particular one is. But regardless of the situation, of course, we dissected that conversation yesterday, you know, on the show, where I asked that question, you know, was it right for Wike to actually go there himself instead of sending his team, okay, from the ministry? But of course, if you would agree with me, we read in the news that his team has been there, you know, over time, but they were told that the next time they come, and because the team actually mentioned that they were to go there to enforce the situation and, of course, take their bulldozer to pull everything down. and they were told by the military that if they see them again coming with their bulldozer, that they will be shot on sight. I am not sure of this comment, but that was what the Wike camp mentioned. Hence, the minister of FCT actually went himself to see the military officers. But regardless, let's see what would happen in the coming days, because so many leaders are actually calling on the president to relieve the FCT minister of that particular position. And not only that, they said he needs to apologize to the Nigerian military, and some said that for him to have done that, it shows that politicians have so much power that they don't even, respect the military or even rate them, to an extent anymore. And I think Brutai also gave a comment as regards to that situation, saying that Wike's comment threatens the security architecture of Nigeria, and of course, demeaning the position of the commander-in-chief, which happens to be the president. So many comments as regards to that conversation. But let's see what will happen in the coming days, because for now, we've not heard anything directly to Wike. All we've been saying is that it's either the president saying that the military is trying and congratulating them and telling them to steadfast, and Nigerians support them. And the defense minister, everyone has just been talking about the military. No one has really talked about Wike or even mentioned anything that has to do with Wike. But let's come back to the Edo State man. Let's come back to Senator Oshomole. How do you interpret Oshomole's comment on the Senate situation, saying that they are a rubber stamp under Akpabio's leadership? And of course, I think we've had some conversation as regards to what the Senate have been doing, of late. When once they have anybody that they want to screen, all they just do is take a bow and go. When once they go through, sometimes their CV and next thing, oh, we know this person, we know your pedigree, we know this, blah, blah, take a bow and go. So I'm surprised that this whole situation is coming from Oshomole. Of late, Oshomole has quite been, vocal in the Senate, with some reforms and, some situations. So is it like there's a fallout in the APC? We don't know. But this is the same Oshomole that said, if you move to the APC, your sins are forgiven. So today, if you actually complain about your own Senate, that you are acting like a rubber stamp under Akpabio's leadership, what would that particular statement mean to us? So I'd like you to take us on this particular one.
So, in seasons like this, when we find ourselves in seasons of political alignment and realignment in Nigeria, commenting on public affairs like this becomes so difficult, because you don't really know whether those assertions are made with the interest of building the system, or are just merely political statements. And in seasons like this, you discover that everybody comes out to just claim patriotism, because somehow, because anyway, I heard from somebody that Adams Oshomole is eyeing that seat. so this is another aspect of this discourse. And then even when I saw it, I said, that may be true.
I also heard that Orji Uzor-Kalu,
and then I had a conversation with
I also heard Mr. Liberty. I also heard that Orji Uzor-Kalu also is eyeing that seat, Hello, are you there?
Yes, sir. With you.
Yeah, so I said I also heard that Orji Uzor-Kalu, is also eyeing that particular seat as we speak, and now you are actually making that, revelation, in as much as we can actually say it allegedly, okay? But maybe, just maybe, Adams Oshomole is also eyeing the seat of that Senate president. So we don't know, but just like your statement, this is election period. They are all working towards election period, and so many people have been coming out to say so many things. We don't know if it's about patriotism. We don't know if it's about the care for the people or their political statements. But I'd like to ask, do you think that the Senate's role is being compromised by the executive arm of government?
Yes, Mr. Silvio, a critical aspect of our processes, especially the principle of separation of power and the oversight that exists between the various arms of government in this country, has been an issue of discourse in Nigeria. And a critical analysis, when you look at since the exit of Saraki and Dogara, we've never really had a legislative arm of government that have demonstrated a religious stand against the executive. Again, since that time, we've never really seen something like that. And then for since Buhari's time, since APC time generally, all we've been seeing is, other than the Buhari's first time, since APC time generally, all we've seen are issues of, the president deciding who becomes the Senate president. And then whatever thing that comes from the president, he just approve. Those guys look like they doesn't even spend time through those, going through those processes to see whether their approval has a lot to do with what is going to benefit the citizenry, or just not to offend the president. So in my own humble opinion, what is really happening in Nigeria is we have a Senate system that is pocketed by the legislative arm of government. And trust me, sir, Mr. President decide who becomes the Senate president. And then the question, you remember we had a discourse here sometimes back about Natasha and the influence of various arms of government in our ordeal. The answer is literally simple. The president decides who becomes the Senate president. And if the president decides, we've been singing how Akpabio, you can see how Akpabio was singing in a particular event and singing, president, whatever. To me, he has reduced that prestigious seat of the Senate to just, one thing that we cannot even describe. And then to me personally, over time, it is glaring and it's quite clear that the Senate, the legislative arm of the government, is literally in the pocket of the executive arm of the government. And unless this is solved, trust me, we'll begin to continue to have these issues of rubber stamp, these issues of just come and go. The president said this person should be released, and then yes, go, because the president said so. And provided these issues are there, I don't even know if so to say, but then our legislative processes, honestly, is especially the oversight aspect of the legislative arm of government is really very bad. It's really very bad.
Okay. Talking about independence, of the Senate, how can the Senate maintain its independence and assert authority in a democratic system? And of course, I would like to talk about the legislative process. What changes would you like to see implemented to improve the legislative process in the Senate?
Sir, I don't think something needs to be done to really improve legislative processes. Everything is there. When you look at the Senate standing orders, you see all this noise that we are making, you just discover that the laws are there. The issue is having the capacity or possessing the doggedness to really ensure that those processes are genuinely and religiously followed. These are issues, these are the crises we have, and these are systematic deformity. The over time, all this, the deformity of the system have been occasioning. We have the Senate standing orders, and section 58 probably, I may be wrong, but I think section 58 of the Senate standing order provided a process where a law shall become, one of the processes rather, is through a passage of bill in the National Assembly. And that particular standing order provides for the processes a bill must pass through. And phase one of that process is first reading. And first reading is usually done by the clerk of the House. And literally, he just reads the short title of the bill, tell you that this bill is for establishment of this and that, and it's done. And from there, the bill goes to the second stage. And the second stage is known as the second reading. And under the second or the legislator responsible for the sponsorship of that bill will stand in the floor of the House and explain to the House the rationale and the principle governing the bill. And under the second reading, other legislators are allowed to give their input about how the law is going to be. And if they have a lot of questions, they ask the questions for clarity, and then they debate the bill. After that, the bill is passed to, there's a stage known as the committee stage. The bill is passed to the committee. That's why you have a lot of standing committees in the Senate. Though in Nigeria, that committee is now about political party. If you belong to my party, I give you a juicy committee. Just as a co-guest on this show last time was talking about the appointments in the Senate. But then ideally, those committees are supposed to be team of experts from the legislature. There are those who are lawyers, there are those who are medical personnel, there are those who are marine and construction engineers. So usually those committees are set, and those experts are made heads of those committees. And then through the committee, they carried out the expert analysis of that bill. And after making the expert analysis of that bill, they pass it down to the Senate and say that, okay, we've carried out an expert analysis of this bill. These are the deformity, these are the policy implication, and these are the public interest implication, and these are the imports that this policy is going to have on our international relationships and foreign policy. Now, when the committee is done with that stage, it passes it over again for third reading. And the third reading is just for the purpose of making consequential analysis and adjustment rather in the bill. If there are minor errors like typography, like some of those things, they are adjusted. And the next stage again is the harmonization process. The same bill is passed again to the second arm, the second legislative arm. If the bill is sponsored by the House Representative, it is passed to the Senate for harmonization. If it is sponsored by the Senate, it is passed to the House Representative for harmonization. The last stage is the presidential assent. Trust me, the laws are there, the operational principles are there, and then what is expected is a stricter sense of adherence to that principle. And over time now, those people are not even adhering. So, all the places of a public hearing and the rest of the legislative processes are there in all these stages, but they are not adhering. So to talk about legislative processes and the applicability of the law is there, sir, and the law has laid down principles that need to be followed for a bill to become a law, just that they are not being followed. So if there is a discourse to make in this particular platform today, it's not the part of law that needs to be improved. It's a discussion on how the law on ground is going to be effectively followed, sir.
Okay, so if that's what you would actually mention as regards to what the Senate were to do, right? Okay, which of course we have the part already. And just in your statement, you talked about the committee being formed based on merit and not political parties, okay, and not about favorites. Because you would agree with me that the most juicy committee in the Senate today, as of today in Nigeria, is the appropriation committee for appropriation bills, right? If I'm correct. And this has been ongoing for a while now. And as regards to bills where sometimes they don't even do their proper scrutiny, they just let it just go like that. They just pass the reading and that's the end. So how can Senate ensure the lawmakers receive adequate briefing and documentation on bills? And do you think that the current committee system in the Senate is effective in scrutinizing bills? Because if we're talking about party and we're talking about the executive arm, based on the influence, wherever the bill is coming from, whatsoever it is, will they really want to put their integrity on the table to scrutinize this bill, or it will still be this rubber stamp conversation that we're having today?
Yes, sir. The place of expert in our legislative processes cannot be overemphasized. And then, just before I talk about the committee issue that you mentioned, there is an important aspect I want to bring to the notice of for our hearers. And that important aspect is that the policy approach to the lawmaking process does not just limit to the committee to so as that. It extends to the members of the public, because the law and the Senate Standing Order provides for public hearing. And that public hearing, usually, you give the members of the public an opportunity to air their opinions about the bill. And this public hearing, sir, does not just involve members of the citizenry. It doesn't limit there. It extends to members, it extends to diplomats, it extends to members of civil society.
Civil societies,
yes. So, when you look at those critical aspects, there are experts that you need to bring in. And then talking about the committee, just as you rightly mentioned, we have crisis. We have serious crisis. Look, for example, the chairman of a committee on foreign affairs is Senator Sani Bello. And then, to the best of my knowledge, Senator Sani Bello is not an expert in foreign policy. And this is a senator that is heading a committee on foreign affairs. And if Trump said something, we'll come and shout and say, why the hell is he shouting on our country? But then we have an arm of the legislature that's supposed to strategically engage the international community through these foreign platforms. And these committees are not being headed by experts. There are experts in that house. Look, for example, defense, the Chairman Committee on Defense, I think it's Ahmed Lawan, the immediate past Senate President. And I can tell you with all of my heart that you have a zero knowledge on issues of defense. So, you're bringing these people who have zero knowledge on issues of particular committee and make them just head of that committee because you want to bless their loyalty to a particular system.
Okay, I think we're having a network glitch there.
Is corrected. We'll continue to have these serious issues in our entire legislative processes.
Okay, Mr. Wilson. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me, Mr. Wilson? All right, so let's talk about accountability and transparency. How can lawmakers ensure they are accountable to their constituents, okay, while making laws? And of course, you talked about, people's view, the Nigerians, as regards to whatsoever bill that it needs to be passed and whatsoever they need to do. So what role should public opinion play in shaping the Senate decision?
Yes, it's very important. Personally, I think a demography that have really done good to our legislative processes in Nigeria is the civil society demography. And then their impact on our entire legislative processes cannot be overemphasized. And then we need to really do more in then joining the members of the civil society in creating awareness on these issues of legislative processes. The truth about the matter is that, Mr. Savior, do you know that the law permits us to apply to a court for a nullification of a law that does not pass through standard legislative processes? If a law does not pass through a standard legislative processes, you and I can apply to the court for a nullification of that law. And then a lot of us do not even know that this law exists. It's another thing. So, civil societies need to, and they have been enlightening the people to utilize the Freedom of Information Act. Through the Freedom of Information, we can apply to the court for an enforcement of the right of our citizens to access to relevant information like the processes of legislative processes. And I believe that through that, we can be able to have a system that promotes accountability, because I don't really believe that the members of the Senate who have been romancing this process that is just lopsided can actually enlighten people on what to do. So now, instead of saying that what are the members, no, I think civil societies, I believe in that demography so well, and they have done a lot, They have proven me and you very right that they are a demography that have done so well in enlightening the people. They can do more. Enlighten the people to utilize the Freedom of Information Act. Enlighten the people to do more in enforcing their right to information. Enlighten the people to know that I can apply to a court for a nullification of any law that does not pass through a laid down legislative process. I think when this is done, the members of the public are going to, in fact, discover that indeed I have a voice, and then I can really work for the enforcement of this voice.
Okay. So, still in line with accountability and transparency, do you think that the Senate proceedings are transparent enough? But I would like to take you simultaneously on this particular one. Let's talk about party loyalty and independence. How do you reconcile party loyalty with the need for independent decision making in the Senate?
Okay, the Senate, literally, I can say, you know, I'm very careful of my sentiment whenever I want to talk about the Senate, because I have this this conceived notion that they have trust me, they have proven me right on diverse instances that they have not that they cannot really perform their duties as they have been elected to do. But I think transparency in the Senate can be promoted. The things are there, so all is required is a will to do so. First, I think we need to sanitize our system. We need to sanitize our system of this lopsided appointment into various committees. Let's appoint people that knows they are right. Let's appoint experts who know what to do. It's an aspect of promoting transparency. Trust me, sir, by the time somebody that have knowledge of foreign policy is appointed to head foreign affairs committee, whenever his right is being trampled upon, he will raise his voice and say that, I'm a member of this, I'm the chairman of this committee. You can't do this without going through a legislative process that involves me as a committee member. So an aspect of promoting this accountability first is ensuring that the appointment of experts into those various committees, number one. Secondly, Senate must possess the will to really act according to the laid down rules and regulation. And then I thank Oshomole, because you know, he's speaking now. Forget the political aspect of that statement, but trust me, he's adding our voice, he's adding his voice to our voices. We, the voices of dissent, we people that have been having problem with the system. Now he's now coming to say, me honestly, I do not view his statement as a political infighting, but I view it as a honest acknowledgement of the decay of our legislative process. So I think Senate needs to join Adams Oshomole. Let's rise up and say that there is a way that this thing should be done. There is a pattern, and this pattern is not being followed. And providing this pattern is not followed, we're going to be having a lot of issues. So Senate needs to rise to these responsibilities. Another aspect of promoting this transparency. Another thing is, let's see if we can have a legislative check, or sorry, the judicial checks on these entire processes. These laws they are making are interpreted by the judicial arm of government. And this judicial arm of government has the power to by itself nullify a law, provided that law does not follow. And now let's see if these checks and balances are going to be put in place. By the time the legislature tell the Senate that, okay, by the time the legislature nullified one law for lack of due process, next time the Senate are going to be careful in doing so. So these issues of transparency in the legislative arm of government are systematic problems. And then for us to be able to correct them, there must be a will by the people, by those heading those various systems, to really act according to the laid down procedures. So through this, I know for a fact that transparency can be promoted. And then on the independence of the Senate, you know, I think it starts from who becomes the Senate president. We have seen it during Dogara's and Saraki's time. These are people who come against all odds, because we knew that the president, they were not the candidates of the president, but somehow they managed to become. And then it's one of the interesting time of the Nigerian Senate. It's one of the interesting time of the Nigerian Senate. Those boys, then Senator Dino Melai, I remember, you know, a lot of them that were so vocal in that house. So you don't have people like this in that kind of system that somehow, if you don't do it, they're going to talk. When you have people like that, it's automatically a check on the system. So Senate must take responsibility, the judicial arm must take responsibility, and the Senate itself must also arise to know that it is an independent arm of the government with power on its own. So you should be able to possess that capacity to stand alone, do your thing, and ensure that you're not being influenced by anybody, irrespective of who that person is. And then most importantly, sir, the appointment itself should be devoid of executive influence. Let's see, the president is not going to influence this process. Through this, we can be able to have a Senate president who can actually talk to the president. But by the time the president just put his hand in the pocket and then point and say, Mr. Savior becomes the Senate president, and then let's say you become the president, I said, no, now I remember those early days with Barrister Liberty. Let me call him to become whatever of the Senate, and blah blah blah. I say, no, now it's my old time friend, so I have to protect your interests. So these are the issues. So Senate must arise and take its own independence, and trust me now, violently.
That's a very wonderful submission, you know, because we still have questions around, party whipping compromises the independence of lawmakers, and of course, how can lawmakers balance party loyalty with their oath of office? But of course, these questions will keep lingering. everywhere as regards to the Red Chamber. But let's talk about our effectiveness and relevance as we close the program. Are there any bills that you think are unnecessary or redundant? And how can the Senate improve its effectiveness in lawmaking?
Sorry, can you come again, sir? Sorry.
I said, are there any bills, that you think are unnecessary or redundant? And how can the Senate improve its effectiveness in lawmaking?
Thank you so much, Mr. Savior. Personally, as a lawyer, I don't believe that a law is not important. So sometimes the law might not really affect me as an individual directly, or the fact that it doesn't affect me directly does not mean that the law is redundant, or the law is bad, or the law is faulty. So as a lawyer, speaking from a professional perspective, every law is good, every bill is okay, even if it has no immediate or direct impact on me as an individual, it is still fine. But I feel like the effectiveness of that legislative processes can be improved by a stricter sense of adherence to the laid down principles guiding or as stipulated in the Senate standing orders. So those principles are there. What is expected of us is a stricter sense of adherence to those principles. The principles provide for the stages a legislative process or a bill making process is going to, or a lawmaking process is going to pass through. Let's adhere to it. This is the only aspect I know that we can improve in our legislative processes. And then most importantly, one thing that we've been doing in this country, or the legislative arm of the government have been doing in this country, is that they are undermining the place of experts' opinion in lawmaking. And I can tell you for a fact, sir, that there are some laws that I have picked and I've gone through, even the fact that I'm not a constitutional law expert, but then just in my peripheral knowledge of law and of lawmaking processes, there are some laws that I've gone through and I've just seen that, oh no, this shouldn't be like this. You just see a law, they can make a law today and then tomorrow that law is not existing again, or that law is outdated. So we don't make law that looks ahead. We don't make laws that can still be effective in the next 10 years. And this is a very ineffective legislative process. And now the best way to deal with this is to engage experts in the law making processes. Now, if I have a bill, and then that bill has to do with the marine, let me see a possibility of bringing experts from the law sector of the marine. Let's see those experts in the marine law. 1, let me see if I can bring experts from the naval force. 2, let me see if I can bring experts, in fact, from the communities of the riverine areas, as those members of the communities may have something that you, as a lawyer that is seated under an air condition in Abuja, will not really know. So let's see how we can inculcate them into this process. And then let's see how we can also bring marine engineers. We have a lot of people that are there. This is their own expertise. So now, through this making, we can be able to have a law that looks ahead. We can be able to have a law that after, we can still, the law that can still be effective after 50 years and after 100 years. And trust me, sir, there are laws in Nigeria that are so archaic, that are long time ago. I can give you an example with the Land Use Act. Land Use Act, this law that Wike is relying on, and all this noise you're hearing. I know for a fact that you have been hearing them talking about the Land Use Act.
Yeah.
Land Use Act has been here for quite a long time ago, but trust me, sir, if you look at that law, there is no single lacuna in that law. There is nothing in that law that you can find to sort out a misfortune. In a way or the other, it is well made. This is to tell you that the makers of that law ensure that it passed through a genuine legislative process. Now, for us to be able to have these laws that are going to ensure its notoriety, because one thing about the law is that the law must be notorious. Over time, the law must pass the test of time. So now, for us to have a law that maintain its structural and the notoriety of principle, we must bring in experts that make that law in prospect of what is ahead. So I think by strict adherence to this principle, we can actually enhance our lawmaking processes.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Liberty Wilson, for joining the program from Abuja, who's a lawyer, author, and a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for being part of the program today. Hopefully, we'll have another head-to-head again sometime next week. All All right, this is how far we can actually go on the show this evening. Don't forget the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. And if you love the world of sports, yes, I wouldn't only say you should stay put to enjoy locker room, but of course, the Nigerian Super Eagles will be going head-to-head with Gabon today, which I believe you wouldn't want to miss it for anything. I think the match would be slated for 5 p.m. All right, so you should enjoy your own Nigerian Super Eagles and cheer them up. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
The name is Dr. Silva. Please watching VOP.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay, towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'ọkwa akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts,
All right, another beautiful time to talk football. And as we speak, the Super Eagles are battling for their lives to make it to the final of talking about the World Cup 2026 playoff qualifiers, which is currently going on in Rabat, Morocco. And of course, the starting lineup is already out, and of course, the game has already started. And as we speak, just 8 minutes into the first 45 minutes of that game, they play against the Gabonese national team. And on top of that, there have been a lot of side distractions as far as the team's preparation towards this game is concerned. And we hope that that will not be a big issue when the team take to the field, which has already started, as they will be fighting for the next 90 minutes or even extra time, or maybe penalties, to see if they will play the final of the African continent. My name is Jerry Apelohai. The Locker Room is the show on Voice of the People Television, and so much of fireworks all the way from Morocco will be hitting you with live analysis on the show. I'm not in the studio alone. I have Ike Chukwu makes a return. So much to ponder on. We'll be looking at the pros and cons and the expectations from the team, and of course, we're looking at all the talking about the side attractions and maybe the distractions as far as this game is concerned. It's great to have you once again on the Locker Room.
Good evening, Jerry. Good evening to our viewers. It's so good to be here. The D-Day is here. We've had so many drama to the build-up of this particular game. Lots of talks. People who are actually saying the guys actually shouldn't have protested, and those who are actually calling out the NFF. All those have to be behind now. The guys have to put their all into this particular game. And it's, of course, the game is already on, and the Panteras, as they are called, of Gabon, actually started this game with a 3-5-2 formation. And the coach, Mayoma, actually said that the game is going to be won in the middle of the park, and that's exactly why he came with, 5 in the middle of the park. His intent is clear, his the tactics is clear, and I just hope the Super Eagles can actually find a way to actually, break that down. The Super Eagles actually went into this one with a 4-3-3 formation, an interesting one, which means Super Eagles going all out for the attack. Now it behoves on the midfield of the Super Eagles to find a way past the 5-man of the Gabonese side, which is going to be a very interesting game. It's a one-off game. They've got the both sides have attackers who should be feared in the person of Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang and of course Victor Osimhen. Both of them actually won the Golden Boot in top 5 leagues in Europe, and of course the league title as well. So yes, it goes a long way to actually show how competitive this game is expected to be. And I hope that the Super Eagles find a way in the end to actually, come out on top. A lot of persons who are actually expecting the whitewashing, I don't see that happening. But of course, if that comes, I'm going to definitely take it. Jerry, it's a good day to talk football and of course analyze the Super Eagles versus the Panteras game. Talking about Gabon national team.
All right, and of course, Maiwa, we understand, is now with us. And of course, there's so much going into that game. Nigerians, however, not very optimistic like it was prior to the game. All the aura of the team from the Benin Republic game, due to that strike, the aura has really, really died down. And Maiwa, It's great to have you on this auspicious day where we'll be looking at another chance of the Super Eagles making it through the backdoor form to the World Cup.
It's always amazing to be here. The NFF, they struck again, and that is the reason why we are where we are at the moment. It takes a whole lot away from the optimism. Everybody were optimistic based off the last two, based off the performance against Benin Republic. We were going to this game with a high, but the NFF decided to show what they can do, and it really affected the boys. We are just hoping that the boys will actually step up and want to do this for themselves. However, there's a note of caution. It's just about 6 minutes, and indeed, as already been yellow carded. If care is not taken, we might be playing, with a one man down before the end of this game. I hope indeed you'll be very, very careful and let cooler heads prevail and not jump into tackles that will affect the team really, really, really poorly. So it's a good game. I'm hoping the boys will actually break the Gabonese side. They've been loading the midfield and not wanting our boys to play. I hope Iwobi and Ididi and Samuel Chukwueze gets to hold the ball and drag a whole lot of players to themselves, leaving pocket of spaces for Adama Lukman and Osimhen to work with. It's an amazing day to talk football. Thank you for having me, Jerry.
All right, amazing day to talk football. It's great to have you. And of course, so we're taking a look at the starting lineup for the Super Eagles as far as this game is concerned. And of course, in goal, usual, we see Stanley Nwabali, which is undoubtedly would have been the choice for anyone who has been part of the team. So let's start with the goalkeeping option. Ikechukwu, were you surprised seeing Stanley Nwabali in goal? A lot of talk about his performance of late, but would you have had any other person apart of Stanley Nwabali in goal tonight?
No, I think at this point, his presence is good for the synergy. There's a level of command that a goalkeeper who is used to the team brings, and this is not this is a crucial moment. This is not the time to actually start testing the waters. Stanley Nwabali is actually not entirely a bad goalkeeper. The difference between him and Mariko Okoye and other goalkeepers, if on his very bad day, it's not actually that much. And even on his very good day, the difference between him and Mariko Okoye, a lot of people have been saying Mariko Okoye is a better goalkeeper, but if you place them side by side, the difference is not all that much. So and he's got that very huge presence that I think is going to really be helpful at this point. Taking him out is not going to be healthy for the team. So at this point, I think it's just the right man to be there. Hopefully, it doesn't go into one of those erratic moments that's going to cost us. But I think I'm quite pleased with the fact that he's the number one for today's game.
All right, quite pleased. And of course, why are you pleased with Stanley Nwabali in goal?
Definitely, he has been playing regularly. He has played throughout the qualifiers. I think at this critical moment, you'll be very careful not to chop and change, players that have been doing it. So if you put in an Okoye, if anything goes wrong, a whole lot of people will blame him. However, we all know that, the performance of Nwabali has not been fantastic. He has dropped in form in terms of performing for the Super Eagles. But as it is right now, I think there is no reason to change him. He has played with the majority of the guys playing, especially with the defense. He has played with a whole lot of them during this qualifying series. And I think, the only right thing to do and only sensible thing to do is to just, manage Nwabali throughout this particular game and just hope that, he doesn't drop the ball that will cost us.
Hopefully he doesn't drop the ball like he did against Lesotho that will cost the team, because it's a knockout game. You don't have a chance of picking points in the next game as far as this one is concerned. All right, let's talk about the centre-back pairing. There's Calvin Bassey and Benjamin Frederick. Ikechukwu, could it be that since the captain led the strike, could be the reason why he's on the bench for this one? Instead of Ekong, now we're having Calvin Bassey and Benjamin Frederick starting.
Well, Jerry, this is not supposed to be a surprise to anyone who has been following the antecedents of the people in the glass house, how they actually operate. Any voice of protest, any voice of reason, any voice that comes and say, hey, we can't take this no more, is definitely bound to be ostracized. And it's even worse for, the Captain Fantastic, like he was dubbed last year after the Nations Cup, because of his, performance of late. And a lot of persons have been saying a lot of awful things about him. Recall coach yesterday actually called him a seasoned own goal player. So own goal specialist. So it says a lot about how he has really dropped from, and taking him out is going to be a case of, for Nigerians, it's going to be good riddance, right? So now at this point, Benjamin Frederick has already given a good account of himself, playing also in the right back position when Shemi Ajayi stepped in back. And of course, we saw the pairing of the both of them, in that game for South Africa, how awesome they were. So I don't have any issues with them. I just hope they live up to the billing. I hope that they continue to show just why Nigerians actually applauded them for that very beautiful performance they actually gave before the South African game. So yes, I think it's a fantastic one what we have right now. Now we have defenders who can actually who actually have the legs to actually run, who actually have the agility and energy to actually chase all ball. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, it's a good. I think they are the best set of pairing, based on current form that we have at this moment. So I think Eritrea actually got that right. Even though we know that there's obviously a hand of Esau, playing behind the scene, but unfortunately, Chisekong actually not made a good case for himself in his last few games that he's played for the Super Eagles.
All right, of course. So Maiwa, the 5 and 6, Benjamin Frederick and Calvin Bassey. Are you confident that these two guys can do the job in the absence of a Ekong, who somehow have been dubbed the Ungo specialist?
Well, I think it's very unfair to dub the Ungo specialist. He dropped in form, and we also, a whole lot of us complained about him playing, and it's because he's very slow at the moment, and playing against a very fast-paced striker puts him in a whole lot of trouble. However, we've seen Benjamin Frederick play in that particular position before. We've seen Calvin Bassey play in that particular position before, and they've given a good account of themselves. So definitely, I think it's a good one. However, if Chisekong not playing is as a result of the fact that he led the strike and they are punishing him, then it speaks badly of the NFF. I mean, they want to shift the blame on the player. How do you owe people for over 5 years? No, I mean, they even forgave the from 2019, paid them from 2022 till now, and we didn't pay them, and you expect them not to say anything while you guys are getting your own pay. So, I mean, it's not the first time they are doing it. I hope that is not the case, but if that's the case, that would be very unfair. Rather than suspend or take out Chisekong from the team, those in the glass house should be looking themselves in the mirror and be ashamed of themselves because of what they've done to our football. So it's just unfair. I'm hoping it's not the case, but if it's the case, then I think we might have seen the last of Chisekong in the game against Benin Republic.
All right, and of course, and let's also it's still goalless 40 minutes into the first 45 minutes of that game, and as you can see, the Nigerians are really on this one, and of course the pitch not too full to capacity, and of course the controversial referee himself, the South African, is in the middle of this one. I hope there will be no controversial calls today, because he has been found wanting on various occasions when it comes to controversial officiating on the continent of Africa. We pray for no controversy. We pray that the officiating will be fair, but definitely that's all praying. It is what it is. Anyway, the NFF has failed on all fronts, because let's take a look at the qualifiers. From the get-go, we spotted a lot of administrative lapses, allowing South Africa to have a group to themselves where all the advantages were in the favor of the South Africans. Even the management of the suspension, talking about the suspended player playing the games, how they handled it, even now, even spreading to the non-payments of the players' bonuses, handling of the coaching situation, and of course, the last strike, even the selection of the referee. We saw that every of the administrative process have been lethargic, and if this team does not qualify, the NFF has become the weapon fashion against the team for the get-go. So whatever happens, nobody will even want to blame the players anymore. Ikechukwu.
Absolutely, nobody should even blame the players, because it's a very sad place to be. As a Nigerian, if you've been following Nigerian football, you know that
Whoa, that was a beautiful
You know
chance.
that this is exactly not the place to you want to be. But it's unfortunate that sometimes you just have to be in a situation where you don't want to be. But you've really ruled out and listed out all of the lapses of the NFL from the way they actually. I think it took them about 8 months or about 11 months to hire. Finally get a coach. This is not just peculiar to the national team, right? To the male national team. We also have this even in the female national team. Even in our age grade team, right? Once they get knocked out, the coach of the side, you see that coach, that team basically gets disbanded. And then when the tournament for that, say for example, under 20 wants to start again, they go get another coach again and start all over again. That's exactly how we've been doing it. Why the likes of Spain and other countries that are quite serious, they get one coach for under 20 for over 20 years. Likes of Luis Aragonis, almost all the coaches that have done so well, in national team, all pass through a funnel. But we don't have that sort of system here. So the first problem we have is that there's no blueprint for our football. There's no plan in place. These guys just come and do cut and join. We have the players. Let's just go into the field. We'll find a way to actually make it work. And that's exactly all this is actually telling on us. And the sad thing is, looking at how we play recently, you will tell that yes, aside the fact that we have superior talent, because God has actually gifted us that one. Teams are actually catching up on us. Teams with qualities that you on a very good day should be whipped 2-3. Nigeria will struggle to even get a goal against them. And even if they go ahead first, in some cases we will find it's hard to actually come out because there's actually no a pattern for us to play, because who actually run our football don't even have a blueprint to actually put in place for our football to actually develop and grow. It's actually a very big problem. But then, like we said earlier on, if Nigeria actually end up making it to the World Cup, all this will be forgotten. That's exactly how beautiful Nigerian minds is. The mind of an average Nigerian is when the result is positive, every other thing can actually push behind. And that's exactly why a lot of persons have been saying, you know what, let everything even crumble so that we get to even start afresh and start building. Maybe at that point we'll start getting it right. It's unfortunate we are here, but Jerry, this is a very tough space to be in. These guys actually trained yesterday again. You didn't add that to the list. And now we are going to a very crucial game, hoping that they will win. And then at the end of the day, we'll come back and start having a conversation.
All right, so of course, we just saw Victor Osimhen brought down by the goalkeeper in an attempt to push in that cross to get a goal. But it is what it is. The goal didn't come in, but we just hope that Osimhen, that he didn't really get hit hard, but he's back on the pitch for that game. And of course, still going back to the starting lineup, we have Bright Oshayi Samuel playing from the right back situation, and we have Zaidu Sanusi making a return. We know he has been absent from the team for quite a while, and of course, due to injuries, but he's back in the team. The right and the left back position, Mayo, are you confident that this guy has what it takes to give this team all the necessary support from the flanks and going forward and in defensive positions?
Wow,
that's a beautiful chance.
Yeah, can you hear me? Wow. Yeah, can you hear me?
Go ahead. Mayo, go ahead. All right. It seems okay.
So Jerry, the thing is, right? You recall that yesterday when the NFF actually, after the whole situation started, when Trusecon actually came up to say, yes, everything is in order, everything has been fixed. There was also a news that actually came alongside that saying that Eritrea have been forced to make, a change because of the protest. And of course, which change is that? The change is that Bernard Fergie will definitely be coming into the middle of the park like we saw now. And then Bash Shai Samuel will definitely come in for Benjamin Frederick. Who is the man that's going to be asked? That's the big question. He's obviously the captain, Trusecon, and that's exactly why we're having this new shape. But Zaidu Sanusi, I would have preferred to see Bruno Imechi, but I think whatever the case is, the coach has actually settle with Zaidu Sanusi, who I must say we've really not seen the best of him, even in Europe, in a very long time. So seeing him in this particular crucial game is quite, I think I have mixed feelings about it, but I just hope he is able to hold his own in this particular game. Bruno Emechi, we saw him in the Champions League. We saw him; he's actually doing very well. But the Super Eagles definitely, I think the both of them have very good ability going forward. I think that's exactly why perhaps the coach has decided to actually settle for Zaidu Sanusi as well. And then at the end of the day, let's just hope that he's definitely not going to be our weakest link in this particular game.
Wow, and I see a lot of chances being given to Victor Osimhen. I hope that we will not have to regret those chances not being taken, because if you take a look at the defense lineup of the Gabonese team, is looking penetrable so far so good. They've decided to choke up the midfield, believing that's the area they can stop the Eagles. But it seems like the Eagles have been able to outwit that full stacked midfield of the talking about the Gabonese team. Taking a look at the midfield broadly, I was worried when I saw Iwobi and Ndidi, who are the only natural midfielders in that team, and a four-man attack in Chukwueze, Adams, Lukman, and Osimhen. No Moses Simon, and it looks like the two prone forward and two other guys joining up. So it's more like two players who can also play in the midfield in Lukman and Chukwueze, and two players who can also run to the flanks, whether left or right. But I think it's quite confusing for the Eagles. We know it's supposed to be 4-3-3, which used to be our style until 4-4-2 sometime. But Mayowa, taking a look at the formation, the four-man attack-minded players and two midfielders, who one is only a natural defensive midfielder. Are you comfortable with that pairing to assist the defense, more or less a fully attack-minded team?
Well, I think that's the reason why, that's the reason why I said earlier, the weight is a bit on Ndidi, and Ndidi is on a yellow card, so it means he has to be very, very careful. However, the beauty of this is this: if you look at the chances that we've been getting, a typical example, the last chance, you saw Ademola Lookman playing from the center of me. So what that means is that Ako Daniels and Ademola Lookman, they get to play behind. Behind those, they get to play behind Osimhen sometimes. And the last pass was from, Ademola Lookman drifting into the middle and, playing that particular pass. The advantage of that is this, it takes a bit of pressure away from the wing. Ademola Lookman is a good ball carrier. He can carry the ball from the midfield, displace, one or two Gabonese players and, spread out the pass. The same thing we are doing now. If you look at the face of this attack now, that is the same thing we are doing now. However, the downside of that is this: if the Gabonese are able to get their rhythm, because at the moment it's just Nigeria. We've been able to overload them. They've been, an inferior match to us, especially in the midfield, in terms of those, Ako Daniels and Ademola Lookman coming to the midfield and carrying the ball while leaving, a Chukwueze and an Osimhen in front. They've not been able to find, a resolution to that. If they're able to find a resolution to that and able to cut off the supply to Ademola Lookman and Ako Daniels, we will be in big trouble, owing to the fact that Ndidi is already on the yellow card. So at the moment, it's working, but if the Gabonese are able to get their rhythm, we might be in big trouble because Ndidi is on the yellow card at the moment.
All right, talking about situations that could lead to a red card, but hopefully we don't get into that situation. But let's look at the performance of the team so far. It's 25 minutes into the first 45 minutes of that game. The Super Eagles have made some pretty interesting moves attack-wise. And I'm still here to see the bites. So far, so good of Boanga and talking about Aubameyang. Does that mean that something is being done right in terms of the defensive pairing and, of course, the midfield pairing? Because I see lots of players manning the midfield for talking about the Gabonese team. And, of course, it looks like the Eagles are passing the balls in the right perspective for a team that didn't train that much.
Well, I mean, this is just showing our superior strength in terms of quality. And we talked about this before this particular game, that the edge what we have is not about organization now. It's about the fact that we have players who are, more exposed and who are well talented compared to, their opponents. And that's exactly what's showing up on the field. But then again, if you look at the way the coach actually set up this side, he decides to actually play two deep midfielders who definitely shield the back four. And then while they are shielding the back four, the job of Ademola Lookman and
Wow! That was a beautiful chance there.
Ademola Lookman and Chukwueze's job is to actually be the ones that will carry the ball forward. We need natural ball carriers, and that's what they've been able to do, going forward. We had a conversation about, the referee South African, in the middle of the park. It's going to be quite interesting, and that's why I'm not surprised the yellow card came early for Wilfred Ndidi. These are actually one of those things we're actually scared about. But the game is still very much open. The Super Eagles can still actually turn the tides and then, go on to actually win this one. I just hope
that was a pretty handball game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be reviewed,
the referee is not even making any attempts. He's just pointing at a goal kick for the Gabonese team.
Well, I mean, yes, if he had given the call, perhaps a penalty, but it's going to be too harsh because the guy was clearly not, looking at the ball, and that's going to be quite harsh on them. So I really understand if he decided not to give it. But then I think if the Super Eagles continue to probe the way they're actually doing, it's just a matter of time. This team is definitely going to cave. They're already cracking. There's already jitters in the defense line of the Gabonese. All the Super Eagles need to do is to be calm in front of goals. We've got so many chances. Many of the hit map now right there is in the half of the Gabonese. So the Super Eagles need to take their time and then bury one of those chances and then just start looking at the clock for the referee to blow the final whistle.
All right, of course, so Maiwa, we've talked about the South African referee, and of course, it looks like the man is not disappointing the South Africans tonight. So far, so good. But I think there should be VAR in such important game.
I think there is VAR. The last attack, Osimhen and the boys, they were complaining of handball. However, I don't think the handball was intentional. The player was falling down. And like Kechuk rightly said, it will be very, very harsh. In as much as I want Nigeria to win, it will be harsh, for Nigeria to get that kind of a penalty. I mean, it could be against us, and it will also be harsh. So I think the VAR made the right call. The referee paused the game a bit, listening to, calls from the VAR, and, they actually gave it go ahead. It was not intentional.
How's that a foul in favor of the Gabonese?
So, I mean...
Yeah, Mario, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that call is correct. However, I think Nigeria should be very, very careful. And the reason is this: we are playing a very high line, and the Gabonese are allowing us to do that. And what they are trying to do is this: they want to hit us on a counter. If the Gabonese score before us, that might just be the end of it. Because I think the game plan is this: absorb all the pressure, hit Nigeria on a counter, because at the moment we are playing a very high line. Because we are in possession of the ball. Even our last two defenders, they are in the center circle. Any fast break from the Gabonese side that results in a goal might be a huge problem for us, because the way they are lining up, they are ready to pack the box like they usually say. So we need to be very, very careful. In as much as we have the lion's share of possession at the moment, we have to keep up our concentration and not lose concentration at any second. Because if we do, it might be very dangerous, and they will hit us on the counter. And that might be very dangerous for us.
All right, that will be very dangerous. And of course, so that's why the fullbacks are very, very crucial in making sure that the defense get the necessary support, because the midfield is not that choked. We only have Wilfred Ndidi, who is playing the 4 position, which definitely I'm not comfortable with. But so far, so good. Aubameyang and Boanga has been kept quiet. We've not really seen any dangerous moves from them so far. And of course, it looks like Stanley Nwabali is on holiday. He's already on Christmas break without being in December yet. But it's still early days. 30 minutes into that game, the Eagles, ordinarily with the chances they've gotten, they should be 2-0 up.
Absolutely. With the chances the Super Eagles have actually created, I think we should be 2-0 up. I think we are too bit in a hurry when we get to that final third. It's actually not healthy for us. And if you've been following games like this, trajectory of games like this, most times when you get these too many opportunities to create chances and you don't, utilize any of them, it's definitely going to come around. Football is a very interesting game, and when it comes around, if they get one chance and they are able to actually make good use of it, it's going to be a big problem for the Super Eagles, because psychologically it's going to really dampen the boys. So I think they should be very more clinical and more composed. I think the one problem with these guys that I'm seeing here is that they are so much in a hurry to prove to Nigerians that they have what it takes. They want to actually come back after whatever protest has happened. They want to show that they have what the nation at heart. They want to actually really deliver. Yes, we get that part, but they need to be calm at this point. It's still very much 0-0, so you don't have to be too much in a hurry. Take it, minute by minute into this particular game, and then let's see how we're going to. I have hope, looking at the first 32 minutes of this game. I have hope that the Super Eagles have what it takes to actually bury this game. But now it has to start with them being intentional when they get to the final third. They are too much in a hurry. Even the way we actually even start our build-up play, you see that there's too much urgency, and it's not good for the team.
Wow, of course, so that was another chance coming in via the corner kick. And of course, talking about defending set pieces, and it's a very crucial one. If a team is going to win games like this, set pieces could actually make a lot of difference. I saw the Super Eagles taking advantage of set pieces in the game against Benin Republic, and I hope that they were able to take advantages of that, because but so far so good. The set pieces have been to the advantage of the Gabonese team, apart from some few corners given to the Eagles. My set pieces are very crucial in teams winning games. Though some coaches don't like it, though if they get beaten by those set pieces, the likes of Andy Slot and co, you understand what I mean. But all balls, it's also part of the game. The Super Eagles took advantage of that, talking about crosses and set pieces in the game against Benin. I hope that they'll have that in your bag tonight.
Definitely, apart from out of about 5 crosses they've been able to make, we've been able to make contact with 2. The one that resulted in the calls for handball, and the one that Osimhen was able to get set to earlier. However, the crosses has not been that clinical like we saw against Benin Republic, and that needs to be worked on. I think there is a need for us to take full advantage of that. I think Osimhen has an advantage in the 18. I mean, all the 5 crosses that have came in so far, he's been able to make contact with 2. The remaining 3, yes, he was still close, but they've been able to keep him out. I just need a Chukwueze to be able to deliver, and also I've said it consistently, and that's the reason why sometimes I have issues with Bright Osai Samuel. As much as he's good going forward, the problem has always been the crosses at the end of the day. He's very good going forward, but the end result of the ball is always bad. He has mishit a couple of balls which we would have expected that he would have been precise and be able to serve the likes of Victor Osimhen. So I'm hoping that a Bright Osai Samuel steps up with the crossing and increase the intensity, and probably maybe we might get 1 or 2 goals from there. I think at the moment we have the Gabonese on the rope. We just have to, and Ikechu said something that's very, very important. The boys need to calm down. They are in a bit of a hurry. They need to calm down and play down for them to be able to get the right shot and the right passes that will result in goals. They need to just calm down, and that has not happened yet. And that's the reason why we've not been able to bury all the chances we've been creating so far.
Yeah, and that was a close one, Maiwa. And of course, Osimhen just needs to pick the right spots, and it's hit the defender who was trying to block the ball. And of course, there's a lot of choked up in the center, leading up to the defense and the midfield from the Gabonese side. They are doing everything possible to make sure that they don't leave any spaces in defense for the likes of Victor Osimhen to try.
So basically what they're actually doing is that, they're actually playing 3-man center back, and of course 5-man midfield. So whenever when they are going on defense, right, the Gabonese side actually defends with 6 players, and then they attack with 4 players. That's exactly how they actually are set to play this game, and that's exactly what you're seeing now. 1, 2, 3, and then this is going to be their very first chance And of course, yeah, that was a very good block. And but that's exactly how the coach has actually set up the team. So it's going to be difficult for the Super Eagles to actually break them down if the Super Eagles don't, really calm down in the final third. You can't be in a hurry and expect to find the back of the net against 6-man backline. It's impossible. And this is exactly how I believe the Super Eagles need to actually play this game. Now, when you get your chances, when you spread it to the flank, let two player be at the center of the center of the circle, edge of the circle, and then when they get to that particular point, once that ball come outside, when we shoot 1, 2, 3 from that particular point, we should be able to get the goal or float it in. Because what we're actually playing right now is get it and whip it through for Victor Osimhen to actually connect. I think that's actually not working because they've overcrowded that particular part of it. If you look at the box of our chances, you know that it's been coming from the rear, and then we really need to make use of that. And I also believe that these guys should stop pulling in, bringing in those crosses too early. They should find a way to get to the byline, get into the 18. These Gabonese defenders are jittery, and when defenders are jittery, they most likely make a mistake, and he's definitely going to award you a penalty. So I think Chukwueze and Lukman should really penetrate the rear area of the Gabonese defense, ensure that they probe into that particular area, and of course they're definitely going to get a goal from that particular point. I think the strategy going forward should be tweaked a little bit, and then they should be more calm. We're definitely going to get the goal because this side have shown that their defense line is not really awesome, and I'm beginning to wonder how they're able to even get 19 points from that group. But then the Super Eagles is not in that group, and maybe that's exactly why they're able to actually get that 19 points.
No, definitely. If you take a look at it, that's what I've been saying about the quality of the groups also determine the quality of the teams that eventually make it out of the group. Anyway, the Super Eagles, really like it or not, that group was, of course, a difficult one, but it is what it is. So until when you see Gabon in that group, then you can definitely say whether it was an easy group or a difficult one, as the case is. It's 38 minutes into the first 45 minutes of this game. Where would the goals come from? So far, so good. Maiwa, we're still waiting for a goal, either from the Eagles, mostly from the Eagles side, or even the Gabonese side.
Well, I would say God forbid for the Gabonese side. I don't want them to score. If they score against us, then we are it brings a whole lot of panic. We've not considered yet, and our boys are playing with panic in front of goal, and that's the reason why we've not been able to score. So, in this kind of game, I think if they score first, it affects our psyche, and that might affect us throughout the game. So I'm hoping they don't score. Where the goals will come from, the boys need to calm down. Victor Osimhen also needs to calm down. He has been getting some chances, but he has not been as clinical as he was in front of goal against Benin Republic. So he needs to calm down. The balls have been coming. He's been getting some chances. I think he needs to calm down, and he'll be able to score. If by the start of second half, by the 50th minute or 55th minute of that particular game, it still remains the same, then I think we need Anaro Kodare. I think Anaro Kodare brings a kind of calmness, behind an Osimhen that probably help our attack. So I'm hoping Osimhen steps up. If that does not happen, Anako Adams goes out for Anaro Kodare to come do his magic.
Of course, we can see, take a look at the fan base of the Nigerian contingent. I'm seeing a lot of old men who cannot even cheer the team on, all filled around the stadium. The young ones does not have the capacity to spend the money. So that's the situation we find ourselves. Back in the days, if Nigeria is going for things like this, we used to have the fans club, football fans club, going to cheer the team on, and they have the feel of the Nigerian community around them when they go to games, most especially on the continent of Africa. But that is no longer the case. Where did we get it wrong? Is it that it's all about the rich or the connected only settling themselves, forgetting about the necessary community that makes us a great nation, the most populous black nation in the world?
Okay, so the problem is the problem is exactly okay. So look at that attack. Exactly what I was talking about. Get to the byline, ensure that you break into that line, whipping those crosses. Then definitely the goal is definitely going to come. If the Super Eagles continue to actually play that way. But back to the question you asked, the problem is actually succession plan. We don't have that attitude of who's going to succeed who and keep the tradition going. I mean, remember the days of Rafiu Ladipo, who is actually the head of the supporters club at that point. The supporters club have this cultural outlook, this beautiful different kind of songs. They'll serenade you. In fact, across the world, if you go for any tourney, even Nigeria ends up not winning it, everybody wants to actually see Nigeria Supporters Club. That's how glamorous, our supporters base was at the point. But then we don't have that anymore because, I mean, when he was actually leaving the scene, there was no plan for someone to actually step into the shoes and ensure that the tradition continues. We are so comfortable with building strong men, but we are so terrible when it comes to building strong institution. That for supporters, it should have been a very strong institution, not to be remembered after just one man. But unfortunately, he's gone now. Until perhaps we get to see another person who is as charismatic and as passionate as he was during his time as the chairman or the president of the supporters club. We're definitely going to continue to have this what is best described as a lukewarm attitude towards supporting our team, and it's not a good place to be at this point.
All right, of course, Simon still probing and, of course, still trying to get that goal for the Super Eagles, but the Gabonese team stopping him there from making a decisive attack move. But Maiwa, we are about to leave the studio, and what do we expect in the next 45 minutes or thereabout? Because this one is almost up. It's 42 minutes.
Well, I think we can still score a goal. It's not the first time we are scoring a goal in the dying minutes of any game. So we can still score a goal. So I'm hoping the next 2-3 minutes can still produce a goal. However, if that does not happen, then definitely we need an arrow put that way. And also, in the second half, we need to take out Ndidi and bring in a Rafael Onyedika. Ndidi playing on a yellow card with what we are playing at the moment is very, very dangerous for us. And I'm hoping that, he doesn't make any mistake, or he doesn't, he doesn't talk to the referee anyhow and gets a second yellow card. We cannot afford to be 10 man down, to be 1 man down in this particular game. So if anything does not change, I expect Ndidi to be substituted, and I expect maybe an Aquadam to give way for an Arukudari to come in and bring something different.
I know. It seems like Aubameyang has gotten his fair share of the yellow card. Maybe he spoke rudely to the referee in that one. What are we expecting in the next 45 minutes? We're about to go. Ikechukwu.
Well, with the way it is, very much the game is still very much the Super Eagles game to lose. So I think they should actually keep probing and then become more intentional, more relaxed. I think the only problem I see here is the fact that the boys are not more relaxed. Another thing to be added is the fact that the Gabonese side are actually playing a very tricky game, and the game they're actually playing.
Wow.
The game they're actually playing is so that they find a way to actually isolate the midfield, the ball creators from Victor Osimhen. If you look at the last 10 minutes, every single time our creators are on the ball, there's a disconnect between them and Victor Osimhen. When they launch that last ball through to Victor Osimhen, it's just Victor Osimhen and 2-3 defenders on him. And it's going to be quite difficult. We know that Victor Osimhen is not the best players when it comes to taking on defenders, and he really is not that kind of striker. So it's going to be difficult for him to actually take those 3 players on. That's exactly the problem right now. So the Super Eagles need to actually find a way to ensure that the creators are actually very close to him, so that he's going to have 1 or 2 bodies that's going to really assist him. And if we can actually do that, then definitely the goal is as soon as possible. We'll definitely be expecting that to happen.
Your prediction for this game?
Well, with the look of things, with the Super Eagles are actually been playing, I think the Super Eagles can actually go 2-0 up in this particular game at the end of the game.
All right, of course. So, Mayo, your prediction?
Nigeria wins it 2-0. Arokodare and Victor Osimhen scores in this particular game.
All right, let's see how that pans out. Of course, so that's how I wrap it up. Thanks, Mayo. Thanks, Ikechukwu, and thanks the guys behind the scenes for making sure the show is to your pleasure. Talking about the likes of Victor, as well as Alex, and of course, not leaving out Paul, and of course, Hassan. My name is Jerry Apelahai. Thanks for being a part of the show. Keep it logged on the Voice of the People television with Political Lens with Chukwumakoro. Stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, News breaks and events happens. We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The name is Dr. Silva.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
nze m ọzọ kerikosi ya gazere onye ukwu ma gazere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ị mata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Yes, I change my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The name is Dr.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show.
VO.
a good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SLTV, channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at Voptvlive Live. On the show today, Obedient Movement's Director of Mobilization, Maurice Monye, resigns. PDP convention debacle, blame APC for our woes. This is coming from the Damagum-led National Working Committee. Ex-General Snokwike for outburst at Soldier. And Senate approves 1.15 trillion naira borrowing to fund 2025 budget. Well, I've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Barrister Darlington Agomo. He is a lawyer and political affairs commentator. Barrister Darlington, good evening and thanks for being part of this show.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Cole.
Good evening, Barrister. Always good to have you.
My pleasure. How are you doing?
Very well, sir. Now, let's get straight. He listed achievements such as creating an online registration system, reviving support groups, and launching a student network, but urged his successor to complete pending projects like polling unit body cameras. The movement's leadership has yet to respond to his resignation. Barrister Darlington, news broke about 5 hours ago that Maurice Monye, the Director of Mobilization of the Obedient Movement, has tendered his resignation, resigned his appointment of the Obedient Movement, this position as Director of Mobilization. And according to him, he has moved on. He wants to travel around the world and look into other things. Well, he made a series of comments. He said, look, his business has been under attack. His family has been under attack from some quarters. Barrister, what does this mean to you and the Obedient Movement? Before we talk about P2B's ambition in 2027.
In fact, it's unfortunate. I am disappointed, though expecting it.
Okay, you are disappointed. Disappointed at who?
At the man that resigned.
Okay, disappointed at Maurice.
Yes, the reasons he gives are very, very, very germane, if you look at it. Especially that of leadership, coordination and support. Look, in politics, if you don't have the staying power, you won't go far. That's the truth. In politics, the same way you run your business is the same way you should run your party and your ambition. It's not something that you will be undecided about it. Nobody will pay attention to you. But if you are serious, people will be serious with you. That of leadership, yes, because as of today, the Labour Party that you cannot call the Labour Party without calling the Obedient Movement, because they are synonymous. Because that's what where P2B ran from. You cannot separate the two. The Obedient Movement is not a political party, but it's a movement. But if this movement is not properly coordinated, then it will lose out. With what this man have done now, I will not be surprised if other people follow suit.
Yes, I was coming to that because before now, we had Kenneth Okonkwo. He was a member of this movement and he has left. Member of Labour Party, he left. He said, look, I am not happy the way things are panning out in both the Labour Party and the Obedient Movement. He moved on. Now we have Maurice Monye, the former director of mobilization. He has also left, citing lack of coordination within the party and all of paucity of funds. And he says he has spent over 40 million naira of his personal money to fund the Obedient Movement. He says, ask Yunus Atanko. He knows of all of this. He knows about all of this. And I have receipts, to prove that, look, this is how much I have put in and all of that. He listed the projects he has done. And in all of this, according to him, the movement, the owners of the arrowheads of the movement, like Peter Obi, never even bothered to ask, where is the funding coming from? He made complaints about, look, not having enough money to do all of this. Barrister, does it look like Peter Obi's mantra of not giving shishi, has rubbed off negatively on this movement?
He must not be identified with such a nomenclature or such behavior. Is it not when you give that you receive? To whom much is given, much is expected. All these are not they give shishi, not in politics. Because the wheel of progress must be oiled you oil it.
Okay.
If you don't oil it, there will be no progress. All these people who do one or two things for you, you must encourage them. If not, they will not do it. Please, you are the head. You are gunning for the highest office in the land. So all the perks of office, nobody will enjoy it with you. You are going to enjoy it. So why not work hard for it? Why not work hard for it? The only person that was so lucky to become president of this country without even campaigning was good luck, Jonathan. If you look at the trajectory, I don't think anybody have had that kind of privilege or opportunity. And I don't think it will happen again. So let nobody be deceived. There were things I said before concerning this Labour Party, P2B, and the Obedient Movement. But people did not understand where I was going. But today, I thank God that most of the things I said is already here.
Okay, looks like your comments were prescient at that point.
Exactly, because I saw it coming. Look, in this type of business, Mr. Okoro, you don't remain lukewarm. You must be decisive what you want and where you are going. When P2B said that all the contestants are his friends, and he loved them or whatever, do you know? I said,
Adiana Mbaragoba.
Okay. I said, if you say all of them, then where do you stand? Which party are you gunning for? And this type of statement and behavior can make your supporter to be in disarray. They wouldn't know where to vote or who to support. These are very serious issues, but you never saw it that way. I think it happened before. It happened before in one election. And he didn't favor P2B. Why did he repeat it again? Why? You tried something before, it did not work. You are still repeating it again.
Barrister, talking about
be decisive where you are going and what you want.
Okay, Barrister, talking about the Anambra election, should it be a yardstick to measure Obi's popularity?
From the look of things, it must be, because remember Abuja. If you win all the same without winning Abuja, you have lost.
Okay.
Just like a electoral college in America and all that. So there are important or what they call swing states.
Okay.
In this case now, Anambra is P2B's state. Okay. If you don't win your state as a presidential candidate, then where is the popularity coming from?
The current president lost Lagos in 2023. He lost Abuja, yet he's still the president.
Look, you see, when things like that happen, don't use the compare note to.
Okay.
What happened that time can never happen again. I'm not joking. What happened was that P2B came out with a surprise for everybody. And that surprise, all of them have recovered from it. They will not allow it again.
Was it a surprise or a shock, more like?
Yeah, shock or surprise. Yeah, because nobody expected that Tinubu will lose Lagos State.
And it happened.
And this time around, they are using all means to make sure that
it doesn't happen again.
Yes.
Now, Barrister, how much responsibility should Peter Obi take for what some people have called the diminishing popularity of the Obedient Movement? Because Nigerian side instances, look, young man, if you can't fix the problems in the Labour Party, how can you fix Nigeria?
Yeah.
And all of that. And again, look at what is going on in the Obedient Movement. People are asking, why is everybody leaving? I mean, if Maurice has left, Kenneth left before, now Maurice has left. Who next will it be? And Peter Obi is there, not being able to mobilize, to hold that movement intact. Because that movement has also said, look, wherever Peter Obi goes, we are behind him. And all of that.
All those statements are very, very deceitful.
Okay.
Because the people telling you this, you don't even know who they are. It may be APC-sponsored social media rats. You are not believing what they are telling you. You're not believing what they are telling you.
No, that statement was made by officials of the Obedient Movement.
How many
people like Tanko Yunusa. They spoke on behalf of the movement.
How many?
They were properly coordinated at that point.
How many of
But it
them?
looks like that coordination is missing now. That is what Maurice is complaining about. So my question is, how much responsibility should Peter Obi take for what is happening to that movement?
All the responsibility should be on his head. That is, the buck stops on his table as the candidate of that Labour Party. If he cannot solve the problem in his party, then can he solve the problem of Nigeria? These are questions that people should be asking.
These are questions that people are already asking.
Good. So if you don't take this in serious, then you are already demarketing yourself. The initial razzmatazz that you had with the press and the people that is fading away.
Okay.
It's fading away seriously because look, truly there is money in politics that you need to spend money. But your integrity is not enough. Because people say he has integrity, he is this. There is no sense under the sun. What we are looking at now is your degree of commitment.
Okay, and resilience.
Your degree of infraction. Somebody may come into office, Mr. Okoro, and he met 10 naira in the treasury. He may decide to take 2 naira out of the 10 naira and put his pocket for personal use, Abi, which is normal. Another person will come. Now, if you take 2 naira and use 8 naira to work, it will show. Is that not true? It will be visible that yes, somebody is doing something here. But when you come into office, out of 10 naira that you made, you took 8 naira and put in your pocket. That means that government is already failed. That's the difference. As to whether anybody takes money, all of them take money. All of them take money. So when people are saying is this, I just laugh. Even himself, he has said that he's not a saint. So looking for somebody to work that will come from heaven, it can never happen.
Okay.
It can never happen.
All right, Barrister, as we move on, I'd like for us to talk about 2027 and the chances of Peter Obi being on the ballot. Peter said something, and Maurice also complained. He said, look, we had the impression that after the 2025 Anambra Guba, the one that held last Saturday, that Obi said he was going to come out and make his position clear. Now, like how many days after that, we have not heard anything. And beyond that, we see a situation where the Labour Party did not make any impact in the Anambra Guba. So based on all of that, do you think that, because Obi has consistently said, look, I'll be on the ballot in 2027, where do you think that he's going to be on? PDP, ADC, Labour Party, or where?
That is the mystery that is facing all of us. Because if you look at the parties now, they are all crowded with one problem or the other. And Obi cannot fit into any of these parties now because of what is going on there. And he's not ready to, get into solving this problem. He's not. Obi cannot solve the problem with PDP. He can't solve the problem with Labour Party. The party that he used to, shock the whole world and Nigeria. And now, ADC, Atiku is already there, telling you that he's not going anywhere. So, which party? You can see. He can't even try it with APC. That would be suicide.
Okay, now, Barrister, 2026 is around the corner. Hopefully, in the coming days, coming weeks, or coming months, Peter Obi will make his position clear, and Nigerians will understand where he actually is.
If you ask me, he had delayed too much.
Okay.
This delay is, in fact, it whittled down the faith of his followers. This delay in choosing a platform. By now, we should have known where he's going. And it should have helped in Anambra election. They would have known where to vote. This delay has made people not to even know they are in a quandary where he belongs. That's what I was telling you.
All right, Barrister, they also say that there is no wrong time to do the right thing. Now, let's move on. The National Working Committee, NWC, of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, led by Ambassador Omar Damagun, has confirmed that the party's National Elective Convention will proceed as scheduled on November 15 in Ibadan, Oyo State. The committee, working with the National Convention Organizing Committee, NCOC, urged members to disregard any contrary directives and accused the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, of attempting to destabilize the PDP to establish one-party state. But the party's assurance comes amid a deepening internal crisis marked by conflicting court rulings. While two Abuja courts issued orders stopping the convention, alleging breaches of PDP's constitution, and Ibadan High Court granted permission for it to go ahead. Despite the legal confusion, preparations for the events are ongoing, with delegates and party leaders already arriving in Ibadan. But the crisis has split the PDP into two factions, one led by Damagum, acting national chairman, and the other by the National Secretary, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, an ally of FCT Minister Jason Wike. The Anyanwu faction announced Alhaji Mohammed Abdulrahman as acting national chairman and instructed members to boycott the Ibadan Convention, setting the stage for a possible confrontation between the two camps. In a statement, the PDP National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologo-Aba, reaffirmed the party's commitment to holding a successful convention and thanked supporters for their continued loyalty. He assured that the PDP remains united and determined to resist what it describes as APC's attempts to suppress opposition and undermine Nigeria's democracy. Barrister, two conflicting judgments. You're a lawyer. Two national chairmen, two BOT chairmen, two factions, one for Ibadan Convention, one against. What brought PDP to this story pass, Barrister?
Now, when you have a formidable enemy or opponent breathing down your neck, you don't play into his hands. Seriously. Granted that, yes, APC is hounding opposition, making things difficult for them, but must you now play into his hands by refusing to do the needful? These state congresses that they refuse to conduct and all that, and local government congresses before the national. Is that what the Constitution says? Is it what the Constitution says? So why did they boycott all those ones or refuse to conduct those ones and they now want to do national convention? Don't you see a recipe for failure here? How will it pan out? If they conduct this convention now, what will be the end game? Is it not obvious that somebody will go to court over it and that will be the end? Is it not obvious? Look, I don't like it when people misinterpret what the law says. This idea that you don't have a hand in the party leadership and all that, that should be when the leadership has been elected and the due process followed. You cannot violate the due process of electing your party leadership and you claim that nobody should interfere. You claim that the court should not interfere. No. No. What anybody will be looking at, the congresses from local government to state before national, was it properly conducted? Did INEC observe them? The answer is no. That means it is null and void. They are not talking of leadership here. Whoever you elect.
They're talking about the process.
Yeah, the process, yes. That anybody can go to court against the process, not against the leadership. Get it right. Because that's the mistake people make. Because they say nobody have a hand in the leadership of a party. The court cannot interfere. Fine. If you have followed due process and elected your officials, INEC did their normal observations and all that. Yes, if anybody now go to court say, I don't like this chairman, I don't like this, that one is the bygone. Nobody will listen to you. In fact, no court will entertain it. But the process leading to your election, if it is flawed, then there is no election of leadership. These are things PDP should have taken note of. So why are they going ahead to do this convention when the groundwork has not been done? That means if they now succeed, it will be a very bad precedent for other parties. They cannot do it equally and use PDP as a reference point. It will not work.
It will not work. But talking about the processes, and the issues that brought PDP to this point, it's convenient for a lot of people, to blame Nyesom Wike for the problem in the PDP. Now, talking about this convention, I like the fact that you said the state congresses, the local government congresses, the zonal congresses that were not conducted before these primaries. Why didn't they do that? And exactly the point, the Wike camp is saying, you have to conduct these congresses before we go to the national convention.
Of course.
So why is it convenient for people to always blame Wike for the problem in the PDP?
That's it now. That's it. That is it. When people want to avoid their responsibility, they look for somebody to blame. That is why I told you yesterday, why do you play into their hands? You know that these things are very, very important. Why did you neglect it and expect people to keep quiet? Even if you go and conduct this convention, a Wike camp will go to court. A Wike camp will go to court against it. That's the truth. And then at the end of the day, what have you done? Will you blame APC for this one?
Barrister, that is my next question. That's my next question. Why is it convenient for the PDP to blame APC for its woes? Why can't it put its acts together? Ayu was the problem. Ayu left. They said Atiku was the problem. Atiku left.
Yes.
They said Sunday Udokoye was the problem. Udokoye has left.
Yes.
Why is it difficult for the PDP, to put its problems together? Do internal damage control. Instead of having to blame APC this time, you blame Atiku next time, you blame Wike, you blame Sunday Udokoye, you blame Samuel Anyanwu and all of that. Why is it difficult for them to put their house in order?
Because
instead of having an external locus of control, having to blame Tinubu every time, having to blame APC, having to blame this person or the other person. Why?
Because in PDP, there's no strong leadership. That's the truth.
Isn't Wike a strong leader?
Who is the leading now?
He's leading a camp on the PDP.
No, Wike is out of the... Wike is a spoiler.
He's a spoiler, but he's leading. Like we just said now, look, his position is that the zonal congresses, the state congresses and local government congresses should be conducted before the convention proper. And that is your position too, as a lawyer. So why is Wike the problem?
Look, what you just mentioned now is what is already in the constitution of both the INEC and the parties.
Okay.
Is already there. So if somebody points it out, he has not made any fantastic...
This is what Wike is saying. So why is everybody blaming him?
I just told you here that whenever somebody has failed his responsibility, he will look for somebody to blame. Is that not true? Granted that Wike, yes, they have been playing the spoiler, but not in all cases. At times, you look at the message and leave the messenger. The point he's making, is it not true? Even the Damagu faction have not been replied in and convincing that, look, those things, it can go on. And I'm sure lawyers are advising Damagu. Lawyers may be telling him, don't worry, this is according to the constitution, this and that, and leadership, You can elect your leader. In fact, even if you elect an armed robber, it's okay. So with that kind of advice, they will know. Until the matter gets to court, you now realize that you have made a fatal mistake. That's the truth. It's like when this Jonathan thing was happening, and I was looking at section 137 or so, that says you must not be sworn in 2 times as a president. And people are saying he was elected, he did not campaign. He finished General Yaradua. The law is specific, sworn in twice.
Barrister, the law is specific, sworn in twice. But there are lawyers like you who also know the law that have come out to say, no, Jonathan is validly qualified to run for 2027.
I will not blame them because the mischief rule is there for you to use.
Okay.
Yeah, misuse of interpretation is there for it. It has a purpose. It has its own nuisance value. So it's there. I mean, for it to be there, then it means that there is something it's going to do for you as a lawyer. Whenever you want to, go into legal gymnastics, you now deploy your mischief rule and all that. So,
okay, Barrister, let's talk about the convention before we move on to the next topic. We have 3 judgments. 2 says conduct, and another one says don't conduct. And these courts are courts of concurrent jurisdiction. You know, high courts at the federal and the state level, and all of that. At the moment that we speak, we have 2 BOT chairmen. You have Adolphus Mwabara, you have Mao Ohuabunwa, both of them from Abia State. You have 2 national chairmen, Eli Adamagum and Abdurrahman, one from North Central, the other one from Northeast. Barrister, I would like for you to look at it from a legal point of view. In the eyes of the law, which faction is the authentic faction of the PDP?
Now, before the faction was created, which one was operating? Is it not Damagu?
Okay.
Good. Based on that, we can say yes. It's like in Libya, where you have 2 sovereignty now. But there was an authentic one that even the UN and the Western allies recognize. If you look at it from that perspective, why didn't this authentic faction do the right thing? They called for this faction from Abio Yabi. They called for him to exist. Because if they had done the right thing, this other faction wouldn't have had something to hold on to before coming into office. You can see. If this were properly planned, there shouldn't have been a faction, because the faction does not have a place to hold on to. There will be no space for that faction to exist. But you created the lacuna, and that's what they are using today. You can see. So, if there is good governance in PDP, there won't be any faction.
But Barrister, there are factions now too.
Sorry?
There are factions in PDP. The problem is already there. Now we have a situation where the Abdurrahman faction, the Winke faction, say, look, Ili Adamagu, we have expelled you. And we have a new chairman in the person of Abdurrahman. And we have a new board of trustees chairman in the person of Ma Ohuabunwa. Meanwhile, this faction is already divided into 2 between Damagum, who is the chairman, like you said, which faction existed before, the chairman, and Sam Anyaun, who were in the same camp, but now they are split into 2. So in the eyes of the law, which of these 2 factions is the authentic one for the PDP?
The authentic one is in fact, there's no authentic one now.
Because the other faction is split into 2.
Yes, because they have already committed infractions. That's the truth. The other one is standing on a disabled leg.
Okay, because you have the secretary who says my signature was forged.
Exactly.
You know, that is on one hand, and we have the national chairman saying, look, the convention must hold. We have people like Bukola Saraki rather, saying, look, that Ibadan convention should not hold, because if it holds, it's going to cause problem for the PDP and all of that. And he was chairman of the reconciliation committee set up by the party to reconcile the differences within the party. Now he's on one camp.
All his effort is now null and void. We are talking of this other man from Jigawa, who went to court.
Sule Lamido.
Lamido, yes.
Okay.
And his own case is still there. I hope
his own case is still pending.
It's still there, yeah, it's still there. And the court have granted his prayer, so I hope you know. In fact, I don't see PDP.
So Barrister, do you think in the event that this convention holds, do you see a situation where INEC will observe? And if INEC doesn't observe, what will be the implication of not observing?
The court have already told INEC.
Which court? Which talk are we talking about?
The court who said INEC, the court at Abuja.
But the one in Oyo State said INEC, go and observe.
But INEC will choose the one in Abuja.
So why would they choose the one? That is the confusion here.
Because that's what they wanted. INEC have never anything that will destabilize the opposition. They will observe it.
Barrister, where are you coming from? What do you mean by anything that will destabilize the opposition? Is INEC supposed to be partisan?
No, it's not supposed to. But under the dispensation you and I are seeing now, INEC is obviously in support of APC, except this new chairman.
Barrister, what has APC got to do with this?
In the ruling party, if things are going wrong, won't you mention their name?
No, what is it with them about the problem in the PDP?
Because we saw it. We saw when the court ruled concerning PDP, Abure. No, Labour Party, Abure. And we saw how INEC delayed to recognize Nana de Sambo. He refused to even recognize that woman, and giving Abure leverage to be, presiding over the party, going on official.
How did INEC do that? Because INEC, at that point, the Supreme Court said, "Look, Abure, your tenure has expired. You have no business as chairman." So what else would have INEC done? Did INEC at any point invite Abure to a meeting?
The name was still there on their website.
Does it matter?
What are you saying? It took INEC ages before, at the tail end of whatever, they now agreed to remove his name and recognize the authentic chairman. By that time, everybody in Labour Party have become wary. Yeah, they have become wary. So why do you take long to obey court order?
Okay, you think that the APC was fighting a war of attrition for the Abure camp in Labour Party?
Of course, whenever anybody that will help them to destabilize any position, they will welcome it. In fact, I don't even believe that these guys are acting on their own. They are being sponsored. They are pumping money. They are pumping money into this thing. You can't imagine how much they are making to destabilize their own party. You can't imagine.
Anyway, Barrister, the convention is 2 days away from now. Let us see what happens, whether the convention will hold or not, and if it eventually holds, whether INEC will recognize it or not. Now, let's get into Abuja, because there's still this spectacle that took place in Abuja on Monday or Tuesday, where former military generals and legal experts have reacted strongly to the altercation between Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike and Naval Officer A. Yerima over a disputed plot of land in Abuja. The clash, which was captured on video, drew condemnation from ex-military chiefs such as Lieutenant General Tuku Buratai, that's former chief of army staff, who called Wike's behavior disrespectful to the military and a threat to national security. The Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru, announced an official investigation promising protection for officers performing lawful duties. Wike's aide, Larry Olayinka, defended the minister, explaining that the land in Mabushi was originally designated for park and recreation use and was illegally sold to private individuals, including retired Naval Chief Vice Admiral Zubairu Gambo, the man at the center of the drama. While Olayinka accused Gambo of using military influence to claim ownership, insisting he lacked valid title documents or building approval. He maintained that Wike acted within his authority to reclaim government land. However, legal experts offered mixed opinions. Some, including Professor Sebastian Horn and Simon Lowe, senior advocate of Nigeria, said Wike acted lawfully as the president's representative in the FCT, while others, like Pelumi or Lajen Besi, argued that the minister overstepped his bounds, noting that military officers answer only to their superiors, not to civilian ministers. They urged the government to handle the issue carefully to prevent further tension between political leaders and the armed forces. Barrister, various groups are weighing in on the altercation between the FCT minister and Officer Yerima. Retired General Buratai said that, look, Wike's act was disgraceful and disrespectful. Defense ministers, both the main minister, Baduru, and Matawale, said that, look, government will protect officers on active legal duty. Barrister, the operational word there is active legal duty. And I would like for you to help us define what is active legal duty in a plot of land owned by a retired vice admiral. Barrister, that is tacit support for Officer Yerima from the military, both serving and retired. What constitutes legal duty in the context of what happened between Wike and Yerima?
Under the labor law, and when you look at the Workman Compensation Act, if you are working with a company during working hours when you're on duty, and you are asked to go and do something somewhere by that company, and you use the company car, and you are going to that particular place, following the official route that yes, anybody will say reasonable that this place where you pass through, that is where the place is. The company ought to take care of anything that happens, like if you have accident. But Mr. Okoro, if the company asks you to go to Lagos Island, that everybody know where it is, you didn't follow Western Avenue, you didn't follow Third Mainland Bridge, they saw you with the company car at Agege Motor Road, where you have an accident.
Okay.
You're on your own.
You are not on active duty?
You are not.
Okay.
They didn't send you there. No excuse will exonerate you. That is what they mean by lawful duty. Are you where you were sent to? Are you in that place? Simple. The man was even telling Wike, look, he is obeying orders. Yes, he didn't go there on his own. His Oga sent him there. And it is that Oga that is answering to, not...
Barrister, the Oga in question is a retired Vice Admiral. Shouldn't it matter to us?
No. Look, all these retired generals, the juniors in service are assigned to them for protection.
Okay.
All of them, in the military or police, all of them, these senior officers, when they retire, some junior officers are always assigned to them for protection. You know, is the perk of office, is their right according to their
rules of engagement.
Yes, so it is there. You can't take it away. That is why the man said, look, I am obeying orders. I think at that point, Wike should have respected that, knowing that this is a military tradition, and then go back. But he wanted to use force as always. Look, again, my position is that anything that has to do with the land, Mr. Okoro, you don't decide it until the court will say so. That is why landlord and tenant issues are never handled by the police. It always ends up in court. It is the court that will decide who is wrong and who is right. That's the truth. This thing has a procedure, process and procedure. If you don't follow it, you make a very big mistake. That land in dispute, who is Olayinka and the Wike to be telling us, Mr. A bought the land. This one now...
No, but Barrister, yes, Wike is the FCT minister.
Go to court,
okay,
and challenge the ownership of that land. Simple. What is wrong there? The court will now decide whether the man is right or not. All these things they are telling us now, the other party have they spoken? Did you hear Gambo come and speak how that land became his own? Did you hear him? It is Wike and is the aide telling us. Even at that, they are wrong. You can't be a judge in your own case. That means he has judged the matter. And that's why he wanted to use force to go and stop work. You know, even after the judgment in the court, it is the court that will give you order to do anything, the other to eject, to pull down or whatever. You must obtain that order. You must. But Wike doesn't want to follow due process. He wants to have his way in anything that happens in Abuja. Meanwhile, this man is heavily corrupt.
Who?
Mr. Wike.
Okay.
When he was sharing this same land to his cronies and family members, that one he didn't remember. When this land...
But they're sharing which land?
Abuja land.
Okay.
Is it not on record?
Virgin lands or lands recovered from other people?
Both of them.
Okay.
Both of them. This is on record. Has he been able to defend himself on that? No.
Have those people gone to court?
Nobody can take him to court as FCC minister. Yes, they are afraid of doing that. If you go to court, on what ground are you going to court?
So on what ground will Wike have gone to court against Sambo?
Oh, because he's the FCC minister.
So why can't others go to court against him?
Because they are afraid of him. They don't know their rights. Even if you go to court, will he obey your court order? Okachukwu land that he has a court document and all that. What happened?
Barrister, you talked about Okachukwu. I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Now, there is a skit that is is gone viral out there by one Dr. Charles Aboki. And he said something that the tag on the officer's camouflage, which is a northern name, and the owner of the property, who is also northerner, changed the equation. A lot of people, because we have southerners, we have people from south mounting some kind of demonstration, say, look, Wike should not be disrespected and all of that. I don't want us to ethnicize this, but that skit is gone viral. Barrister, you mentioned Okachukwu, what Wike did to Okachukwu. There is also Colonel Tunde Ogbebo, the issue of at Life Camp in Abuja, and all of that, and how it was recovered and purportedly given out to Wike's friends, cronies, and business and political associates. Barrister, people are saying that if this officer and the owner of the land were southerners, that this thing wouldn't have happened, that Wike would have had his way. What's your reaction to that?
Of course, Wike would have been so afraid of what they would do to him. He would have been so afraid.
Of what who will do to?
The northern person involved here.
Okay. Was that why he walked back?
Yes, if the northerner have paper for his land and Wike, in fact, it's a recipe for war. The North will mobilize against him. I'm not joking.
Barrister, what kind of country are we living in? Where we have different rules for different people?
Yes, it started when you allow the tradition and culture of a people in our national constitution. You go and look at our constitution, everything is Sharia, Islam, is there.
Barrister, this has nothing to do with Sharia, religion, and Islam.
When you allow one, you will allow two. You have been giving them this preference from time immemorial. Are you going to stop it?
So what you are saying is that in Abuja, you demolish the house of a southerner, but in that same Abuja, you cannot do the same thing to a northerner.
You cannot.
And we have a country, we call one country.
Of course, that's the irony here. There are things northerners do and get away with it, but let the southerner try it.
Barrister, where does that leave us as a people?
In fact, that's why we say we are not yet a nation. In fact, we are not even a country.
For how long can we continue like this?
It is left for the leadership.
The leadership or the people?
The leadership, yes. The person in office.
Barrister, the leadership is benefiting from this rot. Do you think they will ever do anything? They live in their comfort zones.
No, a leadership that wants the progress of a country will correct all these things. If not, his leadership will come and go, and nobody will remember him. Like Buhari now. Tell me one thing people will remember Buhari for. Buhari that just left office and late now. Tell me one good thing people will remember Buhari for. Nothing. Nothing, because he never achieved anything. But a leader will come and say, no, look at this, Was it not a leader that changed our constitution, our national anthem, from the new one to the old one and brought it, Is that not a leader?
No, sir, I think a lot of people will disagree with you that it is the call of leadership to change this country. Many people believe that, look, it is the call of the people, to hold leaders to account and change this country.
No, let me tell you.
To prop up good leadership.
Listen, the leader in office, that's how they say the buck will stop on his table.
How does that leader get to the office? Is it not the people that elect the leader?
When you have been elected, then you now begin to implement your promises, because before you get there, you must have promised the people very nice things that you are going to do.
And when you don't do that,
like
what should
APC,
the people do?
APC is telling
Barrister, when you don't do those things, what should the people do?
They look for another.
So it's the call of the people, not of leadership, to change the country.
Yes, they look for another. But
Barrister, we are out of time.
When I say leadership, I mean a leader that has been elected based on the promises he made.
Okay.
So if you renege, they look for another. That's why it's called a democracy.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister. The Senate has approved President Bola Tinubu's request to borrow 1.15 trillion naira from the domestic debt market to finance the remaining deficit in the 2025 national budget. But the approval followed the adoption of a report by the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debt, which noted that the 2025 Appropriation Act increased total spending to 59.99 trillion naira, creating a 14.10 trillion naira deficit, with 12.95 trillion naira already approved for borrowing. The new law will cover the unfunded balance of about 1.15 trillion naira. Senators also directed the Committee on Appropriations to ensure strict oversight of how the borrowed funds are used, emphasizing that they must be applied solely for their intended purposes. President Tinubu's borrowing request submitted earlier in November aims to bridge the funding gap and ensure full implementation of government programs and projects under the 2025 fiscal plan. Barrister, the president told us about 2 months ago that his administration was done with borrowing from local sources. Less than how many days now, we see an approval met by the Senate, for local borrowing to the tune of 1.15 trillion naira.
You see, when they say liars will have good memory, I'm sure they have forgotten. They have forgotten that they promised that they will no longer borrow locally. In fact, when they said that thing, I did my analysis and said that means there is no money locally for them to borrow. That's why they say we don't.
You know, I had an argument with you that time. You said there was no money. I said, where did the money go to?
So now that they have told us this one, it means that these people, they are not ready to tell you the truth. Mr. Okoro, these people, they are very terrible in telling lies. I'm not joking. They are not even ashamed. You will see how they are going to reverse themselves tomorrow. No, look for a way to water it down and give all manner of reasons or excuses. You will hear from them, don't worry. By the time maybe they hear our analysis and other comments somewhere, they will come up and say, why we want to borrow locally is because we want to cut down on inflation. There is so much money in the bank.
Barrister, if my memory serves me well, and this is not a laughing matter, but we are laughing over it because lives of Nigerians, at last count, we understand that 139 million Nigerians live below poverty line. Barrister, it's not a laughing matter. If my memory serves me right, when the president said it, I think he was outside the country. So does it look like they just asked him, Mr. President, this is what...
I said off the cuff.
Off the cuff and all. Does it look like?
That is how they talk. But again, I tell you, when somebody is built on lies, every little thing you must lie about it without even thinking of the implication ahead. You understand? Look, the one they told you about first subsidy, have anybody asked them question? You said you remove subsidy, and when you remove it, there will be no borrowing. Is that not what they told everybody? Up to today, shamelessly, they are borrowing money. They forgot what they promised us. Shamelessly, they are not even bothered. So that will tell you that these guys, they came in with lies and they will end up with lies.
Barrister, I think I personally have a problem with this. You know why I have a problem with this? In 2024, when this budget was being prepared, the president, the executive was very clear. He said we are at the point that the budget was 54.5 trillion naira or thereabout.
Hold on. Do you say you have a problem with me?
No, not with you, but with people that are objecting, to the Senate's approval. You know why? Okay. As at 2024, when we were preparing the 2025 budget, the president, the executive was very clear on this.
Of course.
We are going to borrow 13.4 trillion naira to finance the deficit on the budget. Nigerians didn't object. Nobody went to court. The budget was increased to 59.9 trillion naira. And the deficit rose to 14.9 trillion naira.
Of course.
Now the president is saying, look, I need 1.15 trillion naira, to make up for that gap. And Nigerians are having problems. Why should we? He already told us up front that he was going to need this money. And the Senate has approved. No. People are saying Senate is rubber stamp, Senate is that. Didn't they know?
No, let me tell you. Nigerians don't react on issues until it gets to implementation stage.
Is that right?
Yeah, no, it's not right. But that will tell you the level of docility in the polity. Nigerians don't react over an issue until it gets to implementation stage. They now say, why did this one happen? Yeah, but when they say it, some of us will pick holes on it. They won't bother until implementation stage where it will now hurt them. That was so this thing.
Barrister, we are out of time.
By that time, it will have been too late.
Barrister, take 30 seconds and give us your concluding thoughts on resignation of Maurice Monye, what is going on in the PDP, the convention, the altercation between Wike and the officer, and the 1.15 trillion naira. In 30 seconds.
I am expecting that more people will resign from obedient movement because things are no longer looking good.
Okay, one.
There is no leadership there now.
All right, two, PDP convention.
Now, if they conduct that convention, it will not avoid at the end of the day.
Okay.
Going by the party and the INEC constitution.
Okay, you are part of the people that they believe that the FCT minister overreacted and he overreached himself.
I am the part of the people that believe that he should have resigned or sacked by now.
Okay, and Barrister, Senate has approved 1.15 trillion naira to finance deficit for the next 2 months, 2025 budget.
This is just the beginning because more borrowing will follow.
Before the end of this year?
Of course. Because look at somebody borrowing money to finance 2025 budget, and 2025 is just ending next month. So where will he implement
Barrister,
that?
you are aware that we are running 3 budgets now. The budget has been extended, by the way. I hope you understand. You recall.
So if you are going to finance 2025 by now, by November, so the next one next month, next year, what happens?
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agoma. We are out of time. I must say a very big thank you to you for coming to Political Lens. And I hope that we can do this some other time. Thank you very much, Barrister Agoma.
My pleasure.
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and dangers manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nena Ndomduto. Stay with us and don't go away. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People Television. where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from federal government suspending 15% fuel import duty to reps seeking to suspend WAEC computer-based testing till 2030. Also, Obedient Movement faces setback as director resigns. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, has announced that the government will no longer proceed with the previously approved 15% import duty on imported petrol and diesel, originally scheduled for implementation from November 21, 2025. This decision follows the earlier approval by Bola Tinubu on October 29 for a tariff change aimed at increasing landing cost for imported fuels, a move intended to protect local refineries and align import costs with domestic market realities. Experts earlier stated that the initial policy shift would support local production facilities such as the Dangote refinery and other modular plants, yet potentially raise consumer fuel prices by up to 150 naira per litre. Meanwhile, the NMDPRA has also reassured the public domestic supply of petroleum products, including diesel and petrol, is robust, cautioning against hoarding, panic buying, or non-market reflective price hikes during the peak demand period. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. He is a veteran journalist and a senior analyst. Thank you very much for joining us today.
It's always my pleasure to be here.
Yes, it's always a pleasure to have you. And then joining us virtually is Comrade Wire Kenneth Ogenovo. He is a human rights activist, the publicity secretary of Talakawa's parliament, and a public affairs analyst and commentator. He'll get to join us during the program. So let me start with you, sir. It's a good thing you're talking about this, because the first time this broke, I think we're together on this table and you talked about the advantages, or rather, you tried to allay the fears of Nigerians over this particular, then was like something that wants to be done. But now, it looks like the federal government has made a turnaround, and now they are halting it. What would you say has caused the sudden halt of its decision?
Well, I still hold to my analysis about the need to implement this policy. It's just a halt. They have not cancelled it outrightly. It could be that the timing may not be right. But the essential thing here is, and again, one thing that I know that may have made government change its mind is probably because it's only Dangote refinery now that is producing diesel and petrol locally. And if there is any little disruption in the flow of supply, it could cause a lot of panic. More so, this is Yuletide period, and you know the hardship people go through when there is scarcity of this commodity. You know, people have to sleep in the filling stations. Filling station attendant becomes lord of the manor and all that. So I guess maybe the government felt that there could be some level of disruptions. So they had to halt it for a later date. Again, like I said earlier, it is very clear that the game has changed. And by the time BUA and other modular refineries come on stream, the regime of importation would automatically be phased out. And so this is an opportunity for Darkman members who own tank farms and all these outlets for storage and who are the major importers of refined products to begin to look inwards and consider alternative means of survival in the oil and gas sector and not wait until the death knell is sounded on them. So for me, it is just a way of giving that warning that, look, it's almost up. The game is almost up. We will continue to monitor events as they unfold. And it is only, this 15% is only on imported fuel. Like I said, if you buy a car from Innocin and an average custom officer knows that Innocin is domiciled in Nigeria, it's not going to stop you on the highway to bring your custom papers. Because there is no way you could have imported Innocin vehicle. You know? And so you're not paying tariff. You're not paying anything. So, and that's what we are trying to look at here. Protecting the local industry. If Dangote, perhaps BUA, are fully engaged and they are producing to capacity, in fact, export will be encouraged. We will have a stronger foreign exchange and more money will come to our foreign reserve, because what has been a pattern of capital flight over the years would have to stop. And it's a game changer, and people should learn to live with it. Sometimes technology, sometimes vagaries of the international business, or some other variables may impact on you if you are not smart to leverage on new ways of doing business. We have seen managers being taken out. Today, IBM is no longer in existence. Technology drove them underground. We have seen the likes of Nokia going down. BlackBerry went down because of new innovations along the line. So we should be prepared to face some of these challenges. And that is the message to Darkman and other people that own tank farms. Better queue behind these people that are coming in to do business locally, so that you can take your own share of the business. And of course, some retail outlets are joining Dangote Refinery. They're registering within. Initially, it was MRS, Hayden, and I think AP that were taken from Dangote. But today, you have as many as like 20 that are registered with him, and is planning to roll out 4,000 trucks. And the gantry feeds a truck within 4 minutes. So which means technically you can roll out like 300, 400 trucks in a day, which is enough to saturate certain part of the country. But the next day, you would also get same supply and off and on like that, and we'll get. And then if Dangote produced to capacity, it will give 100,100,000 liters a day. And our total consumption today in Nigeria hovers between 40 and 45. It has never peaked at 50 million liters. So there is room for export. If BUA comes, it will saturate the local market, and if still export. A lot of people need our product in West Africa, rather than going to Venezuela, rather than going to some other countries. You know, if you have to, you can even drive your trailer across the borders here, you know, and you can do your business through shipping across borders for West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, and the rest of Africa. So it's a game changer. We have to live with it.
Okay, you know, while you were talking, it looked like you peeped into my questions and you answering them. And you were answering them. Just, okay, so one of the things I was going to ask you was if this policy was well-timed, surely given Nigeria's pressures, inflationary pressures, and of course, high cost of living. And of course, I was also going to ask you if you think the suspension reflects responsiveness, you know, and then you made mention of the fact that they might have considered it. Of course, we don't know what is in their minds, but they might have considered it based on, you know, the timing that this might not be the best time for us to have things like this, because really, you know, we know how our filling stations can be when it's this period. Okay, but I want to ask, don't you think that our government should focus more on fixing local refineries before introducing policies like this?
You mean this Ogbanje called an NPC refineries in Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna?
Well, you know, or privatization, or you know, but just ensure that our refineries work rather than just Dangote alone and BUA.
Can you imagine yourself making a Volkswagen B2? I'm sure you were not born when they were using Volkswagen B2. No, you met the ones that are in use when you were born. Volkswagens were made in the 70s.
Okay, I met the ones that were in use.
You only met the one in use. Volkswagen B2.
Because I know I'm an agency.
So now you understand that can you how much of calibration, how much of refurbishing can you do to make a B2 car a brand new car today? It's not possible. In fact, they shut down the plants over 30 years ago. It's the same thing with our refineries. Now you have to bend over backwards to beg people to fabricate something that is similar to the part that is bad from this refinery. So rather than waste our money, which we have been doing over the years, in the last 30 years or more, why don't we just give out to private concerns? Those ones may just buy the space and some other equipment that are long-lasting, and then do a real turnaround of the refinery. Unlike when government is involved, from the first point of approval to the second layer of approval to the third layer to the fourth layer to the contractor. At the end of the day, if 100 billion is allocated, what comes to the contractor may be less than 30 billion. And so the contractor would also want to make profit. He would rather do a 10 billion naira job. Meanwhile, the optics is Nigeria had sunk 100 billion into revamping a particular refinery owned by government. And that's what has been happening over the years. So for me, let those refineries go. If you now give out those refineries and you have enough from the proceeds of giving them out, then you can add more money and build, even if it's just 100,000 capacity refinery owned by government, which will be competitive. And I don't think government is even interested in building a new refinery, because if they had that in mind, they wouldn't have invested in Dangote. Because as we speak, Buhari government pledged 26% equity in Dangote refinery, and he was able to pay up to 7.2 or 7.6. And government is also looking at further investment in that. So rather than consider the moribund ones, invest in Boa, invest in Dangote, and then you get your dividends, which will be better, which will better serve Nigerians. Like NNLG. Nigeria has about, I think, 49% stake, while the private sector has 51%. Today, it's a cash cow for government, and you will never hear of any problem in that place. Anything that is government-owned is not owned by anybody, and it could go under any time. because of the malicious and rapacious inclination of politicians and politically exposed people to milking the country dry at every turn.
Okay, recently, I think sometime last week or 2 weeks ago, one of the officials of the NNPCL had come out to say, if, I'm not saying the exact words, paraphrasing now, that if they get a good buyer or a very potential buyer, that they are likely or they are actually thinking about selling our refineries. But really, I think that...
But that is negating Ojulari, the current Group Managing Director of NNPC,
okay.
who said we should give him another 60 billion to revamp the 4 refineries.
So that exactly now, they're not speaking in one voice.
Now, let me now analyze that to you, for you to know how much we do a lot of damage to the economy of this country. Dangote Refinery, $20 billion. 650,000 barrel capacity. The 4 refineries, Kaduna, Warri, Port Harcourt 1, Port Harcourt 2, combined capacity is now up to 300. And you are now seeking to spend 60 billion. When there were structures on ground, you are not going to buy land, you are not going to buy built-up area just for the maintenance of the equipment. Is that realistic? Because what that translates to is what you are going to spend to revamp less than 300,000 barrels. Somebody has spent
less than that.
A third of it to have a clean, newly built refinery with 650,000 capacity. And is also planning to even raise the bar by increasing to 700 and ultimately 1.4 million in the nearest future. How does that logically sound? It defies logic. And that's to tell you how wasteful we are in this country. But if we don't bring this nearer home to Nigerians, we are only fond of saying, we don't go agree, we don't go agree. On what basis are we saying we don't go agree? So you need to have superior argument and verified data for us to move forward. We can't continue like this, especially in the oil and gas, particularly in the downstream sector. Upstream, we know what goes on there, but it's not something that we can tell a layman. It will be difficult for a layman to understand. But then, this one that concerns you and me, because even if you don't have a car, you travel by road, you travel by air, so you need fuel, and it's the oxygen of the nation. So it is better we are better informed for us to make choices, for us to be able to argue it out. And because these politicians, they prey on our ignorance and lack of knowledge to bamboozle us and give us a wrong direction without us knowing. We follow them.
Okay, we know that the downstream sector has been deregulated. But would you really say we are really practicing the deregulation as it should in Nigeria at the moment?
Of course.
On the downstream sector?
Of course. Look, this moment as we speak, if you go to a fuel station, you might find 920 liters per liter. 920 naira per liter. But you may wake up to see 860. The next 24 hours, you could see another 930. That is responding to the vagaries of the market. Unlike before, even if you are going to report at 800, if it's pegged at 820, you cannot sell beyond 820. So the cap has been removed. So you can go to any length. And now, it's a matter of choice. There are two things that drive you to any filling station. It's either the pricing or the integrity of that station that you know that 10 liters is 10 liters in this station. Whereas in this particular filling station, it could be 7 liters and you are paying for 10 liters. So no matter how low the price of that station that lacks integrity, you will not want to go. You would rather go to the one that is more expensive, that you are sure you are buying the number of liters with the amount you have paid. Then 2, quality of the fuel. For me, I have tested it. That was some months back. Somebody just hinted me. He said, do you know that the product of Dangote outlasts that of other importers, including NNPC? I was skeptical. But one of my cars, I don't have many anyway, just 2. And I usually use, because it's a hybrid Camry, I usually commute from Lagos to Ibadan with about, I think, 12 liters. So on this fateful day, I decided to try what this man said. You know, there was also some of these things in the social media where they will pour other imported fuel in a generator, pour Dangote's own in a generator. 2 hours after you have exhausted the one from other filling station, Dangote's own will still be running. But I just saw it as maybe marketing strategy or whatever. But lo and behold, as a media practitioner, I don't want to be asked, did you find out? Mm-hmm. I bought that fuel. Same distance. Same terrain of the road. And lo and behold, I expended only 9 liters. Wow. So that means I have 3 liters in my pocket. So today, I don't wait for my fuel to go down. Once I know it has gotten to the threshold, I look for retail outlets that are attached to Dangote products. And I go in and buy, and I'm satisfied. So we have to also contend with that. Though I'm sorry, at the risk of making advert for Dangote, but that's the truth. There was a time here that I was really, really against Dangote, because I know Dangote and government were playing hide and seek when Dangote was not ready. A lot of lies were spilled just to allow Dangote to put certain things in order. But right now, they are sure.
Okay, we have our guest join us from Benin. Welcome, Comrade Wire. Please, can you hear me?
Maybe he didn't unmute his mic.
Can you unmute your device, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Hello.
And welcome to the issues. Welcome to the conversation tonight.
Good evening.
Okay, so let's just briefly hear from you before I move to the next conversation. So we've been talking about the suspension or the halting of the 15% import duty on petroleum products by the federal government. And I want to ask you, what do you think about this new development?
First of all, I want to thank the government for having a rethink, because the last time on the program, I actually lamented that an increase or upshoot in by 50% is definitely going to mean a direct increase in the prices of fuel and diesel. And whatsoever affects fuel and diesel invariably has affected the price of transportation, you know, and generally cost of living, which is going to be already, adding to the already exacerbated fate or plight of the common man in society. So it's a good thing that the government has had a rethink by suspending it or resigning on their thoughts of the 15% increase. So for me, it's a very, very welcome development. I applaud them for that, even as I will really appeal to them to make more people friendly policies, not just this alone, but they should bring up more plans or strategies that will be geared towards cushioning the effects of the economy on the common man.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on. We'll come back to you. In a major development from Nigeria's National Assembly, the House of Representatives has directed the Federal Ministry of Education and the West African Examinations Council to suspend the planned introduction of computer-based testing for school candidates. Lawmakers say the rollout, initially scheduled for 2026, should be delayed until 2030 to allow time for schools, especially in the rural areas, to acquire the necessary infrastructure, including functional computers, internet access, and reliable electricity. The House expressed concern that rushing into CBT exams could lead to massive failures and frustration among students, noting that over 70% of candidates in rural communities would be disadvantaged. To bridge the gap, legislators have called for budgetary provisions between 2026 and 2029 to recruit computer teachers, build ICT halls, provide standby generators, and assess private schools' readiness before fully implementing the CBT policy in 2030. Let me come to you first, sir. You know, would you applaud this move by the House of Reps asking the WAEC or the exam body to hold on with the CBT implementation to 2030?
There's no way, even if it's 2030, there's no way that policy will not run into a hitch.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. The percentage of students in rural area in any state of the federation, including Lagos, cannot be less than 20 to 30%. In some areas, you have up to 60%. And these are far-flung areas where you don't even have internet access. Now, there are communities where they only teach computer science in theory. No electricity to power systems, no internet. And so, at best, they'll bring them a moribund desktop. This is how a computer looks like. Or maybe if they have a sophisticated teacher who has a laptop, you just show it to them. Is it possible for those students to pass CBT exam when they are not conversant with the use of systems? Some they not even know how to boot a system. Even those in urban areas. I took my son, the baby of the house, some years back to his CBT center. And 2 students came out crying. And I accosted one of them. I said, why are you crying? He said that the time allotted was not enough. Do you know the mistake he made? After answering the first paper, exhausting the questions in the first paper, he just saw submit. Instead of moving to next, just press submit, and he was only able to access only one paper. And there's nobody you can call at that moment to rescue you. So he would have been graded on just 1 out of 4 papers. Now, if somebody in urban area has not been schooled enough, and then you now want students to run through 8 subjects, 9 subjects through CBT, where there could be disruptions, where the generator may pack up midway, electricity from national grid is not stable, is not reliable, internet may be disrupted, the backbone in that area may not be strong enough, network disruption may happen, then who accounts for all that? So until we get to a point that electricity is no longer an issue, internet is no longer an issue, that's why we cannot begin to say we want to. Why must we put the cart before the horse? It doesn't make any sense, as far as I'm concerned. Why be in a hurry when you have not put in infrastructures in place? Go to some public secondary schools, they don't even have computer laboratory. And so how in some private schools you have like 120 desktops apart from laptops? Can a secondary school owned by government that does not have a computer laboratory compete with such a private school? It's not possible. And you can't be comfortable enough to be able to afford a laptop and still send your son to a public school. So that gap will continue to widen if we have to force this thing down the throat of students in secondary school at the terminal point of writing final exams when we are not ready. Last West African School Certificate Examination, we saw in Delta that a subject that they ought to have gone through as early as 2 o'clock, they started at 8 p.m. and they were using telephone searchlight from their parents to answer questions. With that kind of stress, can that student or those students at that venue compete with their own counterpart that sat comfortably during daylight to write such exam? So,
okay, but one of the things that one of the advantages that CBT has been, or that have been said to be an advantage of CBT, is to reduce malpractice. And don't you think that holds any water?
As a JAMB CBT.
That's the YX CBT.
No, I'm asking you, has JAMB CBT erased malpractice? If it has, then why shut down some centers for examination malpractice? Why? So that tells you that it's not a measure. Nigerians, particularly parents, continue to encourage exam malpractice. That's why you see somebody in the Federal House or State House of Assembly who cannot construct passable grammar. Yet, he will tell you he has masters in this, he has mistress in this, he has concubine in this. I mean, we just garbage in, garbage out. And somebody will travel to Cotonou after 1 year, 6 months. He says he has a degree in law. Some, 1 year, he comes back with a degree. And then he tenders, until recently, he tenders that degree and is mobilized for service. So that person that spent 1 year and you that spent 4 years, you'll be serving at the same time. And if that one is connected, he or she will get a job before you that spent 4 years, grueling years, plus ASU strike.
Okay, let's come to you, Kenneth. I hope you're still with us. So for you, what do you think are the key obstacles to implementing the CBT exams nationwide? You already heard the Mr. Fanny Moore, he's saying he does not
Maybe
think
very
that
soon
this is
I
our
will
time.
get my doctorate degree.
Exactly, I'm in the street. So, what do you think about it?
Okay, the doctor has rightly said, we are not yet ripe or matured as a country to go into full CBT as regards WAEC. Because I can remember some time ago when JAM tried going into full CBT for the first time, there were so many glitches, you know. The computers were malfunctioning. The students in question, they don't even know how to use the computer. It's the same thing with our beavers during the INEC registration of voting exercises. These are good technological innovations, but we are not yet matured to use these things, because you know, you must be up to a stage before you begin to use certain things. We've not laid the foundation to begin to use these things, for God's sake. Because before we start using these things, from the cradle, from kindergarten, let's okay, from primary school, our pupils are supposed to be used to computer. They're supposed to, you know, have a good computer laboratory where they teach them from the scratch about computer. They're supposed to have a qualified teachers to impart computer knowledge. Okay, leave the teachers and the knowledge first. That one is one factor or problem on its own. What about electricity? We don't have constant electricity, let alone fuel to power our generators for constant power supply. Because if you want to use the computer or CBT, you have to be on a constant source of power supply. You know, we don't have that. We will not yet mature. Okay, what about internet? Because you need good internet to at least, you know, submit after you even done. Not that when you start, then halfway you find out that the internet now has become disconnected. Okay, how can you now submit what you've done? In some cases, when the internet is not powerful or strong enough, you find out that it is not taking you back again for you to restart. So we're not yet matured as the people. For me, what we are actually doing now is not in any way different from copy. We see people do it, we want to do, forgetting the fact that these people for Origo, Ab Initio, and Tibelon, they have laid foundations, you know, before they got to where they are. But our problem is we are comparing our one step, you know, with the 2,000 steps other people. So as a nation, if we want to be serious, if we want to digitalize or computerize things, we should lay the proper foundations. We will not just do because people are doing. There are steps, there are stages, there are phases. You know, we have to really undergo before we get to this CBT stage. If not, it's going to end up as a mockery as usual. So if they're really serious foundationally from the cradle, educationally, they should set the foundation, please.
Okay.
So that our pupils and students to get acquainted with how to use computer. Then the government will sit up, provide the constant electricity or maybe a standby generator as the case may be. Then the good internet, so that there will be no hiccups or problem if we start a CBT process. But for me, it's very, very unrealizable even at 2030 because we've not even laid the foundation. Okay, now this is 2025.
is going to we're going to get to 2026, God willing, distant time. We are barely 5 years, and we are yet to lay a foundation.
Okay, thank
they
you.
They know they use gragrate the erect penis and a small. So let's lay the foundation, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to the next conversation we have tonight. The Director of Mobilization for the Obedience Movement, Maurice Moye, has officially stepped down from his position. Moye cited unmet goals, lack of financial support, and harassment as the major reasons behind his decision. He revealed that despite nearly a year of service, most of the movement's plans had not been achieved, and he personally shouldered the financial burden of nationwide mobilization efforts, spending millions of naira without institutional backing. Moye further disclosed that the Labour Party's poor performance in the recent Anambra election made his role untenable, while harassment from sympathizers and government agents placed the target on his back. His resignation letter has been forwarded to Peter Obi and the movement's national coordinator, Yunusa Tanko. Okay, let's come to you first, Mr. Fanimo. What do you think about this resignation? Does it weaken Peter Obi's influence or the obedience movement ahead of 2027?
It's either two things. It is either that guy was not, because I read his statement, which probably emanated from his resignation letter, that nobody at some point, he was abandoned and he had to spend his personal money up to 40 million naira to do the job, and nobody has come to recognize that, and there was no support coming, particularly from P2B and all that. You see, this is where passion is lacking. If you truly believe in a movement, there is nothing wrong in deploying your resources to support that movement. Why wait on the person? You see, all these people, they came as opportunists just because they know that at that time, in 2023, the hot cake in the political arena was P2B. Look at the way all those people who rode on the crest of Labour Party had been defecting to APC. That is to show you that all of them are opportunists. And they never had that commitment and the heart of a true follower when they were following P2B. And of course, they know that the strength of Labour Party cannot take them to anywhere in the next election. So it's better to jump ship. Don't be surprised if you find that guy in another party tomorrow. That's the way of the politician. So for me, I'm not surprised. Not surprised.
Okay, let me come to you, Waya. What does this development say about the structure and sustainability of the obedient movement, of course, as it prepares for the 2027 elections? Do you think there's any chance of the obedience movement getting a headway in this next election?
From what we are experiencing, or especially with those who came into power through the Labour Party, with the popularity of Peter Obi, which I will refer to as a fluke. It was by mistake. By mistake. You know, I've been able to familiarize with a few of them who, you know, narrowly as mistakenly, they never expected. Some got House of Assembly, some got House of Rep, while some got senatorial seat. But because they were never ready for the job, in no distant time, you find them, you know, they are not decamping to APC specifically. Like, you know, we are noticing that the country is drifting towards a one-party system. So what that means is that the Labour Party that was once agog, that was once highly, celebrated, that people, were seen to be like the savior of the common man, is now almost a shadow of itself, because the persons who on fluke grounds, won election, they have all decamped from the party, and there is almost no figure there in the party anymore. So that does not really tell well about the party in the coming election, because it takes structure, it takes people to create awareness in any political party. And the Labour Party is really lacking, manpower, lacking people, that even those whom are saddled to be at the helm of affairs, they are not complaining as if they were not informed before. Like my elder in the house has rightly said, these are people whom have never really known what politics is all about. Maybe they were thinking politics is a game of mamako being played by children. See, you have to put in your resources, you put in your time. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. You don't have to cry. Maybe they were not informed. So him saying nobody is giving him anything, he has to deal with it. He should have known this before coming. So if Labour Party is going to I doubt if they are going to even be visible or conspicuously noticed like anywhere near what it was before. Because with the emergence of the coalition, so many persons in Labour Party, they have already left the party. Before APC now came again and almost tore Labour Party and all other parties apart. So Labour Party is not even in the picture for now, unless maybe as time progresses before the second quarter of 2026, maybe, just maybe, they could bounce back. You never can tell. But for now, I want to say that PDP is almost in ICU. Labour Party is in comatose for now, unless maybe a revival might just spring forth. Because all those persons who, through the glory of Peter Obi, they God's power, none of them apart from Alex Oti that we really see that yes, it's working. Alex Oti and Natasha Oti, they are the only two persons. They are the only two persons from that Labour Party that will know that okay, they are working. They are working. Though Oti has left the party, but he's still doing well. So he's the only person that even gave that party facelift. The others, it was Peter Obi's glory. But for now, the party is in coma. Unless maybe something miraculous happen and they resurrect or revive before 2026 election. But it's very unfortunate that all those who got power through Labour Party, they didn't even do anything. Very unfortunate. Please.
But before I let you go, Oti has not decamped. He's still one of the members of the Labour Party. He's still in the Labour Party.
Natasha is PDP.
Natasha is PDP and not Labour Party, actually. Just
okay, sorry, please.
It's fine.
So, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wire Kenneth, for being a part of the issues tonight. Thank you very much, sir, as well, for being a part of the issues tonight. And that's all we have for today's episode of the issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics, economy, and of course, governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been the Issues on Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu. Don't go away.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise